Good morning and welcome to Dominate 2022. Our first digital marketing live event for the longest time. It's been since November 2028 when we've done something so big like this, that we've done something to help you with your digital marketing. So this event has been set up to help your business to dominate with revenue increasing digital marketing, and that's what we're going to accomplish today all together. There's a couple of things we need to get through before we get started. Before the first talk at 10 past, we've got about 6 minutes before that. It's great to have so many people active in the chat already. Fantastic. Thank you ever so much for joining us today. I'd love to know where you are watching us from, so just drop a little comment in the chat and just tell me which part of the world you're watching us from, and tell me how the weather is. Is it good? Is it as bright and sunny as it is here in Edinburgh? I'd love to know. Fantastic. So let's get started. Bit of caretaking to be done. So welcome to Dominate 22. I'm so pleased to have you with us. There are hundreds and hundreds of you here today. I'm so delighted. Thank you ever so much for coming. Couple of things. So it'd be great if you want to see more events just like this, where we do live streams every Friday at 1 p.m. We may expand that a bit more, but what we do is live website reviews. So you submit your website, and every Friday we'll go through and explain how you can increase your rankings in Google, how you can increase your traffic, how you can increase your sales, how you can increase your revenue for your business. So make sure you do subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube Direct. So we have a new YouTube channel called Exposure Ninja Live, where all of our live streams will be in future. But if you're watching us on our website, you can just click the button underneath and it will take you through to the YouTube channel, and you'll be able to subscribe from there. So all future live streams will be there. Also, do use the hashtag Dominate2022 today on your social media channels. Take a photo of this event, just to share any insights you may gain from the fantastic ninjas we have lined up today. And I will pick up a few people, let's say 5 people today, who use the hashtag on social media. I will send you a copy of all of our books as paperback, so you have them to put on your bookshelf. Also, during every session, we're going to have questions at the very end, but please do feel free to submit them during the course of the presentation. I will just put a bookmark on them, and then we'll answer them in the last 5 to 10 minutes of the stream. Hey, Jess. Jess Percival in the background there, now giggling to herself. I am heavily supported by some fantastic ninjas today, so hopefully you'll be able to share the love with them too. So you can also subscribe to our main YouTube channel, where you see lots and lots of videos featuring our founder and CEO, Tim Cameron Kitchen. We talk about how to do all of the subjects we're going to cover here today, such as SEO, content marketing, digital PR, PPC, and so on. As well as I would suggest subscribing to our podcast as well, where we cover a lot of the same subjects, so we can help you to increase your revenue for your business using digital marketing. So just go to the URL at the bottom there, or if you're watching us on YouTube, you should see the links down below. If you're watching us on our website, on the Dominate watch page, you'll see those links down below as well. You can also read our latest blog post. We have a lot of material that goes out, which is there to help you with actionable marketing insights to help you increase your rankings, increase your sales, your leads, all that kind of stuff to help you increase your business revenue. There's some fantastic content going out at the moment, written by a digital marketer, Jess Percival, who I absolutely adore. And I think if you read it, you will too. You can also subscribe to our weekly newsletter, so you can go to exposureninja.com/dojo and sign up to get weekly insights from Tim Cameron Kitchen directly. It includes more information about which new content we'll have put out that week, bits and pieces such as when the next live stream will be coming up and what the subject will be. We're also going to be creating a new Slack community in the next few weeks. By the middle of April, I should hope. If you'd like to join our community, where we'll be discussing and helping you with everything to do with digital marketing, SEO, content marketing, digital PR, B2B marketing, you name it. When it comes to digital marketing, this is going to be the Slack channel for you, so we'll help you as best as we can. So you can go to exposureninja.com/Slack, or you can use the link in the YouTube description down below and sign up there. You can also join our Telegram channel. So if you want to be kept up to date with our new content pieces, you'll get an update maybe on a Monday, Wednesday, and a Friday, no more than once a day maximum. So if you want to keep up to date with everything, so you can watch on your phone or read on your phone, you can sign up for our channel. Again, the link in the description down below. Cool. So this is the schedule for today. I've also got a lovely little graphic over here. So during the course of the day, I will show you where we are in this in everything. But our first talk is going to be from $562 to $3.41 million sales per month. It's going to be our first talk at 10 past 9, just in a few moments time, with Andrea Iliffe, our marketing consultancy team manager. At 10:15, we're going to have how high-performing websites make visitors buy, presented by Nick Jacob, a marketing consultant. We're going to have a roundtable session with Jess Percival. We're going to be talking about digital marketing for boring businesses. If you in a manufacturing vertical or anything like that, what you consider to be boring, you don't think digital marketing will work for you, we've got some surprises for you in there. After that, we'll have how to get featured by well-respected websites without spending a penny. That's going to be at 12:05 and led by Wayne Durana, a senior marketing consultant. We'll then have at 1:10 how to workshop your landing pages to sell more with Mark Rowland, one of our senior account managers. We're then going to have how to create a digital marketing strategy, which is another roundtable with some of our best ninjas in there. That's going to be at 2:15. At 3:00, we'll have how to spy on your competitors' digital marketing, again with Wayne Durana. And then our keynote, our best ninja of all, Tim Cameron Kitchen, our founder and CEO, will be here to talk about the lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses and 10 years in digital marketing. Wow, those 10 years have flown by. Super. If you haven't already, do make sure you hit like, subscribe, and share. That's really appreciated. Lets us know that what we're covering has been interesting and insightful to you. And if you are active during the chat today, I'll be doing a couple of prize draws, so you can win a copy of How to Get to the Top of Google, although not a blurry copy. You will get a lovely paperback copy in the post. And I'll also be giving away like all of our books in one package. So do stay active in the chat and you'll be entered into that prize draw. Super cool. Let's make that a bit smaller. So I'm absolutely delighted to introduce the first presentation by Andrea Iliffe, who I'd love to welcome onto the stream right now. Hello, Andrea.
Good morning, Dale. How are you doing today?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so excited to see so many people here today. Honestly, I just can't wait to get going. So you're going to be covering from $562 to $3 million sales per month.
Pretty awesome, right?
I mean, that's an incredible increase in revenue for any business. So perhaps you'd like to take us through to the next slides. And
yeah, of course.
Just a reminder, questions will be handled at the end, but do drop them in the chat now and we will bookmark them and make sure that we answer them. And again, if you're active in the chat, you'll be entered into the prize draw to win a copy of all of our books as paper books delivered to your home address. But Andrea, what is today's goal?
So today, what we really want to show you is a process that you can use, that we use here with all of our clients, not just these case studies that we've got today, to actually show you how you can increase your Google ranking, regardless of your business, regardless of your website, how we're going to do that for you. So who am I? So just to give you a little bit of background here, for me, I'm Andrea Iliffe. You can drop me a note at any time at andrea.iliffe@exposureninja.com if you need any help. I have 25 years of experience, which was pretty much how you would say. I guess I'm old, but wise at the same time. I have consulted, I've strategized pretty much my whole career. I've seen every type of business and every condition you can imagine, and I can spot an opportunity an absolute mile off. What I would say is if you're joining us here at Exposure Ninja for the first time, you are going to be in absolutely great hands here. So let me tell you just how awesome our ninjas are here at Exposure Ninja. So we are the leading authority when it comes to digital marketing. We're an award-winning agency, having won awards for different types and different sizes of businesses, using the very principles that I'm going to walk you through today. We have literally hundreds of reviews from clients across Trustpilot, Google, Facebook, Amazon, from our very own best-selling books, including that one that Dale was just mentioned before. We have literally written the book on how to get to the top of Google. So don't forget to comment or ask us a question, and you can be entered into that draw as well. For us here, we have now helped more than 20,000 businesses. We're actually bordering around that 26,000 mark at this moment in time. We've built over 500 websites. We've scaled up our own business, so we know just how to do that. We've taken on ninjas from around 5 to 107, and we are still growing to this day. We are completely remote. We have been for 8 years or so now, so long before the world's turned upside down. And what this actually means for us is that we're not hampered by being tied to a certain set location. What that means for us is we're able to recruit the finest within this market from anywhere in the world. So you are absolutely in super safe hands with us today. So what are we going to do? So good morning, Paul. Stamford, England. You're not a million miles away from me. I am in Nottingham. Sunny Nottingham today. It's although it looks like somebody said it was going to snow next week. What is that about? So what are we going to be covering today for you? So before we actually dive into the case studies and looking at, I guess, those kind of numbers of what we're achieving for people, what we want to do here is make sure that we've got that brief introduction to SEO, so we're all understanding what those basic principles of SEO actually are. Now what we'll typically find here is that when it comes to SEO, there is a tendency to be pretty intimidated by the likes of technical aspects within SEO. But what we're going to do for you is rein that right back in. So what we're going to do is have it in its most simplistic form. So it's about creating fantastic content and authority. Now, sometimes what we have here is we get people saying, but my business is different because, you're talking about selling shampoo and I'm a managed IT service. What has this got to do with my business? And really, this thought process could not be further from the truth, because what we're looking to do here is put the building blocks of SEO in place, and they are the same whether you're selling a service or selling a product. So what I'd really love you to do this morning is think about actually saying to yourself, wow, look at those results. How can I achieve this for my business using those same principles and those same building blocks? So as long as you're selling to humans, and I'm pretty sure we are all going to be here, the principles are going to be the same. And you know what? I bet your competition right now, they aren't thinking about this. So this is a big opportunity for you and your business right now. So let's talk about those basics more than anything. So in its absolutely most basic form, let's firstly think about, good morning from Spain. That sounds even sunnier than where I am. With Google, how do they decide where to rank your website? So we have very little information coming through from Google about this. Way back in 2009, there's a lovely guy here called Matt Cutts. He told us that there are more than 200 ranking factors in Google's algorithm. And if we think about that, that was 13 years ago, and how much more sophisticated Google and its algorithm has become since then. So right now, you'd be forgiven for thinking, oh, Andrea, how on earth do you know what ranking factors are going to be most important? And the absolute reality is that no one, not even our lovely Matt Cutts here, not likely anyone at Google really knows how many there are. So we would be left to test, experiment, adjust. But then a digital marketing angel from above, he entered the arena and he helped us. So enter Andrei Lipatsev from Google. He came along to tell us that there are 3 elements that we really need to take into consideration. He talked to us about content, links, and RankBrain. Now, with RankBrain, just to give you a little bit of an overview of what this actually is. This is Google's AI, the learning algorithm that it has. It's looking to understand what people actually mean when they type something into search results. So it's trying to learn and understand what you are trying to find. So we can't really do a lot with RankBrain from an SEO perspective to optimize for it, because it really is about Google understanding what the searcher actually means. So what that leaves us with are 2 different elements. We've got content and links here, and these are going to be our main levers that we're going to look at for you today. Now, before we deep dive a little bit further into that, what I really want you to start thinking about with a theory from Google. Oh, morning from Loughborough as well. That's very close to us. So a theory with Google here. When you search for something in Google, what Google is aiming to do is to show you an ordered list of all those websites, of the most relevant and useful websites based on what you are looking for. What it wants to do is mimic the order that you as a human would list them on based on the information you have about them. And it wants to give you the human perspective. So if we think about that for right now, that it wants to mimic the human opinions, the human values, building content, what this is showing, it's demonstrating to visitors your expertise on a certain subject, certain project, whatever it is you're obviously selling. Getting links, promoting your business around the internet. What this is doing is showing Google that people are talking about you, you're popular. And it's that thought process that we're going to be thinking about in more detail. So let's start with the content side of things. So thinking about Google, looking to mimic how we think. I cannot stress this enough. When we are talking about content, relevancy is the most important part here. This is the biggest key of all. So we're going to take these different elements that we can see on this slide here in turn. So looking at keyword usage to begin with. Now, we find quite a lot here with clients that this feels like the most intimidating part, because when you hear keyword research, you think about lists, systems, processes, what am I going to choose? But what we need to think about in its most simplistic form is the phrases that your audience is using to find your products, the services, the help you're trying to offering. So if we take, let's see what I've got. So I've got this notebook right here. So would your customers, would they call this a notebook, a journal, a wellness journal, a bullet journal? So what you need to think about here is actually talking in your audience's language. So what language would they use to describe your product or service? When we're looking at the likes of the amount, and again, this is one of those big things that we get asked quite a lot about, in that actually people are like, well, how long should a blog post be? How long, should we be looking to aim towards? And the absolute reality here is that the content should be as long as it is relevant. So the longer the better, particularly from the likes of a blog post, if you can err on that side of things, because what you need to think about when you're looking at the amount and the length of a blog post is, are you answering all the questions you have around that particular subject area? And that's what you really want to think about when you're thinking about the length side of things. We also get a lot of times people coming to us and, they're looking at the home page, the service page, those key project pages, and they'll say things like, well, nobody's reading all of that. Why do I need so much content on the website? And the absolute reality here is that people who are interested in your services, people who are interested in your products, they want all the information that they can to make sure that they're building up the confidence to actually make that purchase or take the next step. So content is super, super important. And we'd always say here as well, that if people are looking and interested in your product, they're going to want to read it. It's really, really important that we have the right information on your website. When we're looking at the likes of quality as well, we're thinking about things like the important things like grammar, spelling, making sure it's making a great first impression. When we're thinking about authority of author as well, this is all around the expertise of the author. So if we take into consideration a pretty important search term, so I used to use this a lot when my little one was even littler and he was a baby, where we used to Google a lot like, does my child have a temperature at X degrees and things like that. Google won't want to show me the results unless it really trusts where that is coming from. So the authority of the author and behind the content is also pretty important as well. And then topical, what we mean by this is, are you being talked about from other sites as well? And then when we look at the linking side of things, so these kind of areas that we're looking to do here, Google wants us to links to basically show how popular and authoritative your website is. So quantity and quality are really important here. So, do you have links coming in from national media, industry journals? These are a really good sign that your site is high quality and a trusted site. If you've got links from the likes of small blogs, forums, websites where not many people go on to, this isn't really a big vote in confidence to Google. So if we think about this in a slightly different way, so if we think about like fame as an element of this, so you can tell someone is famous because lots and lots of people are talking about them, and that's your quantity element. But who is talking about you? So if we're talking, famous people are talking about you, then you're super famous. So that's your quality and your quantity element as well. What we also have to think about as well is, how are you linked? Are you right at the very top of the article that's showing a lot more confidence? Or are you just a comment link that like not so much, a little mention towards the bottom? So again, it's that kind of element that we want to take into consideration. And what we also know here as well is that Google is looking at the likes of popularity on social media and that kind of thing. So with all that in mind, let's jump into some case studies now, and let's see all of this in practice. So with these case studies that I've got today, I've got absolutely 2 cracking case studies for you. The first one here is a lead generation business, and then we're going to go on to an e-commerce business to really show you that it doesn't matter what business you have, you're literally selling these core principles of SEO are the same. So it's really important to think about that right now as we're going through this lead generation business. If you're sat there with your e-commerce business thinking, well, this one's not for me, the next one will be. I promise you these are going to be exactly the same, and we're going to show you that as well. What I would also say as well, you can go over to our website at any stage, exposureninja.com, and what you'll see on there are absolutely tons of case studies, and they are all following these same principles, these building blocks of SEO that we have in place here, and that's what it's achieving the results and revenue for our businesses and the clients that we work with. So let's jump into this first one to begin with. So you can probably see from the headline here, this is monstrous. So we have taken this lead generation business from 4 leads per day to 196 leads in an hour. Now, there's no need to adjust your headset here. You've heard that correctly. 196 leads in an hour. That's super crazy, right? So what I'm going to be showing you through is the process, as I say, is exactly the same regardless. So when we're looking at SEO for every business, we're looking at research, website optimization, and content marketing. So let's dive into those individual elements now. So we can see here that research, website optimization, and content marketing. So we're going to start with the research side of things. So what on earth do we mean by this when we're talking about research? So this really starts at the very beginning, understanding what your target audience is searching for. So they find your products or services. So we need to know about keywords. So let's think about keywords in this particular moment. So there are different types of keywords. So I've very handily got a little pot of nail varnish here. I'm not sure you can see it. So this nail polish, there we go, that way. This nail polish here is to help my weakened nails. So when I first started looking for this, I was looking in Google for elements like of nail polish to help strengthen my nails. So I was looking for the product because I didn't know the brand or product that was going to help me the most. And then from there, I discovered this, which is Jessica Critical Care. So a little plug there for Jessica Critical Care. So that was after my research. So there's 2 different search items there. The best nail polish for weak nails is classed as our research element of things. And Jessica Critical Care, once I've decided, is a much more high intent keyword behind it. So ideally what we want to do is dominate in both types of keywords so that actually we've got that top of funnel keywords to generate leads. So that top of funnel is that element at the very top here where it's broad. People don't necessarily know what the best product is for them, why they should be using a certain product. And what we're trying to do is get people from that top right the way down to the narrow funnel here, which is taking them down that path to making the call to actions. That's making a purchase or getting in touch with you for the next steps if you're a lead generation business. But we also want to obviously target those highly commercial intent keywords as well, which are going to generate more immediate sales for you. So once you know what your keywords are, so thinking about what somebody's calling your products, what they need to know about your products and services, what you're then going to want to do is go into Google and type in those keywords and see who you're up against. So you understand what you're up against, what websites you're up against, what kind of content they've got, what are their product pages looking like, how is it all shaping up, the quality of the sites, that kind of thing. So with this particular instance, this showed us obviously all the different PPI companies that we were up against with this particular legal lead generation business, what the content looked like, what the opportunities were, where were the gaps in the market for them based on everything that we could see. Now, commercial intent certainly gives you better quality, but you also need to really understand the difference between targeting different audiences to different pages as well, because obviously those commercial intent pages, the likes of your service pages, the product pages, we need to talk to them in a slightly different way. So now, before we move on to how we're going to deal with all that research that we've now got in play, just a little reminder here that if you make a comment, have a question for us, you will be entered into the draw to actually win our very famous How to Get to the Top of Google by leaving that comment or question in the chat. So we've done all that research, we have found the opportunities, then we need to optimize the website. And for this particular business, to be perfectly honest and frank with you, they were nowhere near where they needed to be. So what we actually did here is we targeted tons of different content for them. From looking around and what the competition were up to, we found loads of low-hanging fruit for them as well. So there are things like where people were searching for terms over specific banks, so NatWest PPI, Lloyd's PPI, those kind of elements. They were massive opportunities to them. So what we did there is we built up the content around those different elements. We beefed up the blog post, we fixed on-site errors, we optimized page titles and meta descriptions, and really to show you here with page titles as well. This is some of the lowest hanging fruit that you can get when it comes to SEO. So what we can actually see on this page right now is how businesses would appear in search results. So the blue writing, which the arrows are pointing towards, that is your page title. And your opportunity here with your page title is to literally tell Google what you want every single one of your pages to rank for. So what keywords and phrases, because that's your trigger to tell Google what the content is about on these individual pages. And what we will typically find here is when we're looking at reviews that we do for clients and obviously talking to clients a lot, it is absolutely one of the lowest hanging options for you from a fruit perspective, because we'll see here as well, people have just named them after the pages of the website rather than actually optimized. So we'll even see things like where it says home for the page title, and what that's doing is telling Google that you want to be known for the word home for when anybody's typing that into there. So massive opportunity with your page titles for sure here. This is definitely the lowest hanging fruit for sure. And really just to show you this as well, so if you want to go away and see what your website, what your page titles are right now, the quickest way you can do this is if you hover over your internet browser tab, it will come up with the page title for you and you'll know what it's been set to. What this page title is also doing, it's showing the end user what this page is about as well within the tabs themselves. So certainly absolutely want to make sure that those page titles are taken care of as well. A little note on the meta description. So I'm just going to go back to the previous page for 1 second. So the meta description is the text that you'll see below within the search results. And that's really not about the visibility that you have within Google. What that's about is trying to hook somebody into your website. So it's helping your click-through rate from those search results. So for anybody who's got lots of maybe keywords and phrases where they're appearing towards the middle, the bottom half of page 1 of Google, to really try and get that click-through working hard for you, make sure you've got lots of USPs and benefits in that meta description. You want to stick to about 155 characters for your meta description as well. So from there, we've then got obviously with this particular client, we actually had featured snippets as well. Seemed like a big opportunity for them from the research that we actually pulled together. Now, featured snippets, what you'll know from where you've typed something into Google, where Google is answering a question for you, it's pulling content from a website and presenting it within the search results. So if we think about that example that we talked about earlier, where I was asking about a temperature for a child, what is classed as a temperature for a child, those kind of keywords and phrases, you'll see that snippet towards the top of the page. And with this particular client, we managed to get them featured in around 14 of these featured snippets. And we can see here it's even Google is putting them forward when it's looking for the best PPI company. And for us, what this is saying is Google is saying to the searcher, look, I trust this business. Here is the number one PPI claims company that have all the information you need. So really, really important that if there's an opportunity for that, it's your way to get massive trust factor for sure. And then once we've got all of that in place, so we're correctly bringing in the right audience, we've found all those opportunities, this is where the fun really kicks in. So we've done that research. We're now looking to look at the high quality, high authority coverage. And this is a massive part of what we do here at Exposure Ninja. It is pitching our clients to key publications online to get high quality, authoritative coverage for them. And for us here with this particular client, there were so many different angles that could be taken. We would write these articles in the client's voice and get the placement. But how did we take it to the next level to get them absolutely incredible results? Well, we saw a massive opportunity for this particular client. You may or may not remember there was an ad that went out. There was a massive campaign that went out which had Arnie in it, where it was something like, I won't be back, or I will be back, something along those kind of lines. And it was part of a £46 million ad campaign by the FCA to create awareness of the PP deadline that was approaching. Now, we thought this was insane, to be honest, this kind of level of budget. So what we decided to do was to just see how effective that £46 million had actually been spent. And we ran a survey, and we discovered from running that survey that only 16% of people knew the deadline, despite the FCA spending 46 million on a campaign to make everybody aware of it. So you can see here, what could we possibly do with that information? We went to the press, because the press loves a good survey and study. They are always looking for attention-grabbing headlines, and we had an absolute beauty for them. From this campaign, we managed to secure 224 links from one campaign. So what on earth does this mean? So what do all these links building up, what do they mean? They resulted in things going pretty crazy. That press coverage, what it did is it changed Google's perception of the site and actually increased it dramatically. So their rankings went nuts. Over 14 months, their business literally exploded. They went from a third place to a dominant first place for this industry. The traffic was up 7 times. Their leads were up 10 times in 18 months. It went nuts. And what this meant, as you can see, this beautiful growth chart here, we went from 2 to 4 leads per day to as many as 396 leads per day. And even that 196 leads in a single hour. And that was all as a result of the coverage, those building blocks of SEO that we put in place for this particular client. That meant that it's the other end, we've got the rankings and we've got the visibility for them. So all these incredible wins, you can see here the list of all those keywords and phrases. This was secured by following that process that we know works. So now we're going to move on to an e-commerce study to really hammer home here that these building blocks of SEO are the same regardless of what you're selling, regardless of your industry, your service, your products. It's the principles of SEO. So let's take a little look at this e-commerce business here. So this again is absolutely crazy. We can see here. So this has gone from $300 per day to over $105,000 per day in sales. And I want to be really, really clear here. This does not happen overnight. This took 4 years to get this client into this particular place. But to be totally frank with you, thank goodness, because can you imagine right now sat there, the internal changes you would need to make to own a business based on the movement of these numbers alone. So certainly, obviously, a great steady growth over a period of time, but some fantastic numbers as we get towards the bottom of the campaign. A little side note here, I would always say that with SEO, this does take time. You do have to believe in the process. You have to give faith to the process that in 6 to 12 months time, all of that hard work is going to be rewarded and your business is going to be in a fantastic place as you get towards that time period. So let's deep dive into this one a little bit more now. So with this particular client, what we had to make sure of here is that the pages actually had enough content. So with the homepage, we expanded on this, the category pages, the product pages, as well as actually producing blog posts and research content for them. And what we really thought hard about with this particular business was the different kind of opportunities, again, from that research mode. So looking at the keywords that are available, the competition for those keywords, that kind of thing, and the product pages. And what we actually found was that a lot of people were looking for what would be the best product option for them from a research perspective, because this was fairly new to the market from the likes of a vaping perspective, e-cigarettes perspective. So what we actually created here was in-depth product guides that allowed somebody to compare the different brands of e-cigarettes out there to help them choose which one would be right for them. So that was a really nice opportunity that we found to be able to build content onto the website. And of course, from there as well, what we then want to make sure of is those individual product pages are working hard. They've got all the information somebody needs in order to make the purchase from there. So as we say earlier, Really important to be targeting those top of the funnel and also the bottom of the funnel, so you're getting both sets of leads and they're taken care of for you. So with the content marketing side of this things, we used really creative angles to get coverage for this particular client. You can see here that this one was actually coverage on a tech site, which you may not immediately be thinking, oh, I'd have thought of putting you over on a tech site, but you need to think a little bit out of the box for your opportunities, and thinking in that way is going to make sure that you're building more and more opportunities for your business. And then once we've got this in place, we then move on to the outreach side of things, building up the authority, and enter our friend data survey once again. So we had it with the lead generation business. Now we've done it with the e-commerce business as well. Data outreach, it works. With this particular client, we use the YouGov for this particular survey. And with this one, we managed to achieve 259 links off the back of this survey. So some phenomenal results with that one. Now, you may very well be sat there today thinking, Andrea, seriously, I don't have the cash for YouGov or even Google surveys. Well, don't worry, there's another way of doing this. What you can actually do is actually leverage surveys that other people have done. So for instance, in this one, we've got the Office of National Statistics, if I can even say that. What we found was this particular survey, and then we got the ton of coverage for that survey by offering expert opinion from somebody within the industry to talk about the survey. And what this allows you to do is put a new slant on research that's represented as an industry expert. So there are always going to be opportunities for you. You don't have to run your own survey. You can go and find something and then offering up that expert opinion around what you think of the survey. So there's certainly lots of opportunities for every size business around this kind of element. We also ran with this particular business as well, influencer outreach campaigns, which really, again, helped level it up and take it to where it needs to be. So with this one as well, we worked with the Vaping 360, and they've got 150,000 followers on Facebook. And what this is allowing us to do is tap into those followers. So when we ran a competition with them, we got 38,000 entries, because obviously we have a product here that is with the right kind of obviously influencer outreach. So we've got a lovely match there. People are going to be interested in this product. So we're seeing some fantastic results because, again, relevancy. It's all about making sure you're talking to the right people at the right kind of level. And we can see we've got that double whammy here. We've got the numbers of a hit, 150,000 followers, and we've also got the quality coming back with 38,000 entries as well. So with this particular one, oh my goodness, the traffic, holy moly, this absolutely exploded. But it took time to get to this stage again, really emphasizing here, SEO 6 to 12 months. And you can see this absolutely gorgeous SEO graph right here, the things that dreams are made of from an SEO perspective. But what I would also really like to note here, when we're looking at SEO, what we're doing is we're driving traffic. And traffic will typically have trends as well. So with any campaign over the course of a really long period of time, there will always be natural dips with that traffic. And that will be the same for your business as well. So it's important that you're aware of where there may be dips in traffic. You don't need to panic. It's not because the campaign isn't working. It's just the natural trend for it, for sure. So what happened here? What are those results over that 4-year period? So we've got over 4 years from $300 per day to over $105,000 per day. So $3 million a month. And this was using that same process: research, optimize, content marketing. Absolutely got to know all of those elements and get yourself planned. So that's the e-commerce side of the business. So what can this mean for you today? So how are you going to take this away, and what are the next steps going to be for you? What we would always say is you want to prioritize SEO. It can literally transform your business. Find those opportunities. That's what is unique to you and your business. The process is exactly the same. It's finding the opportunities within your market that's going to be different for you to everybody else. The website optimization, put all that wonderful information you found out about, put it to good use, build out your content, build out your authority from there. That's what's really the basic principles of any SEO. But what I would absolutely say here is Don't try and do it all yourself, because that would be crazy. To give you really an idea here, with one of our campaigns at Exposure Ninja, if we are looking SEO, content marketing, we have at least 6 ninjas involved in your campaign. And that's because they're dedicated experts, and really the dedicated experts because of the skill sets required within those individual departments. So somebody who is a creative writer will have a completely different skill set to someone looking at technical SEO. So you'll know what your skill levels are, and obviously you literally, it's impossible for one person to be able to do everything. I think out of our number of years of working here, we've only ever found somebody who's got 2 skill sets to be able to deliver things. So it's really, really important that you look for help where you know you need it. Now get ready, because we have got some QR codes coming up here with lots of freebies for you. So screenshot them for later if you've not got a chance to look at this now. So that the first real step for you guys is, if you would like myself or one of the team here to look at your website for you, give you an overview of the opportunities within your website, within your market right now, you can see for yourself, hit the QR code, and we'll put that review together for you, that free digital marketing review. Now, if you've already had a review from us, what you can do is, if you're looking to take your business to the next level, you can book a catch-up call using this QR code here. And what we'll do in that catch-up call is find out how things have been going for you since the review. We'll look at some opportunities for you from there. We've also got the opportunity here that obviously we've got the competition running at this moment in time to win our famous How to Get to the Top of Google book. But if you can't wait for that now and you want to get started, you're eager, ready to go, hit this screenshot right now and you can download a copy of it for free right now. And then from there, what we have got is also, we've created just for you guys here today. You're ready, you're raring to go. There is a 90-minute marketing master plan here. This is a template that is going to allow you to prioritize SEO for your own business. So you can follow this template, this approach that we have here for your own business. And I can't see you all. Hopefully I'll be able to see you very shortly. If you've got any questions or comments, we can go through those now for you.
Absolutely fantastic. Honestly, that was super insightful. I'm really, honestly, so grateful for you to come on and sharing with everyone the kind of stuff that's possible with digital marketing and just how much revenue can increase. As Andrea said, we are going to take some questions now, and I've got a few bookmarked up. So again, if you want an opportunity to win a copy of all of these books, now is your opportunity to do so. So just drop your question in now, and we'll do a prize draw for that in just a few minutes. So the first couple of questions I've got are actually not to do with this particular talk, but this person's in San Diego, so it must be really early right now. Will this stay recorded on the channel to watch later? Yes, the intention is that this will be immediately available afterwards on our YouTube channel, so you have to be subscribed. So make sure that if you are watching us, you do hit subscribe right now, and then you'll be able to come back and see that later. But because it's going to be a long video, because this is going to be a pretty long day, it may take a few hours for that to actually go live. So yeah, make sure you do hit subscribe and you'll see that. We also have somebody asking about the conversion rate optimization course, which is available to everyone who has registered for today's event. You can go to exposureninja.com/dominate-watch and you'll find access to all of those freebies if you haven't got them already. You can, if you're having a problem with the payment info, you can message me personally at dale@exposureninja.com and I'll get you sorted out with that code, or I can just sign you up directly using your email address. But in terms of questions about this talk, Jamie's asking that when you were looking, there was a slide you had of the search bar, which is from looking for, I can't remember what the search term was, but there was like a little flag in there with some numbers and a monetary figure. That I took that screenshot myself. That is a tool called Keywords Everywhere, which you can use on Chrome on pretty much every device. And it will tell you how much search volume there is for a search term. So, for example, I can't show you an example right now. Let's make that go away. Yeah, you can do a search in Google and it will tell you how many searches there are on average for that search term or phrase or query in a given month. It is a paid tool. I think you do get like a limited free plan, but there is a paid tool, a paid aspect of it, and you get like all of that data. And the monetary value is how much is the cost per click. So how much that search query, how much it would cost you to rank at the top as an ad. Yeah, cool. So a question from Ryan for you. So do Google reviews increase Google rank? I've set up my business on Google Maps, but I don't have a physical location, so I won't be showing up on local search. But should I still get Google reviews?
Yes. if you are local business, then absolutely. Google reviews Google's using that to when somebody's looking for, so like a carpet fitter in Nottingham or a carpet store in Nottingham, Google's using that as credibility for who it can trust. So if it knows it's got like lots of reviews on, like local carpet fitters, then it's going to put you hopefully in that map alongside other things. So certainly for local businesses, that is important to think about.
Yeah, absolutely. Google My Business, whether you're a B2B company or B2C, if you're a D2C e-commerce, it doesn't really matter. I would still try and acquire reviews on your Google business profile, just because people do those kinds of checks. They want to see that you're a real company. And that's just a small social trigger, psychological trigger that'll make people more likely to convert with you. But yes, it does have an SEO impact as well, because you just look more trustworthy to Google.
Absolutely. And I think sorry, Dale, that e-commerce, the lead generation side of things, like we will always recommend. It doesn't need to be Google reviews. It can just be reviews of any sort, because as you say, it's building up the credibility of the business. You're adding social proof to your website to say, like, look how popular I am. Everybody's got all these products, these services, and are getting the results that they want. So absolutely. It doesn't need to be Google though for any kind of, it's more localized that we want to be looking at Google.
So the next question we have is from Emily, and Emily wants to know, what's the best way to encourage Google to give you a featured snippet? Thank you.
I would say with a featured snippet, we want to be thinking about, look for your opportunity, find your opportunity there, because what you don't want to do is if you would, I always look at this as like from a recipe perspective, like I'm constantly in Google, like looking at recipes and things like that. And the one that always comes up is BBC. Because Google knows straight away that BBC is an authority. It can trust BBC because of its authority, all those links that it's got, and also it has the right content. So we absolutely need the right content, the right opportunity, but also thinking about as an author, I'm not sure what business you are or quite what industry you're in, but thinking about the authority of the author side of things. So if you're writing things about medical and you're a doctor, you've got more chance of getting up there because Google can see you're an authority on it. I don't know whether you've got more detail on featured snippets that you could run through, Dale, as to how you can get through there, but it feels like it's the basics of SEO and finding the right opportunity.
Yeah, markup plays a big part of it. So things like, do you use a bullet point system in your content? Is it numbered system? So for example, if I'm searching for how to do keyword research, a featured snippet for that might be a 1 to 10 step process of how to do it. So if you mark up your content properly, thinking, okay, if I was doing that search, what would be the best format for me to see it in, and make sure you write it in that way, and then mark it up in that way as well. So make sure that your use of HTML is good. It's a very basic thing. It's normally taken care of with a lot of WordPress, but it's always worth just double checking. A lot of CRMs like WordPress, CMSs, not CRMs. So many abbreviations.
PPC, but yeah, PPI, I can't get that. I can't get my head around that.
I know. Yeah. So that was the feature snippet one. So Dean, you got a question about the entry-level monthly cost to work with Exposure Ninja. That's really going to be dependent on the number of services that you had. So I don't know if there's like a baseline we can really say, but I would certainly suggest just go and request a marketing review, and you submit your website there and give us as much information about your business, and we will give as many recommendations as we can to suit your business model and revenue stream.
Definitely. If you're worried about the drop us an email as well. So just drop me an email, andrea@exposureninja.com right here. If you're worried about the entry level of side of things, and I can just look at your website and give you a bit of a feel if you want like a minimum value from there as well. So that's not a problem either.
Super. So another question from this one from Steve. I'm a photographer and struggling with the balance in creating a highly visual website with the need for site speed performance. Do you have any tips here? Andrew, do you have any, or would you like me to grab this one?
I mean, yeah, content has got to be king from an SEO perspective in order to be found, because as long as it looks pretty, that's great. So there are always, you know, when you look at sleek modern design websites now, there are always going to be elements of making it look fantastic. You know, you've got that big imagery you can use in that main above the fold section, you know, as someone's landing on your website to really showcase what you've got. You can add in, you know, like pages that are dedicated for people to see, you know, certain highlights. I don't know, what did you say it was a wedding photographer? Sorry, Dale, or just a photographer generally?
Just photographer generally.
Generally, okay. So yeah, so I would just, you know, if you've got like those pages dedicated to the imagery that people can see, you know, portfolio pages, that kind of thing, there are going to be ways and means about it. But I know that you're hot on this kind of subject, so you certainly may have some better suggestions.
Yeah, so this is really dependent on which content management system you're using. If you're using WordPress, there's more flexibility in how you can improve your page speed, stuff like that. Whereas if you're using something like Squarespace, you're really limited for options. There might not be anything you can do at all. One of the most simple things when it comes to photography is that you are compressing your images. So there are various tools and plugins you can use to accomplish that. Some that just plug directly into your CMS, like WordPress. Or you can just make sure you are compressing well. Like there are a couple of different ways, like lossy and lossless. And I'm sure if you Google those terms, somebody has written a great piece of content that ranks at the top of Google, and they will help you understand what that means. But it means that basically you don't lose too much image quality in order to compress the image. And you can do that whilst you're in Lightroom or Photoshop or whatever it is you're doing. And then that's just like the one step you can do. There's so much more there is to it, more to it. And if you search on YouTube Exposure Ninja page speed or site speed or just speed, Exposure Ninja speed, you should see a video or two about that subject, in which Tim can give you a bit more insight than we have time for here. So make sure you do go have a little search for that. We've then got a question from Phil. What was the single most important factor or action that enabled you to achieve such phenomenal traffic growth? I'm not sure which particular case study that was, but perhaps there's a single unifying most important factor that you would choose, Andrew.
Do you know what? I really wouldn't say. It's so difficult because it's one of those where people are like, oh, it's the survey, it's the outreach that's done it, and it's, yeah, absolutely, but that wouldn't have happened if we didn't have the right content on the website to begin with. So if you're looking at the single most important thing, I would say personally, it's the research and finding your opportunities, because if you don't find the right opportunities, do the right research, find those gaps in the market for yourself, then you're never going to cut through. So it has to begin with the right level of research. We get this quite a lot where people are like, well, I just want outreach and that's going to help me, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yep, but if we're not targeting the right keywords and phrases to bring in the right qualified audience to you, it's never going to work. You're never going to bring that right audience through. So I would say, if we're looking to pin down one, you have to get your research right first, because otherwise you're never going to be targeting the right people.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's so many considerations with digital marketing, whether you're doing SEO or content marketing or digital PR, PPC, social media, organic social media, paid social media. Your website has to be fully optimized, or the content you put out through any of those channels needs to be optimized for how your potential customer is thinking, what kind of funnel they go through from initial discovery to going into the end of your funnel and completing the sale. So that's kind of the first place. I agree there fully. But then, yeah, content is huge. And then if we're talking SEO specifically, it's the links. So make sure you've got the good content, it's optimized well, and then you're earning good quality links, not just any links. We still got time for a couple more questions. So we have VisiSoft saying, you talked about linking. How does internal linking matter to your SEO strategy?
I'm going to leave you with that one, Dale. You'll be better explaining that than me. Right. Oh my goodness, I'll go around in circles. I think you do that one.
No, that's absolutely fine. So if you think of your website like a spider's web, you basically need everything to be linked up, and you can use those internal links to connect all the different pages, especially when there's where the subjects are related. I'm just smashing my microphones down there. So if you've got, let's say, keyword research, if you have an article called "What is Keyword Research," you would then link that to another piece called "How to Do Keyword Research," or another piece called "Search Intent." And by linking to each of those, you're telling Google that they are related to each other. And if one of those pages does perform well and ranks well and earns lots of backlinks, for example, like let's say we had a "How to Do Keyword Research like a Pro" blog post on our website, if that earns backlinks, you can then use your internal links within that page to link to your "What is keyword research" or "What is search intent," and send some of that earned link authority through to those other pages. So you might have a high performer who gets 99% of your links. Make sure that link equity, as I prefer to call it, or link juice, in the direction of those other related pieces, and not just anything. It has to be related to the subject matter. It can't be keyword research linking to how to do PPC, because it doesn't really tie in. Well, maybe that does, because you need to do keyword research for BBC as well. But let's say how to do digital PR, maybe the two things aren't closely related. We've got one more question, and then I'm going to do the prize draw for a copy of our books, and then it'll be time to prepare for our next talk. So our last question will be, how long does it take for SEO investment to become profitable? So 4 years in the case of that case study is a lot.
Yeah, it is. They were profitable a lot earlier than the 4 years, though. So it's just that those results to the 3 million per month mark took 4 years to get fully to those kind of results. This depends an awful lot on the product, the service, the value of your product, your average order value, the conversion of your website. So these principles here, if we think about SEO, what SEO is to drive traffic into your website. That's what SEO is if we're looking at it in its absolutely most basic form. We have to have all the other elements in place. So if you don't have a product with a high enough value, don't have a big enough average order value, you don't have a big enough conversion rate, these are all things that are going to impact the ROI on what's coming in from that traffic overall. So it's different for every single business depending on where they're starting from and what they actually have from an offering perspective. What we will say is that, as I say, to see results, the great results coming through from a traffic perspective will take 6 to 12 months, as that's what we're looking to be achieving with our clients and our campaigns here.
Super. Thank you ever so much for a fantastic talk and for addressing those questions, Andrea. I'm just very quickly going to do the prize draw. In the meantime, whilst I'm doing that, we do have another talk coming up in just a few moments, in about 5 minutes time. We're going to be talking about how high performing websites make visitors buy. That's going to be with Nick Jacob, one of our marketing consultants. Again, that's at 5 past 10. I've put 5 past 11 here because I'm not paying attention. I'll have to fix that up.
The clocks do go forward though.
That's what it is. Maxime, congratulations. You've won a copy of all of our paper books. So all you have to do is just email me at dale@exposureninja.com and I will get those posted out to you just as soon as possible. And again, thank you very much, Andrea, for sharing your insights with us. I'm now going to steal the camera back and start getting everything sorted for the next stream. So bear with us just a few minutes to get set up with the next talk, and we'll be right back. Hello, it's me once again. So about 5 minutes out from our next talk, but we do have a lot more coming your way today. So I've put this lovely graphic up. So we've just had from $562 to $3 million in sales per month, just at the top here. We're next up going to have how high-performing websites make visitors buy. Then we're going to have a couple of roundtables throughout the day too. So we have digital marketing for boring businesses. And then we're going to have another talk, which is how to get featured by well-respected websites. Then it's how to workshop your landing pages to sell more. Another roundtable with Jess Purcell from our marketing team. We're going to be talking about how to create a digital marketing strategy in 2022. Then another presentation, this time with Wayne Durana, is going to be talking about how to spy on your competitors' digital marketing. And finally, our keynote with our founder and CEO, Tim Cameron Kitchen, is going to be talking about the lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses, as well as the last 10 years in digital marketing, which is going to be really insightful. I've seen it, I had a little sneaky peek, and it's probably the one I look forward to the most. These are some great talks, but Tim has got some insights that you're really going to learn a lot from. But before we get there, just a reminder that if you want to see more live streams, so we do every 3 weeks, we do a live website review. So we pick a couple of websites and we discuss how they can improve their ranking, their sales, their conversion rate, all that kind of jazz. We also do another one called Fix or Rebuild, which is really fast paced. And we just talk about whether a website needs to be fixed up to increase its conversion rate or whether it needs to be rebuilt from scratch. That's probably my favorite of the bunch. Then we also have some other webinar style presentations every couple of weeks as well. Some more recent ones are how to increase your conversions using email automation, as well as how to improve your conversion rate using split testing. So there's many more of those to come every Friday, 1 p.m. And hey, if you love it enough, we might even increase it to 2 or 3 live streams a week. It really depends how many subscribers we get for this channel, of which we have about 25 right now. So if you haven't subscribed to our brand new live stream channel, hop across to YouTube if you're not there already. And just hit that subscribe button as well as the bell so you get notifications about every future live stream. But that's not the only way you can keep up with our content. You can, I've just pressed the wrong button. You can follow us using Dominate 2022's hashtag, so make sure you do use that throughout the day. Take a screenshot right now. Let me just pose for you. Okay, there you go. You can have that and then share that on social media, and I will pick a couple of people who use the hashtag throughout the day to send a couple of our paper book copies of these books to. As always, with every talk, any questions you have, do drop them in the chat, but we're going to answer them all at the end. There'll be some audience participation. I'd love to keep telling us where you're watching from, if you're enjoying the presentation. But if you have any questions, drop them in and we'll answer at the end. And there'll be a prize draw. The last winner was Maxine. And then also you can subscribe to our main YouTube channel where we have a weekly video, sometimes 2 or 3 videos in a week, where we talk about how you can do digital marketing, how you can do SEO, and so on. And we also have a podcast which has the same kinds of themes. You can go to explosionninja.com/podcast to listen to those. Again, weekly episodes, maybe twice weekly sometime soon. We also have a lot of blog posts full of really insightful actionable marketing tips and tricks written by Jess Purcell from our marketing team. So we have more recent articles are 20 B2B lead generation ideas you probably haven't tried yet, how to build backlinks for boring businesses. So if you're in logistics or manufacturing, stuff like that, industrial verticals, and you think that you can't do digital marketing, exciting digital marketing, then these are the kinds of articles for you. We then have our weekly newsletter. So one goes out from Tim every week, just gives you a little bit of insight into how to do digital marketing like our agency does. We also have a new Slack community opening soon. So I just started making that last night / this morning, so it's not quite ready for you yet, but if you'd like to sign up for that and just have somewhere to chat about digital marketing, you can do so by going to explosionninja.com/Slack, and you'll be able to sign up there. We have a Telegram channel as well, so that's just for notifications to let you know when our latest blog posts, videos, podcasts will go out. And we're on to our next talk, which is going to be how high-performing websites make visitors buy. And for that, I'm going to be joined by Nick Jacob. Hello, Nick Jacob.
Hello.
Welcome to the stream.
Hello. We're currently having some issues with how that is being shown. Let's go into present view. There we go.
Do not worry. We've got you covered if you need us to.
Cool. Well, hello, everyone. Yeah, great to be here today. Really enjoying Dominate so far. Absolutely smashing it.
Awesome. It's been great fun so far. The best part is everybody dropping their comments into the chat. So make sure you do leave your questions or just chat generally, and you have an opportunity to win all of our books. It'd be lovely to know where you're watching from as well, because I always love to see which parts of the world people are visiting from. So we have San Diego earlier this morning, but we also have all parts of every continent dropping in. So do drop your comment into the chat right now. That's an order. But now we're going to be talking about how high-performing websites make visitors buy. But before that, just a reminder, do leave your questions in the chat. We will catch them and answer them all at the end in the last like 5-10 minutes. So again, you'll be entered into a prize draw for that. So don't miss that opportunity to get a copy of all of our paper books sent direct to your home or business address if you prefer. Nick, I believe it's over to you if you want to take us through today's goal and the rest of your presentation.
Cool. Fantastic. Thank you, Dale. So hello, everyone. My name is Nick. And my whole goal for today's session is to essentially help every single person who is watching today, whether that's live or, watching it maybe on a pre-recorded, is to help you to make sure that your website isn't just essentially a passive brochure that just sits there and it doesn't generate any leads. It might generate some traffic, but it's not resulting in leads or sales. Now, the best thing about all these strategies in which I'm going to be talking about today is these can help you with whatever stage of business you might be in, whether you're established, maybe you are a complete startup, you could be in e-com, you could be in lead generation, or you could even be a blog website. There's a lot of different sort of strategies and tricks I'm going to be providing you with on ways just to increase that efficiency of any marketing in which you're running. Before we dive into that, though, I would just like to give you a bit of a background into who I am, a bit of a recap into who we are here at Exposure Ninja. So essentially, what I should be saying today should be giving you into that good guidance. So, a bit of a background into who I am. So, I'm a marketing consultant at Exposure Ninja. And you might be asking, what does a marketing consultant do? Well, essentially, if you request one of our world famous websites and digital marketing reviews, which if you haven't done already, you 100% should, there's quite a high chance I might be one of the people recording that on the other side of it, or you might alternatively get one of my fantastic colleagues that you're going to be seeing a lot of throughout today as well. After that process, if businesses then want to learn more about Exposure Ninja, we jump on a consultation call to discuss things in more detail, understand where you're at, ultimately where you're looking to get to. And after that, we then speak and put together a really detailed digital marketing plan outlining what we're going to be exploring to help you hit those goals. A bit of a background into me as well. I've been in digital marketing for 7 years. I've worked with multiple high revenue businesses and I've recorded over 500 of these website and digital marketing reviews. Bit more of a background into Exposure Ninja, especially if this is your first time tuning in and you're like, well, who are these amazing people who are recording all these webinars and great content? We are a fully remote digital marketing agency and have been for the past 8 years. We have our best-selling books, How to Get to the Top of Google. We've won multiple industry awards and have over 400 or 500 different reviews across multiple different platforms with an average star rating of 4.8. Over the span of 6 years, we've also grown our team from 5 ninjas to over 107. We've sent our reviews to over 20,000 different businesses. And with all these things taken into consideration, I think it's fair to say that when it comes to the topic of conversion rate optimization or generating sales and leads for a website, we definitely know our stuff. So I want to give you a bit of a background into a few of the things in which we're going to be covering today. And the first is Ninja style conversion rate optimization. So I want to give you a bit of an overview into exactly what this is, why it's fundamentally so incredibly important for businesses. And then I'm going to provide you with 4 practical ways you can increase the number of leads your website is generating from all that existing traffic which you might be running. And the great thing about this as well is it's also going to best position your site for any new traffic you start to generate as you begin to ramp up any longer term traffic driving digital marketing campaigns. And then finally, today, we're going to round off this webinar by taking a look, answering any questions in which you might have and providing you with some free steps in which you can take to really get things to that next level. So a bit more of a background when it comes to generating revenue for our clients. This is definitely something in which we have a lot of experience with. As you saw in the previous talk with my fantastic colleague, Andrea, she went through a lot of different case studies. Now, this is, again, a bit of a snapshot from that. And you can see that essentially when we first started working in this business in 2016, the growth was flat. It was incredibly static and not really too much was going on. And essentially we see this sort of business and we think, okay, what do we need to do to get it to those top points to where they're generating, around $3 million on a monthly basis? And this also just works for lead generation websites as well. It's not purely just for e-commerce. As you saw in the previous session Andrea did, we've taken lead generation websites from 36 leads per month to over 400 leads per day. And again, that is not a typo, 36 leads per month, growing that to over 400 leads per day. So absolutely ludicrous results. So this is why this stuff is super, super, super important. And I want you to imagine for a second, essentially, you can see this website on the screen. What do you think happens if we send 1,000 people back across this website? So have that question in your head. I'm going to provide you a bit more of a bit of a look into what this could look like. But essentially, when I take a look at this website, there's a few things that come to mind straight away. And it's important to note as well, I've got no affiliation with this website, but based on my understanding with conversion rate optimization following, Exposure Ninja's frameworks, there's a few things in which I'd say here. I would say that maybe they likely went a little bit over budget with the design elements in which they have. I would say they probably have some, what we in the industry call multiple decision makers on the client side. So essentially too many chefs spoiling the soup, that old saying. But what I would also say when I take a look at this website is that I think there's quite a big chance that this website doesn't generate too many leads or sales. And so my goal by the end of this session is to make sure that you can look at a website similar to this, similar to how I'm doing now, whether it's your own website, the company you work for, maybe even your competitor's website, maybe your grand's website, or maybe even your kid's website, and you'll be able to diagnose and implement solutions to increase the amount of leads and sales which are being generated. So let's look at this from a really practical standpoint then, and imagining that website we just looked at. 1,000 people are going to visit that website. Now, out of 1,000 people, we then fall into two separate groups. We have 99% of the people that leave the site without doing anything at all. So they come across, have a little bit of a look around, have a little bit of a nosy through the various different pages, and then they leave. So that's 99%, the biggest portion. Then we also have a small portion of this, the 1% of people that come across the website and take an action. So that would essentially give us 10 people converting on the site out of 1,000. And that would give the website a conversion rate of 1%. And you might be looking at these numbers right now and thinking in the back of your mind, okay, Nick, these numbers, a little bit wasteful. There's a lot of sort of low-hanging fruit opportunities here, because how on earth can a business in this position profitably run paid advertising or search engine optimization campaigns if a huge amount of the traffic which is coming across is being wasted? And to be really, really brutal to every person watching this, and it is a bit of a sad truth, for some businesses, a 1% conversion rate would actually be a little bit of an improvement into what they might be seeing before. And in fact, most of the websites or businesses which submit their websites for reviews in our review process, I typically see conversion rates of anything less than 1%. So if you're currently in this situation and this is all hitting a little bit close to home and you're thinking, oh, yeah, I've got a bit of a low conversion rate as well, then fear not, because that is exactly what this webinar is designed to do. And if you are in one of those businesses, which is, smashing their conversion rate out of the park, you're on +2, +3, +4, +5, whatever it might be, you should always view increasing your conversion rates as an ongoing process. You want to move that needle up over time, because again, it's going to increase the efficiency of any marketing campaigns in which you're running. So let's take a look at a very different type of page. Now, some of you might be familiar with this. If you're not, definitely head over to the Exposure Ninja website, request a review. But this is essentially what you will see. This is our website and digital marketing review page. And to be really transparent, this is one of the most important pages for the Exposure Ninja business. In fact, we built our business back off the success of this page, and that really is no exaggeration at all. And what do you think would happen if we threw 1,000 people at a page like this? What do you think the conversion rates might be? How many people are going to be converting on the site to learn more about Exposure Ninja, and how many people are going to jump off? Now, if we take a look at the numbers, we of course still have two groups, because the reality is traffic coming back to the site, it's not always going to convert. There's always going to be people who come across the website, they might not be your match target audience, and they're going to leave. It's just the reality of the situation. If you have a website that converts at 100%, fantastic. I'd love to take a look what it is. Drop me an email. But by that context, when we look at the actual data, the Explosion Engine Marketing Review landing page has a 36.47% conversion rate, which is absolutely phenomenal. So 365 people are being generated as leads from those 1,000 people. And of course, we still have the people who bounce off and don't convert. So really, really exciting. And that just highlights just how impactful these sort of strategies can be. And again, if we just look in contrast to those two different pages, so the one I showed you as an example, 1,000 visitors are going across to both those sites. One gets 365 leads, the other gets 10. And that essentially affords the business on the left all these different sorts of privileges. It can pay for more ads, it can grow its team, it can scale up its processes faster, and it can really just put you into a position where you're able to reinvest harder back into your marketing to scale things to those next levels. So I want to play a little bit of a game with the people in the chat at this moment in time. So if you are currently watching, make sure you get involved here. Okay, on the left-hand side of the screen, so this one here, we're going to be calling this website A. And on the right-hand side of the screen, this is website B. Okay, got it? Cool. So both of these sites sell survey softwares for marketing agencies and have really, really similar offerings. So I want to ask everyone in the chat to do a little bit of a vote. Based on what you can see on the screen, looking at these two different websites, which one do you think has the best product? Is it website A on the left or website B? Let's take a look at the chat. Hopefully we'll have some people commenting.
Indeed, let's just have a little look and I'll see how many I can tally up. So, right-hand side says put that as a B. That's 1.
That's definitely a B, yeah.
Oh my god, I had just 15 different comments just come through at the same time.
Yeah,
B.
I came pretty fast.
B.
Okay.
B.
No. Very interesting. Okay, cool. So, okay, we're all pretty much agreeing with the same thing. And I'd have to say as well, there must be some people who tune into the webinars very frequently here. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's look at the same example again. Website A is on the left. Website B is on the right again. Which one do you think has better customer service, B or A? Let's keep them going. Cool. It's looking like a lot of B's again. Lots of B's firing off in the chat.
I can't keep up. There's so many. Oh, great.
Cool.
Great digital saying I might change
to
A. Fascinating.
Interesting. Well, I wonder why that is. Let us know why that is, Grape Digital, in the comments. It'd be good to get your thoughts on it. Okay, so again, we're seeing a lot of B's there. We're seeing a lot of B's. Okay, cool.
Very. That's the singular A that I found.
Okay, cool. Let's do another one then. So, which one do you think is going to pay their staff better? Is it going to be website B, or is it going to be website B for the website on the right, A for the website on the left? Although I think it's pointing different ways when I do that. Jamie, they're going to hit us with something now. Oof. You might be in for a surprise, Jamie. Stay tuned. Okay, cool. Seeing a lot of B's again. Okay, my final question for everyone regarding these sites. Okay, based on what we can see on the screen, which website or which business would you say has cleaner staff toilets? Bit of a weird question, but what would you think there, looking at these two websites? Cleaner staff toilets, website B or website A?
Where is this going, Nick?
It's just a question. It's just a question for the chat. Cool. So we're seeing B's. All right, fascinating. Okay, cool. So as Jamie pointed out, there was a little bit of a question behind this. So the reality is, this is actually a before and after of the website. So website A on the left-hand side, that was the original website, and website B was a redesign in which we did for this client. And you might be wondering what the point behind this is, and I'm going to get to that, don't worry. But for the cost of a website rebuild, this business has just persuaded you on a multiple number of different factors. They persuaded you that you've got a better product, better customer satisfaction, better staff pay, and even the fact that they've got cleaner toilets. And if they're able to do that with, having all these sort of conversion rate optimization principles in place, it tells us a few things. It tells us that you're all horrendously judgmental people. But it's okay. It's absolutely fine. There's that old saying, don't judge a book by a cover or anything like that. But the reality is we all do it. We all do it in every day of our lives, whether we're looking at websites, products online, and that's fine. It's fine. And every day people are judging aspects of your business. And the reality is people don't have much else to go on when they're looking at your site. So we need to make sure the first impression is always going to matter. So hopefully that gives you a really good idea into why this stuff is incredibly important. And some of the recommendations we're going to be looking through today, they're just, they're going to seem obvious, some of them. And they're also going to seem just incredibly logical. However, just because they are logical doesn't mean that they don't make sense and you shouldn't be doing them as well. Human beings in general aren't necessarily the most logical beings, and many website developers might spend their lives fighting this sort of obvious. And as we'll see in later some examples, some really beautiful websites and expensive websites miss these things, and performance does suffer as a result. And again, this all comes down to conversion rate optimization. And our recommendation or our definition for this is tweaking the layout, instructions, and messaging on your website so the visitors do what you want them to do. And again, these principles can work in whatever marketplace, niche, industry in which you're working in. And it all comes down to, we want to make humans do more things and take more actions on your website. So let's dive into it then. And the first thing I want to talk about is using credibility triggers on your website to your advantage. Now, you might remember early on in this presentation, I took you through a little bit of a background into who Exposure Ninja was. I told you that we were Google and Meta partners. We'd won multiple different industry awards and have over 500 different reviews across multiple platforms. Hopefully, after hearing that, you probably thought, okay, these guys might know a little bit about digital marketing and what we need to have on websites to get them to convert. Now, this works in a really similar process. It is a bit of a painful truth, but all business owners or web managers out there, if we don't give visitors a reason to believe what you do is good, they won't believe what you do is good. And it really is just as simple as that. Now, let's take a little bit of an example here, looking around my desk for some example stuff. Okay, headphones. We've got headphones, in-ear headphones, which I'm wearing right now as well. Let's say that I go across to a website and I type it in. I've got £100 budget to buy some new headphones because mine are knackered. They're just completely dying on me. So I type it into Google. I see two different Google shopping ads. I click on one, loads up one tab, click on the other, loads up the other. So I go across the first site. There's no credibility. There's no reviews on those product pages. There's no reviews from platforms such as Trustpilot. And I'm thinking, okay, it's got the product I need, but there's not really any of this credibility triggers there. There's nothing really putting my mind at ease and giving me a good reason into why I should convert. So I keep that tab open because, everyone's always got thousands of tabs open, let's be very serious. And I click across to the second website. Now on this website, they've got the exact same product. I would even say maybe, the product is £5, £10, slightly more expensive. But on this site as well, they have credibility. They have site-wide reviews showcasing that 1,000 people have bought on this website and had a fantastic customer experience. They've got so many reviews on the product pages showing that it was shipped on time, it was delivered fantastically, and there was no issues with that sort of process. And I think even if, that second website, even if it was slightly higher ticket product, but it was the same product, and you probably will agree with this as well, you're probably going to be more likely to actually purchase from that second website, because the reality is if you can see that people have been through that purchase process before, you have that credibility in place, you're going to be more likely to make a purchase. And the good thing about this as well is it works with lead generation websites too. It's not just for e-commerce websites. I've got a really, really good practical example for you here, actually. So the other day, my car failed its MOT, right? So I took it to a garage and it failed. I knew it was going to fail because it was a complete banger and it's it's been around for a little bit of a while. So it failed, and the garage I went to quoted me 1,200 quid to get it fixed. 1,200 quid. Not for the car I drive. No way. So I took it to a second mechanic and I wanted to get a second quote. And the first thing I did was type this into Google: car repair Nottingham. I need to get this fixed. And again, you have to think at this point, I know nothing about the websites I'm looking at. The only thing I have to go for this point is credibility through the use of Google My Business reviews. So the website and the actual service provider I went with was due to the fact they had this huge amount of credibility on the website. They had a 4.8 star rating, had over 150 reviews, local in my area. And this is really my point. Business I knew nothing about completely converted me into a paying customer, purely based on the fact that they had so much more credibility on their website as to all the other competitors I was looking at there. And that really can be one of those parameters for social proof and a trustworthy business. How many other people have had that fantastic experience with them before? And if you're actually asking, did they end up fixing my car? Yes, they absolutely did. It's now back on road, and it cost me a grand total of £150 to get it fixed and back through its MOT. So I probably won't be using the initial person I went to for that first MOT. So with that taken into consideration, let's take a look at some lead generation websites that use credibility to its advantage really well. So this is the National Accident Helpline. You might be familiar with it. Hopefully you're only familiar with it if you know their marketing and not because you needed to use their service. But the moment we come across this site, especially on the mobile view, we have a huge amount of credibility triggers. So we've got a clean looking logo, really nice contact information, so we can see when they're open. We can call them along the top of the page. A really clear benefits positioning statement text. So National Accident Helpline is the UK's leading provider of personal injury advice, services and support. Every day we help hundreds of people who have been injured in accidents. You can see really clearly there what we're doing with the language as well. We're showcasing that they've helped hundreds of other people. We can also see as well, we have the credibility from Trustpilot. Excellent 4.7 star rating, 19,980 reviews. We've also got a call to action of speak to us now on 0800 047 3131 or request a callback, and we can go through that process. And then further down as well, we have 3 of their key selling points, which they have identified are important to people who come across their website and need to convert. It's supportive. Every day we help hundreds of people. Experienced over 26 years of service, and trusted, rated excellent by thousands on Trustpilot. And this sort of credibility likely would mean that this page is going to be able to convert and generate them a huge amount of leads. And this can really be a gold standard of what it comes to when we're looking at websites like this. So if you're lacking on third-party credibility, maybe call centers or customer service numbers in which people can dial up whenever, fret not, because you can also have additional credibility triggers within the language of your site. Now, here's another really good example site, and this is actually for a fitness camp, which is run by a gentleman called Bill Phillips. Now, if you're not familiar with who he is, he's actually a pioneer in the use of before and after photos, or essentially marketing in the weight loss space. And he actually wrote a book called Body for Life and a creative supplement business called EAS, and both were heavily marketed using these before and after photos. Now, even though this website page might not be the prettiest, and I'm sure we would absolutely tear it down in our ongoing website digital marketing reviews and our weekly webinars, he actually sold this business for $160 million. And essentially, he's using credibility triggers on steroids, no pun intended there. And I just want to give you a bit of example into this by reading the first paragraph. So, at age 50, Tim Halloran, a fireman in California, is now in the best shape of his life. In the 12 weeks following camp, Tim went from 21% to 9% body fat while dropping 30 pounds on the scale. He has completely transformed his heart health, and his doctor could not be happy. Tim credits this simple yet effective 25 minutes workout, thought at camp, the balanced nutrition, and the online peer support community as a huge part of its success. So what are we doing here essentially? We're using case studies. We're showing people who might be in that pain process of the before. They understand they want to change and they want to get to that after space. And we're using case studies here to our advantage to highlight that. And you can also use this as well with lead generation businesses or B2B businesses, for example. If you work in sort of very high-end space and you might not have the biggest amount of sort of third-party reviews on your site, but showing case studies where you've taken people in that position where they need help, you've solved it and taken them through that process. It's a fantastic way of building up that credibility. So another thing I want to talk about is making sure that, again, maybe if you're in the B2B space, and again, it's hard to get those third-party reviews, you also have some other ways to have those credibility triggers on the site. So another thing you can explore is actually showcasing some of the logos of the companies in which you work with. And this example site, which we can see on the screen here, this is for an AV client of ours. And they had all these great clients in which they've been working with, as we can see running down the bottom here, but they really weren't telling anyone about it with their initial website. So essentially what we needed to do was put them in front and center on their website when we went through the rebuild process. And the great thing about this is in its first month, they actually converted at over 6%. And this was more than triple of what the old website did. So to summarize this section, credibility, super important on your website. Having those credibility triggers is really important. There's lots of different routes in which you can explore, but the fundamental thing is if you're leaving these on the table, and your competitors are definitely doing this as well, you're going to be leaving some leads on the table. So The second way I want to discuss really just getting your websites working harder for you and getting those website visitors to buy is using something we like to call an attractive bait. Now, essentially what we need to do is we need to sweeten the pot here. If you're a lead generation website or maybe even an e-commerce website and people come across, we need to make sure that the way in which we're highlighting our offering is going to stand out from the crowd. And really, if you want someone to act, you need to use an attractive lure. So let's take a little moment to go back to some basics. What should the goal be of every single page on your website? And fundamentally, it should always be to generate a lead or a sale. And this really needs to be the main goal of every single page, whether it's a home page, whether it's a sub page on the site. We want to make it a really nice and streamlined process to converting. We've got another section on that in just a moment, so don't worry. If we take a look at this bottom section here, we can see that as the moment we come across this site, there is calls to actions, but again, they're hidden away right down here at the bottom. And the call to action which they're using as well is to find out how to cut costs and future-proof your IT systems, call us for a chat on 0845. And really, how attractive is that as a call to action? How attractive is that as a lure into the first part in that sales or lead generation process? And I would personally say, it's not really that attractive. I'm going to call for you for a chat, but what are we going to discuss? Give me a bit more background into it. Give me a reason into why I should take the action on your website. So, I speak with a lot of businesses and see a lot of websites that have passive, boring calls to actions that make the process of becoming a sale or a lead essentially seem like a chore. And what we need to focus on here is making your call to action alluring, exciting, and fundamentally valuable to whoever comes across your site. So this example site we can see here, this is an exhibition stand client. Their call to action says, for a free, no obligation, personalized quote, and a free 3D visual of your stand, get in touch with your friendly team. And what are we doing here? We're essentially saying it's a free quote, so we're still keeping that part in the sales process because, of course, it's really important. But what we're also highlighting here is you're going to get a free 3D visual of your stand. And it doesn't even mean that you have to necessarily work with us, but we're going to be able to help you understand what it should be looking like on the day when you set this event up. And we're also highlighting, of course, they have a super friendly team, and we're just trying to minimize the friction or fear which people might have there. And to create this call to action, because it definitely wasn't in the previous website before, we did something which you should always do in this process. We asked their sales team of this existing website what their process was. And they said, actually, well, we always do these 3D visuals anyway for our clients. It's the first thing we need to do to understand if we can, of course, work with them. So all we did was take what their sales process already was, repackage it in a way which was going to be important and excite people. And, they're not even giving anything new away here. We're just positioning this as part of their sales process. And it's so much more alluring. It's so much more exciting than booking for a chat, get a free quote. This is going to help to convert really strongly. And in this particular example, is around 3 to 10%. So let's take a look at another website. And this one you're probably familiar with if you're with us for the first webinar of today. And this is actually one of the best performing sites we've ever worked on. Now, of course, I'm sure everyone is familiar with the PPI marketing. It's not really a thing anymore. I think it's all pretty much dead. But essentially, what most companies say on their website in this space is contact us or start your claim. And again, what's the incentive behind that? Contact us, start your claim. To me, when I hear people say start your claim, it seems like a very high commitment. It's saying, I hear the word claim and I think, solicitors, lawyers, legal fees. It's going to be a really, really drawn out process. And it kind of puts the fear into me as well. So if I was someone who might needed to get PPI or see if I could earn money, it's language which scares me essentially. So we asked again this client, what is the first part in the sales process for them? And to be fair, before they can even actually move forward with this, they need to find out if you're even eligible for PPI. So we took that information, built it into the sales process. And what we actually put on the website was, we find out if you had PPI. And what we're doing there is we're going to find out for them. It's a low commitment, but once you've done that level of work in the first part of the process, you've been able to build the relationship up. There's a really high chance that they might actually become a client as well, because you've taken a really value-led process without even sort of changing your sales process internally and just marketed it better on your website. And with this particular case study, that was how I managed to help them to go from 36 leads per month to over 400 leads per day, doing this stuff and just completely blowing up their SEO. So because we're, of course, complete and utter nerds when it comes to this sort of stuff, and we just absolutely love conversion rate optimization and building high converting sites. We wanted to take this to the next level to run some more tests. And so we built this site as a test project, and we tweaked the wording to find out how much you could claim. And what we're doing there instead is we're literally selling the money there. What we're essentially saying is, instead of how much can you claim, we'll find out if you are eligible to claim. What we're saying there is, how much money are we going to be able to generate from you? For this particular site, it was a 33% conversion rate from organic traffic, which is just absolutely nuts. And it is important to note that when we're looking at these sort of case studies throughout today's webinar, like, they are of course some outliers in terms of conversion rates, but the reality is, even if your website is converting at 3 or 4%, if your competitor is converting at 1%, it's still going to put you into that better position where you can really run some profitable marketing in those different areas. And I guess to summarize this section, if you're not using attractive bait as part of your sales process, you're essentially shooting yourself in the foot. So at this moment, if you're thinking, okay, these first 2 points are hitting a little bit too hard to home, and there's definitely some room for improvement on my existing website, then my recommendation is to get your phone out, scan this little QR code in which you can see on the screen, and request your free website and digital marketing review. Alternatively, you can go across to exposureninja.com/review, and you can follow that process. And you might get myself or any of my fantastic colleagues recording you a great review telling you how you can take these things to that next level. But we're not done yet, as of course I'm sure you can imagine. There's a few more elements in which I want to discuss, and this next one is all about making it really, really, really obvious exactly what people should do the moment they come across your website. So really, really simply, your conversion goal should be the most visible element on every single aspect of your site. And we need to make it as easy as possible for people to contact you in the shortest amount of time as possible. We need to make sure that the moment they come across, they're not trying to find a call to action. It's clear, simple, straight to the point, with as little friction as possible. So here's a good example website that, based on what we can see here, could probably do with a little bit of a reshuffle when it comes to their call to action layout. Again, this website, we have no affiliation with them, but essentially their part in the sales process is let's encourage visitors to send us a message using our contact form. Now, of course, we have a big green arrow telling you exactly where that next part in the process is. But my assumption is, if you came across this site and you didn't have a big green arrow pointing to it, it might be a little bit hard to find it. Some of the pitfalls with this website and the layout is we've got black text on white background syndrome. It's really hard to understand exactly where we need to go, what the key parts of information are. And really, it's just a bad idea creating website pages this way. We need to make sure we have calls to actions, the first thing people can see, and a really nice process. And to be honest, I see a lot of this in websites I'm sent to review. And again, we typically see conversion rates for these types of sites of anything from 0 to 1% at a max. Now, if you're looking at that example and again thinking, uh-oh, this might actually be my site that he's looking at, fear not, because again, here's how you can fix this. And really, we can improve the performance of lead generation websites by adding calls to actions in the above the fold space on every single page. Now, it's not just for your homepage. This is also for your sub pages as well. The reality is, maybe some of your service pages might start to generate traffic via Google search, or maybe you're running paid advertising campaigns for a specific service in which you're offering. Now, if that is the case, you need to make sure those sub pages are designed to convert. We need to have information in that above the fold space. And if you're not familiar with the concept of above the fold, essentially what it means is it's the first thing people see when they come across the website. So again, if we just use the homepage as an example, we can see in the above the fold space information into the business and the next part in the process. Essentially what we want to do is we want to shorten the conversion path, make it clear exactly what visitors are supposed to do next, and also again using the allures to make it an enticing call to action. And again, as you can see from this example website, which is one which I actually showed earlier, this is exactly why we put that call to action on the top right-hand side of the screen. And again, I want to show you this example as well, because we have a lot of the features in which I've recommended throughout today's webinar and section so far. So we've got a nice call to action on the right-hand side. We've got credibility with Trustpilot. We've got credibility highlighting some of those big brand names in which they've worked with. And then we also have a really great call to action, the no obligation, personalized quote, free 3D visual of your stand, and additional contact information running along the top. Now, for all of you e-commerce websites out there, of course, it is the exact same thing. It isn't just if you're a lead generation website, do you need to make sure you have these features in place. Now, you might be familiar with this website. It's a small e-commerce platform called Amazon. It's a little bit of an up-and-comer, and you might have heard of them before. But jokes aside, given the fact that they might not have some of the most questionable business practices, when it comes to conversion rate optimization, we can pretty much safely say that Amazon are probably leading the sort of charge with this. With the amount of revenue they're generating, with the amount they can afford to put into testing websites, understanding users on a website, they really do have it. They are ticking a lot of boxes when it comes to conversion rate optimization. And I just want to deconstruct what's going really, really well on this e-commerce page. So the moment we come across, of course, we have an actual image of the product. We have credibility with the use of reviews, so we can see how great this product actually is. We have 3 different routes of purchasing, whether that's Kindle edition, audiobook, paperback. And then over here on the right-hand side of the screen as well, we of course have the next part in the process. I can read for free, or I can buy for the Kindle price for £4.99. And we can just have so many of these features which are really, really needed to make the most of any traffic which is coming back to the site. So of course, it really works for lead gen just as much as it does for e-com. So what some of you watching this might be thinking at this moment in time is, I don't want to cheapen the look of my website. If people want it, they are going to take the initiative to find it. And as Robert Downey Jr. is clearly showing, he's not too impressed by that comment. The reality is, when we're taking a look at how we should be designing websites, you want to imagine that this is your essential ideal customer. Not because your audience is lazy or dumb in any way, shape, or form. It's because they're distracted. In this day and age, you're going to have thousands of tabs open on your desktop or laptop. Your boss is probably going to be calling you, telling you to fix something at work. You might have a baby in the corner crying. Your dog might have thrown up in the other corner. Again, there's so many things in this day and age distracting us. If we add more friction to that process, when people come across the site, it's not going to be a case of, sure, let me take the time to find this. They're just going to leave probably. And that's why really we just need to make sure that we have these features in place. And again, by combining all of these things together, it makes it really easy to understand that we need these processes to becoming a site visit to a lead or sale as quickly as we possibly can. And so we know we need to give them exactly what they want, exactly where they expect to see it. And we don't want any friction. Things need to be really nice and streamlined. So no fluff, no faffing about, just straight to the point as fast as we possibly can. And actually, here's a really good example site that we built for the website for Chase. And it really just highlights some of these fantastic conversion elements. So we can see again, in the above the fold space, we have the calls to actions. We have request a free quote, find out how Chas can save your company time and money, a really good overview into who they are. And then we have those highlighting some of the big brand names in which they've worked with as well. And it's a really just easy process, straight to the point. So the fourth element, and I guess the final element, which I want to discuss with you all today, is making your blog content working harder for yourself. Now, I want to do another quick survey for people in the chat. So if you are with us, make sure you start commenting. So if you have a website, I would like you to type a 1 into the chat right now, please. And hopefully that's quite a lot of people, because
I'm going to press
if
1.
you're here to make your website better.
There we go, 1.
Cool. We can definitely count you as well. Cool.
Okay,
seeing some ones.
A few ones, just a couple of ones, yeah.
Just a couple of ones. Oh, okay, there they go. I mean, we are running a webinar on how to get your website converting traffic, so I'm hopeful we do have quite a lot of websites. Cool. Fantastic. Okay, everyone who has a website, now, if you have write blogs on your website, can you now leave me a number 2? So you have a website and you're writing blogs on it, please leave me a number 2 in the chat. Wait for those 2s to load through. I'm expecting we're going to see quite a lot of those as well. Okay, cool, fantastic. It's good to see. It's good to see, because then this section is definitely going to be for you all as well. Ian Wilson has a 222. So Ian, you are clearly writing a huge amount of blogs. That's great to see. Okay, we're going to carry on. Who gets traffic to these blogs? So you're spending the time to create this content and you're putting on your site. Are you getting traffic from these blogs as well? If that is the case, leave me a number 3. Number 3, if you're getting traffic to those blogs you're spending the time to create. I'm glad we are. It's good to see that exposure injuries. Okay, cool. Fantastic. Okay, final question for this. And this might separate some of you from others. Let's see. Fingers crossed it doesn't, though. Who gets leads and sales from their blogs, from the traffic in which you're generating? If you are getting leads and sales from your blogs, Give me a 4 in the chat. I'm not seeing any 4s yet, although it could just be loading through at this moment. Come on, 4 if you're getting leads and sales from blogs. Anyone? Oh, okay, there we go. Few. I've seen 4. Fantastic. The numbers have definitely dropped off. Okay.
Definitely far fewer people commenting, you're right.
Definitely far fewer. Okay. Well, don't worry, everyone, because again, this is the perfect next section for all of you. So thank you for taking part. Your engagement is incredibly useful. So, practical example. This is how most people are going to be using blogs. And again, this is pretty typical to what I see throughout the website and marketing review process. Business owners, marketing managers might be thinking, what's interesting to me? Then they're actually going to take that concept, write it, and then post about it on their website. And the reality is, this just isn't the most effective way of doing things. Now, to give you a really, really practical example, let's say I'm a marketing manager for a headphone company. Going back to the headphone example. My boss says to me, Nick, we have just finally completed our 3-year project of repainting the upstairs meeting room. This is phenomenal. 3 years in the progress, we have repainted it. It's looking fantastic. You need to create this piece of content, get it out to the world, and we need to make sure every single person sees this so we can generate loads of lead and sales off the back of this. So I jump into Grammarly, I write up a fantastic piece of content. It's amazing. We've got before and after photos. We're using fantastic language. We're really selling to people the point that we have created and redone this upstairs meeting room. I write it, I post it, I sit back and I'm thinking, it's going to generate so many leads and sales. My boss is going to be so happy. But the sad truth is behind this, nobody cares most of the time. And if you're writing content which is boring, doesn't help people, it isn't keyword optimized, you're going to be spending a lot of the time doing things which aren't going to be useful with the longer term goal of generating those leads and sales from your website. And fundamentally, when we look at it, when you look inside Google Analytics, you should see hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of visitors coming back across your site each and every single month using the blog content in which you're creating. And you might be thinking, why? What's the reason behind this? And when we boil it down to the very simples, organic traffic is some of the most qualified traffic in the history of digital marketing. If I'm looking to buy something, if I'm looking for a service, if I'm looking to get my car fixed, where am I going? I'm going directly into Google. I'm typing keywords into the Google search results pages to find out how they can solve my solution. And it really makes sense when you think about it as well, because when you're typing things into Google and you see those websites appear within the first stages, you're going to have a lot more trust with the websites in which you see appear. You know, platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, they're of course good at generating sales, but what we're doing there is we're interrupting people throughout their daily lives. You didn't go to Facebook to see ads, but with Google, you went to Google for help because you're in that sort of pain. And that is why we see it as being some of the most qualified traffic. To give you a really, really practical example here, here's data taken from a third-party tool called SE Ranking, which gives us an estimated snapshot into how much traffic pages on a site can generate. This was for the UK's #1 accreditation for contractors. So one of the examples we looked at earlier, it's an 8-figure business and every contract knows them. As we can see from the screenshot on the screen here, 19 of the top 22 pages on their website are blogs, and this is driving around 25,000 visitors back across to their site. And you know, if we take a look at some of the topics as well, we can really see that the keyword research behind this is really on point in the sort of content which they're creating. So what is a contractor? Risk assessment, a template and guide, the 5 steps to risk assessment explained, who is responsible for workplace health and safety. And all this content is designed to get their target audience back across to their site, to boost their brand awareness, and to really just start getting people to think about how this business can help them. And you might be saying, okay, cool, that's a really cool example, but they're absolutely massive. And as you can see on the screen here, this is actually for a tiny solicitors firm in quite a posh part of London. They don't actually have any marketing team at all, and we do it all for them. So we wrote some blogs for them, and we got them ranking for specific areas of law in which they work in, which is divorce. And one of the blogs about rights to property after separation generated them 120 leads for them so far this year. And they are, of course, a really, really small firm. The point I'm trying to make here is you need to get creative with it when it comes to blog content. You need to think outside the box. You need to think about what your value proposition is, how you can provide value to those end users, and what you can bring to that marketplace and to your readers. And of course, this is something you can do as well, whatever stage of business you might be at, whether you're early stages, established, e-com, lead gen, of course, very relevant if you're also a blog site. But to do it, you need to make sure you're following these steps. So you need to identify what's interesting to my potential customer. What questions do they have? What keeps them up at night? If I sell a service or a product, what steps might that person be taking to be really satisfied with finding out more information about that? You need to write it, of course, in an attractive format, which is going to be easy to read. It's going to be easy on the eye, and it's going to flow as well. You need to post it on your website. And then another part of that is, of course, generating links via content marketing back across. And I do think we've got some really great talks on that later on. So definitely stay tuned. Here's a really, really good practical example behind this. Let's say that I work at Simba Mattresses. And if you're not familiar who Simba Mattresses are, they're one of the biggest mattress in-a-box retailers within the UK. And I identified that one of my selling points is that actually our mattress is designed in such a way that it's going to stay cool during the summer hot months. And this could actually be something that my target audience is really also interested in solving. So I create a piece of content around this topic. Could be something like how to keep cool in summer when going to sleep. Within this content piece, I oddly enough reference the fact that Simba Mattresses, the products in which we're selling, are designed in this way to actually make sure that the mattress isn't going to get too hot and it's going to keep you cool through the summer using their Aeroflow spring technology. And within this content piece as well, I have calls to actions trying to get people to click across to that product. I could even have sign-up forms within there, maybe offering a cheeky discount, 5 to 7% off your first order if you sign up to our email marketing list, and we'll send this across to you. And the outcome of taking this sort of approach and strategy is, of course, money. It's cash, it's dollars, it's revenue, and it's profit. And if you're wondering if this sort of strategy can really work, well, we've given you some practical examples, but also to give you an even more practical example, that was the exact same strategy Simba used to turn me into a customer. In the summer months, my room gets ridiculously hot. I need a mattress which is going to keep me cool. I went through that whole sort of process into Google, came across Simba, and they upsold the hell out of me. So of course, if we're creating content which is going to rank, and generate traffic back to the site, we also need to make sure that the website and blog pages are designed to convert that traffic. So here's a really good example for any lead generation businesses out there, or it can work if you're e-commerce too. And this is, of course, using the Exposure Ninja website as an example. So the title is 20 business lead generation ideas you've probably not yet tried. And this is a really fantastic piece of content as well. Shout out to Jess and the marketing team for creating this. Definitely have a good read through this if you'd like to learn more about these strategies. So essentially what happens when people come across this page, they might not actually be in the process yet where they're ready to work with ourselves at Exposure Ninja. So they read this content, and on the right-hand side of the screen, we have a call to action of get free weekly marketing tips. So nothing really over the top, it's nice and simple. And they might sign up to our email marketing list, and then that gives us the opportunity to market to them over time via email marketing. So when it comes to the point in which they might want to work with us, then we've had the opportunity to market to them over time. And you can use this sort of strategy directly within your blog content as well to make sure that if you're taking the time to generate the traffic back across to it, there's going to be some sort of call to action further down the line. In addition to this for e-commerce sites, of course, we have another really practical route you can go down. This is for Huel, who I'm sure everyone is probably quite familiar with as well. And we can see directly within the blog content, they have 2 permanent calls to actions. Get a bag of strawberry and cream black edition on us, right down here at the bottom. And then we also have free delivery for orders over £20. So we're incentivizing people to take that action when they come across this content. And again, the actual content, the way this is designed here, it's a beginner's guide to your first gym workout. That's going to be getting people who might not be the most active in the gym community. Maybe it's their first time getting into fitness and health, and that might be Huel's target market and audience. And we've created the content around that specific topic. So we're almost at the end, and thank you for staying with me until this point. And if you have been watching today's webinar and have found that you're in the position where you're doing some of these things, or maybe there's areas in which you can do them a little bit better, then fear not, because we have some solutions for you. Now, the first step is definitely requesting a website and digital marketing review. If you've got your phone on the screen, you can scan the QR code, or of course, head across to exposureninja.com and request your review. Alternatively, if you'd rather get in contact with me directly, you can actually book a catch-up call with me. You can scan this code on the you can scan this QR code on the screen right now. It's going to take you across to my Calendly link, and it's going to give you an option to choose a date and time where we can jump on a call to learn more about the business, and then we can take things from there. And of course, step 3 in this process as well is to get your free copy, downloadable copy of how to get to the top of Google. Of course, scan your QR code to get this now, or you can head across to exposureninja.com, dominate book. So thanks for listening. It'd be great to take some time to do some questions.
It absolutely would. And first off, I just want to say thank you so much. That was such a superb webinar presentation. I don't know what word we're going to be using for this. But yeah, really insightful. I love some of the examples you included in there, especially that one from Huel. I too have been suckered in by Huel as well.
Absolutely.
And I'll admit that I may have used that mailing list sign up at the bottom there. 2 or 3 times just by changing my email address and just getting a brand new code. So I get like 3 or 4 emails each time they send out something, and yeah, and it works.
No, it's definitely how they got me into that process too. I can definitely agree.
So super. If you do have a question, do drop it into the chat now, and we'll answer as many as we can with the time that we have. We've got about 10 minutes to answer questions, and then we'll get ready for the next presentation, which is going to be it's going to be a roundtable with Jess Percival. It's going to be digital marketing for boring businesses. But first off, let's answer some questions here. I've picked up 2. If you do have any, now is your opportunity to drop them in whilst you're typing them out. Just hit like as well whilst you're down there. There are about 41 likes and almost triple that many people watching, so do make sure you hit like down below. First question is I'll be watching this as a keep missing bids. Will there be timestamps on the recording of this to go back and find certain areas? Yes. Once everything's all sorted, we will go back and add those into the description, which then should make the timestamps appear in the video itself. So yes, after this is all done and dusted, you'll be able to go back and watch any talks you haven't been able to attend today. Another question also from Jamie is, can you target keywords in a blog post that you have a main page on your site optimized for? Nick.
So question again, can you target keywords in a blog post that you have a main page on the site optimized for? It's a good question. I would say depends on the core keyword in which you're targeting and how important it might be to the business, because if you start targeting core keywords on a main page and then give Google a bit of confusion that you're targeting in the blog as well, it might ultimately cause a bit of a mishmash into what's going to be ultimately ended up ranking. What are your thoughts on that one, Dale?
Yeah, so anybody who hasn't yet done any research into what keyword research is, or perhaps you haven't dabbled in it in a while, you can just search Google for Exposure Ninja how to do keyword research, and you should see an article at the top there, which goes into the different length of keyword and the search intent as well. So people are going to be searching for navigationally, they want to go to a specific website like Facebook login or something like that. They might be doing a transactional search, such as buy I don't know, NutriBullet Pro. That's the first thing I can see. Or it might just be an informational search, such as which is the best NutriBullet to buy, something like that. So think about what the intent is of the person who's going to be searching for your product or service, and determine whether, if it's a service-based query, such as I want a boiler installer near me, that's more of a term that you want to have a landing page for, maybe a home page, but certainly a service page as well. Whereas an informational term such as which is the best boiler, which is the most energy efficient boiler in 2022, is more of an informational search query that you want to have a blog post for or guide instead. So yeah, do search for that article on our website. Just search Exposure Ninja keyword research. There is also a video on YouTube for that as well, so just search Exposure Ninja keyword research and you should see that at the top there. It goes into search intent and which kind of page is best. There's also a template that you can use based on the same process and templates that we use internally as well. Super. Right, a couple of questions. So my Forex adventure, I have a bricks and mortar business, would love some ideas for upsells. You mean like
business, that question?
Yeah.
What sort of
if you can let us know what kind of business it is, and then we'll see if we can help. But I'm wondering, in terms of upsell, you mean like in the checkout process, or do you mean like what we would say like a content upgrade, as in like you have content on your website and you want to encourage people after that to then take something from you or get something extra, like a downloadable, like an ebook or something, because that's another way of upselling people. You could be pitching them an ebook and then say, oh, do you want to buy this course, which is more expensive but actually is more in depth on the training for whatever it is that you sell. Excuse me. Emily, on average, how many CTA credibility triggers would you recommend adding to pages? As many as you can without making pages look spammy, or stick to 3 or 4? Nick.
Great question. I would always say have as many as you possibly can. Again, without making the page look too spammy or taking the emphasis or the attention away from what that main call to action is. If you remember one of the example sites we looked at, I think it was National Accident Helpline, we had huge amounts of credibility, and that was just even on their mobile page. We had the reviews from the third-party platforms, the fact that they'd helped so many different people, so they were using that really well in the language they had on the site as well. And they also had the credibility, such as their contact information and the fact that people could get in contact with them whenever. So I would say go for as many as you possibly can, but make sure that the purpose of it and what people can see most when they come across is still going to be that call to action. And you can always monitor these things as well by making sure you've got comprehensive analytics and conversion tracking set up too.
Yeah, that's super. I personally work on a rule of like thirds. So if I have a piece of content, depends on the length, I will try and have a call to action after every third point in it. So let's say it's 10,000 words or 5,000 words or 2,000 words. Have a call to action, a third of the way down, then after 2/3, and then at the end of the piece instead. One thing I really like to do is actually mix up the calls to action as well. So make something quite desirable at the top, and then try a different pitch or a different way of saying it, or a completely different offer altogether. And my headphones just turned off. That's really useful. Okay, I hope it's not running out of battery. Never mind. Can you still hear me, Nick?
I can still hear you. Can you hear me, mate?
Okay, well, super. Okay, let's see if that comes back on. Yeah, it's back. Cool. Yeah, so you might want to switch it up. So I like to offer a hot call to action and a cold call to action. So somebody who's really close to the end of the sales funnel, or your buyer funnel, whatever you want to call it, is more likely to want to take a free marketing review in our case. But somebody who's cold, who's only really just doing some informational searches about what is SEO or how to scale your content production, they might appreciate more a free ebook like How to Get to the Top of Google, which you can get by going to exposureninja.com/dominate-book. Next up, so Phil's asking, we struggle to keep generating original content week in, week out. We're in the translation business. So any tips?
Good question. So I've got not experience in the translation space, but I've spoken with businesses in this space before. There are some really big competitors out there who are really, they have a content marketing plan absolutely on point. And my tip, if you're struggling to come up with creative content ideas to go off, is definitely to maybe, get access to a tool such as SE Ranking or SEMrush, put their URL in and have a look at what sort of content they're creating and how much estimated traffic is going to be generating them. If you're struggling to come up with these creative ideas and you know who your big competitors are in the marketplace, I would say there's nothing wrong with having a bit of a cheeky nose at their site, seeing what they're doing and letting that inspire you further as well.
Yeah, absolutely. One thing I would say is definitely focus over quality over quantity. So if you can't put something out every week, then it's better to put one great piece out per month or fortnight instead. So I often tell people about when I was travel blogging, I was putting out like 5 pieces a week, 300, 500 words, and they were just terrible. I just compiled all of the same creation time into creating one piece, and then spend the rest of the week promoting that piece and then earning backlinks and stuff like that. And I got a far better return on my investment of time than if I'd have put out just piece after piece after piece, which was never going to rank for anything because it was too thin. So yeah, quality over content over quantity, especially if you don't have the time to continually produce stuff. Another question. So I have tech services for both private individuals as well as businesses. Am I better having 2 separate websites? So I already have some other websites for some other unrelated stuff. So they're targeting individuals and businesses. Should they have 2 websites or just consolidate it as one?
Yeah, good question. So I would say this comes down to a few different factors. How competitive your space is, how much time, energy you have to be able to put into this, because if you're a little bit limited on both those things, you don't necessarily want to split these sites out into 2 different campaigns, because it is going to require essentially double the work and if we're looking at like SEO as a strategy, for double the work for a longer time frame to get results, basically. So if there's a good similarity between the services you offer for individuals and businesses, and it does make sense to have it on the website, and you can really segment between them clearly with the use of a header or different calls to actions on the homepage, definitely keeping it on one site and then putting all of your energy into promoting that site, getting more high quality links back to the site, making sure it's well on-site SEO optimized, is going to be probably a better use of your time. Would you agree, Del?
Yes. I've just realized that we're coming up to time now. We've got a prize draw to do for everyone who's entered the chat to win a copy of our book. So I'm just quickly going to do that, and then we'll get ourselves prepped for the next stream. But whilst I am doing the draw, once again, congratulations to Maxine, who already won our books in our last talk. If you do want to have an opportunity to win our books, you just have to be active in the chat, whether that's to include the number 1, 2, 3, or 4. Just drop a 2 in there. You'll be entered into it. And if you do win, just like Zoe has right now, you can email me at dale@exposureninja.com. Tell me your postal address and the contact phone number, and I will get those sent out to you. And we'll be repeating this throughout the day. But also, if you use the hashtag Dominate2022 on any social media platform, I will pick out 3 people later today to win a copy. Nick, thank you ever so much for joining us today. Your insights, as ever, are superb. I'm now going to get everything ready for the next stream. Have a lovely afternoon, Nick, and everyone else. I shall see you for... Where's it gone? Somebody's stolen my thing. Digital marketing for boring businesses. Roundtable is just about to start, about 4 minutes time. So I shall see you very much shortly.
See you later, everyone. Pleasure.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're very shortly going to be starting with our roundtable, our first of 2 roundtables for the day. But before we get going with that, a couple of things. We're about here now. Digital marketing for boring businesses. If you were in the manufacturing, construction, logistics, anything that you would deem not exciting for digital marketing, for doing content marketing for, then this is the stream for you. Sorry, I'm getting notifications. I'm like, have I muted myself? I better double check. So yeah, we're about here, and then we're gonna have a few more talks still to come. So we got how to get featured by well-respected businesses, which is going to come up at 12:05 with Wayne Duran, one of our senior marketing consultants. Then we've got how to workshop your landing pages to sell more with Mark Rowland, the senior account manager, followed by how to create a digital marketing strategy, another roundtable, and then it's going to be how to spy on your competitors' digital marketing with Wayne Duran once more, and then our keynote. Our founder and CEO Tim Cameron Kitchen will be back to talk about lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses and 10 years in digital marketing. So super. Before we get started with that, just a reminder that you can enter yourself into a prize draw. If I can get rid of that, too many buttons to press at one time. A prize draw for our book, How to Get to the Top of Google, plus our other bestsellers, such as our content marketing book, Profitable Social Media Marketing, as well as How to Get More Customers Via the Internet. So get a copy of all those. All you have to do is be active in the chat. Nice copy here ready to put in the post. So again, what we're going to do is just be active in the chat like that. So join the chat, win our book. Also, if you're just joining us now, it'd be great to know where you're watching from as well. And we have seen some really interesting places so far, and a few of our ninjas are going to be joining us in some very interesting places very shortly too, in about 60 seconds ago, so I'm behind. And if you haven't already, do hit like and subscribe, as well as that bell notification to be notified about future live streams, and click share so more people can see this event as well. So super, we are ready for our live stream. Yeah, our roundtable. You can tell it's time for coffee. I haven't eaten. I need a break. It's time for a roundtable with Jess, a person. Hello, Jess, welcome to the stream.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Super excited. I'm sorry it's so bright in here. It's too sunny where I am, unfortunately.
I'm just jealous. Wish it was as sunny where I am. Not that I get any light through this window. Ridiculous. Yeah, anyway, you're here to introduce a few ninjas. I'm going to duck away for just a moment and maybe put some food and some caffeine into my bloodstream. So I'll dip away and allow you to introduce the ninjas for the roundtable. So enjoy, everyone. Make sure you do hit like, subscribe, and show your appreciation for the fantastic ninjas to come. Catch you in a bit.
Marvelous. Catch you in a bit. Dale. Hello, everyone. Today we're doing a roundtable about how to do digital marketing for boring businesses. And as Dale said before, there's not really such thing as a boring business once you get to know it and once you get a good idea of how you can make some exciting content for it. So I'm going to introduce our ninjas today one by one. We have Emma, who is our content marketing strategy manager. Hello, Emma.
Hi.
Flora. We have Flora, who's our email marketing specialist. Hello, Flora. We have Yana, who is one of our PPC specialists. And we have Mel, who is our social media strategy manager. Welcome in, everyone.
Hey.
How are we all doing today?
Good.
Good. I'm pleased to hear it. I'm very, very excited to have you on. Thank you so much for agreeing to come on and have a little natter about making some good strategies for boring businesses. It will not be a boring round table, may I add. So don't worry, anybody watching. It shall be very exciting indeed. So I'm going to ask each of these wonderful people some questions about their roles in the company and what they suggest for boring businesses. But of course, if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat and we will leave some time at the end for some questions. So if you have any questions for any of these wonderful people, please feel free to ask. So I'm going to jump right in and go ahead and ask Emma. So Emma, where do you start with a content marketing strategy when you have a client who might have a product that's a little bit more dry? Maybe they don't feel like it's exciting as like designer clothes or something that you can take awesome pictures of.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, like with any content, you always start with your users. So what are they interested in? What are they engaging with? What do they relate to? So for this, you can look at tools like BuzzSumo, Google Trends, even look at your own client base, see any patterns that are emerging, and also have a look at your tone of voice. So to give you an example, if you think of Plum, which is a savings app, savings probably doesn't sound very exciting to most people, myself included, but those are the exact people that Plum wants to appeal to. So they started with their tone of voice, probably, I'm assuming, and just kept it light and kept it interesting. And the same with their content, made really easy to consume content, like easy to follow blogs that sort of meet the users where they are. So other examples, are you a tarpaulin business that you find that most of your customers are interior designers, for example? Do you manufacture nuts and bolts, but actually those are used to make luxury jets? So in all examples, you can see that you start with your users and you can build out a story that they're going to be really interested and can relate to. And from there, you've got a really good base to start with your blog content and to start with your guest post outreach and all the rest of your content strategy.
Absolutely. I have to say that I do, I use Plum, and I think that their content marketing is fantastic. Like, you know, you get little notifications every day that are like, hi Jess, morning, here's your bank balance, here's how much we've saved for you this month. And yeah, they've really absolutely got that tone of voice down. So I think they're a great example. And like you said, saying about like, if you're a jet business, if you're a nuts and bolts business, but some of your customers sell jets, that's absolutely like the perfect way. So try and think outside the box. Think about what your products are being used in the end for the end user. That's absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much, Emma. So pleasure. Flora, let's move on to you. So my question for you is, what can you add to a basic email campaign to make it a bit more exciting rather than just sending people a wall of text?
Well, we always have a particular limit, so we always say no more than 300 words and kind of work around that. And then for us, it's always important, as very similar to content, you always look at your tone of voice and always have something that's very friendly, but also kind of, you know, whether it's accounting or tools, you just kind of say, you know, what's helpful and doing that. Because often people who signed up are very interested in email. They want to kind of know, you know, whether it's about a DIY company, for example, they're interested in buying tools, whether it's for their business or their house. So we look at that. And yeah, so tone of voice is very important. But when it comes to, in terms of like putting in content for newsletters, we look at hero images, and then we look at important CTAs and just, you know, making sure that we're kind of keeping everything very friendly. And we always say, always have like a fun kind of, not, I don't know, like we miss you or do you miss us, and having like a fun hero image is always important. And that's where we test it with like CTAs and subject lines, because with A/B testing, it's important to kind of learn what people want, and that's always very helpful when it comes to email, is always looking and kind of always learning about what the users want.
Yeah, absolutely. I got an email from goodemails.com the other day that was like, hey, you enjoying our service? Like, have we got your details correct? And that really stood out to me, because I was like, it feels like they actually like care about me as a person, and they want to know, like, am I enjoying the emails and whatnot? And even though they're just sending me emails about emails, they still sort of drew me in, and it made me like feel an affinity towards them. So that I think, you know, people say email is dying. It's definitely not. So you can harness email no matter what industry you are in. Thank you so much, Flora. So Yana, we'll come to you next from the PPC department. And I just want to know, when you're creating PPC campaigns for boring businesses, where do you start? And do you find it to be a challenge, or do you actually find that maybe it's easier than if it's an exciting broad business?
I do find it a bit challenging, just because you do need to get a bit more creative. And PPC, well, it depends. It all ties in together. So like Emma mentioned, what's your brand tone of voice? If you can, you know, even if you have a boring business, you don't have to use boring jargon and have, you know, boring ads or something like that. You can get a bit more creative. What I would suggest is maybe telling a story, because even the most boring businesses have CEOs that, you know, had this like why moment, like what made them open the business. And you can talk about your customers, you can talk about the behind the scenes, the how company started, etc., etc. So there's many ways you can approach your business. You can also talk about results and what do people get from your product or service, not just the service itself if it's too boring to present the functionalities or something. So yeah, there are many ways to go about it, but it definitely takes a bit more creativity than you usually have.
Absolutely, that totally makes sense. Do you find that doing like keyword research can be challenging when, in terms of the keywords you might be targeting on, let's say, Google? Do you find that more challenging with sort of more?
Yeah, when it comes to Google, your keywords, you can go a bit more broader than just targeting the specific. So it depends on your niche. But if someone is searching for your product service, obviously you need to do the keyword research and see what the audience will be searching for. If the search volume is a bit lower, try going broader and focus on the connection, with the keywords, and going top of the funnel, not just the commercial intent keywords. But also don't be afraid to use, so even on Google, don't be afraid to use like display, YouTube campaigns, discovery campaigns, because maybe people are not even aware that they need your product. So you need to also think about creating the demand. So don't think about PPC and advertising just for Google Ads, just like the keywords. So think about everywhere you can be present, because Google offers more than just being present on the Google search ads. You can be present in, we have Gmail ads, you can be present in the emails, we have YouTube ads. There are many ways you can be present, not just on the search results. So think just broader.
Yeah, that's perfect. Definitely. Like, there's so many different things that people are searching for at different parts of the process that it's so important to, target them at all different stages, even if you're just building a relationship with them before they're going to convert. And especially if you're in like a big industrial industry, it might be that it takes a bit more of that, reaching them when they're searching for stuff, when they're planning to maybe build a relationship with them. Thank you so much, Jana. I'm going to bring on Mel now, who is going to tell us a bit about social media. So Mel, I can imagine, obviously social media is very visual sort of platform. How do you go about creating great social campaigns and posts for brands that might not have something that looks particularly exciting visually?
Sure. So I would say, since we're talking about boring businesses, I'm going to use the term repetitive, because sometimes you do come across clients who might have like a service or a product where it's quite same, and there isn't really anything else to say about it. And taking a step back and looking at the target audience and their habits, there's softwares that you can use to research target audiences and what software and platforms they're using, but to look at what else would this actual person be interested in on social media. Because I think a lot of brands get frustrated. They come to social media, especially organic, and just want to sell, like buy my product, use my service. But a lot of people that do come into social media aren't necessarily coming with the intention to buy. They're coming for entertainment. They're coming to escape. They're coming to learn something. They're coming to find value. So for social media, we're not also just looking at how can we push this product or service, but how can we actually engage with them? So if we understand that, let's say, for example, there's a target audience of people who are buying products for one of our clients, they're also interested in sports. We might look at sporting days and try and kind of newsjack on that and find a way to connect the service or the products with them. And it's taking a step back from it, because I think a lot of brands do really want to just push themselves, but it's finding the target audience where they are, building that brand awareness, and just being a platform where they don't feel like they're being directly marketed to constantly. So it's finding that gap of how can we engage, how can we actually entertain. We have a client who is in the fitness scene, and instead of just constantly posting up about their classes, we do like takeovers where we had like an influencer doing like a quiz. So she was quizzing them about the actual industry, asking them tips, and people were voting and taking part, and they got to win something. So that's just an idea of like how we can softly push the products, but they're actually gaining value because they're doing a quiz and they're learning stuff about the industry, but they're getting exposed to the brand as well at the same time.
Yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic example. Like this, it's sometimes about thinking about what your target audience do in their spare time that's related to your business, and then really like harnessing that. So yeah, super insightful. Thank you so much, Mel. We're going to jump back over to Emma now to talk a little bit more content with her. So Emma, what would you say are the best sort of content avenues or content types for boring businesses?
So quite similar to what Mel was saying there, it's all about meeting your users where they are. So there's maybe not a best particular content avenue. It just depends on your business. So if we go back to our tarpaulin example, with their interior design clients, maybe partnering with an interiors influencer would be a great idea for them. But then if you're, say, an injury lawyer or you work in healthcare, you probably are going to get the sort of user that are more information driven. So then a knowledge base or a blog with a really lovely infographic might be more useful to them. So it's really about digging into like who these users are and where are they looking for their content. Another thing that I really love when people do this is if they've got a slightly drier product or service, and I think Yana sort of touched on this as well, when they put their own face to the business, I think that can make it really like a lovely relatable thing. And you can sort of do this across your content as well by writing your blogs in the first person. You can do guest post outreach, which means you're essentially offering your expertise to another website or another publication and writing an article for them. And then that's not only a great way to get backlinks to your website, which is good for SEO, but it's also a really nice way for people to see your product or service as relatable and for your enthusiasm for what you do to like really shine through. And there's no better way to sell a product or service than to see someone really passionate about that thing. So those are a few ideas that I would suggest.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I do, even though Jamie in the comments said, he doesn't want to put his face to the brand because he doesn't think people want to see
Not
it.
for everyone.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. But it really does bring that like human element. So you don't just feel like you're buying a car part. I know it sounds silly, but if you're comparing prices and looking at different businesses and you see that person, you're like, they look like a nice person, hopefully. And so you might make it more appealing. I really, really love that idea. That's
totally. And
really
it doesn't have to be like the owner of the business. It could be someone else within the business who's like a real expert in that field. So there are a few options.
Yeah, completely. Fantastic advice. Thank you very much, Emma. Going to bring us back over to Flora in the email department now. Flora, are there any types of email campaigns or things that you can kind of focus on in emails that work a bit better for boring brands? Well, boring.
I think we often say flows are always a very good way to start. So that's like browser abandonment. So anyone who's a part of your subscriber list who's looked at your website but not converted yet, but shown an interest, often through different email platforms like MailChimp and Klaviyo, you can look at what people are interested in. So you can target them through that way. And things like welcome sequences. So when they sign up, you see, when they've signed up, you send them a series of 5 emails and show them, what you do. Very similar to what Emma said, you can introduce blogs into this, showing about what they do as the company and bringing in, either the face of the company or bringing, someone from marketing in, showing the team, say if it's about, we've got a client, as I mentioned, to do with the tools, and you can kind of work on that and often kind of introduce new fun things of, what, are involving the user and asking them to share what their favorite tool is or things like that, trying to engage with them. Flows are a great way. And then from there, you can learn all about your subscribers and introduce newsletters, whether it's bi-weekly or monthly, and kind of connect them from there. But yeah, flows always a fantastic way to get started and introduce, learn more about your readers and help connect with them.
Yeah, that's absolutely great. I know I've said before in live streams that sometimes I'll just browse on a website, and if I'm signed up to their email list, and hope that they maybe come back to me and say, hey, do you want a discount? Will you make a purchase? So I do think that kind of thing can be really, really helpful. And like you said about kind of adding that human element, like whether it's just sending the email from a member of staff so it feels a bit more personal, or even inviting people at the end of the email, like, hey, if you have any questions, get in touch. Like, our inbox is always open. Can be really, really effective. Thank you so much, Flora. So we're going to go back to Yana now to talk about some more pay-per-click. So Yana, how do you handle PPC campaigns for clients who have a small niche who might not have many busy, well-searched keywords to target?
So like I've mentioned before, think about going broader. Think about targeting keywords that are more top of the funnel, and just also research your audience quite well. And if you decide not only for search campaigns, but for example for display or YouTube campaigns, maybe you will not have your product or service in the interest and in market sections, but just try and think about who your audience is, what is their age, what is their gender, what are they searching for that is maybe not exactly your product or service, but something that is connected to it, and try and reach them in a different way. But there's always a way to reach them, because people have certain set of interests and things they're reading, and you can always find them on, for example, news websites or somewhere like that, where everyone reads a news website with most people. So you can always find a way to reach them. So don't be afraid to just going a bit broader and trying to reach them in the emails, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Definitely. I think if your business is sort of has a bit more dry content, opening yourself up to like other areas and things that are connected that your audience is interested to in as well seems to be a theme that's come up constantly throughout this roundtable. So yeah, that's really fantastic advice. Thanks, Jana. So we're going to come to Mel for one final question, which is, how do you go about finding the right social media channels for more drier businesses?
Sure. So I think there's an element of logic to this, but also research, generally speaking, finding out who the target audience is and where they are. But also thinking about how we can get across our messaging. So what is the product and what is the service? Does our target audience need to actually visually see this? So do we need to be on Instagram or Facebook? Is it very spec or is it very specific? Like, do they need to know detail? Should it be on Reddit? Is it somewhere where we need to write a lot to convey the message? Do they want short digestible information in a visual format such as TikTok? And then also, do they want to spend a lot of time? Do they want to network? So maybe they should be on LinkedIn. And again, this all comes back down to the target audience and how we can best and the strongest way we can get the message across to them. We could decide the platform based on that.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's so many opportunities. People sometimes just think of like, oh, well, I don't fit on Instagram, and forget that there are places like Reddit where their product could fit really, really well. So thank you for that. I think we have a little bit of time left for some questions. So if anybody wants to drop their questions in the chat, that would be fantastic. I'll give you a couple of moments to do that. Although I do think we had one already from Jamie. So this is a kind of question that I think could go out to everyone. Oh, I suppose actually maybe. No, it can go out to everyone. If you have a business that is a popular service, but there is very limited keywords due to search volume, how would you overcome this? Would this mean that you would just go for targeting backlinks, let's say, or would you make an effort to still target that on places like Google search? It's a bit of a complicated question there. But I mean, if there's a low search volume, do you think it's still worth like trying to get backlinks? Do you think that's going to help you in search? It might be a question for Emma, but Emma, it's absolutely fine if you feel like it's not quite.
No, that's fine. I feel like it's such a multifaceted question. I was just trying to think of the best place to start with it. Yeah, like it's definitely always valuable to get backlinks if you can. So even if your service is popular, but you don't have the search volume on it, like guest post outreach is a great place to start because it will give you those backlinks. In terms of keywords you can look for, I think Jana was saying earlier, it's about sort of like broadening out and doing something like less specific. You can still target for specific keywords in your niche, even though it's a lower search volume, but maybe look to other areas in your blog posts, questions that people are asking, that sort of thing, and that they can be good keywords to also target. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think it covered quite a bit of that there. I think it was quite a complicated question with a lot of different things. So hopefully, Jamie, that was helpful to you. This question is for Yana. How can you compete with PPC if your main keywords are around £35 a click and you don't have the budget for it, but other terms in your niche are just an incredibly low volume and they're cheap because not many people are searching for them?
Great question. So try finding something else rather than that specific keyword. So for example, let's use an example of performance management software, for example. That keyword might be 20, 30, 50 pounds. It's really expensive. There's a lot of competitors. But maybe if you're going more top of the funnel, like performance, how to manage performance, how to manage employees in 2022 or something like that. So try finding something that is maybe a bit more broader, top of the funnel, that is not quite as expensive. Or if you're really having trouble finding something similar, maybe try utilizing display ads and YouTube ads and Gmail campaigns, just because the cost per click in those campaigns, it's usually below like £1. So it's a great way to reach your audience without, paying a lot of money.
Absolutely. Fantastic answer. I think Dale is prepped to help us out with the next question, potentially, which was, doesn't really quite suit anybody in this chat, but it was, where's it gone? Any ideas for a telephone answering service? So one that we always suggest is Live Call, which basically is a service that you'll submit on the website and then it sends the call out, and then it means that the person at the other end of the phone can choose to answer the phone call right away or can get back to you within a certain amount of time, basically. And it just helps like streamline the process rather than sending an email that might get lost, whereas you've got that instant notification. Of course, as the example that Dale just popped up here, you can include your name, a conversation topic. And yeah, we do recommend Live Call. We do think it's pretty fab. So thanks for helping me out with that one, Dale. Much appreciated. So I'm just trying to figure out the best way to word this question. It's to do with email flows. So Flora, this one is for you. What's the best tip for starting to look into like an automation process for a boring kind of service line, a boring kind of business?
I think it's very, in terms of the language you use, is really important, and learning why subscribers, learning why subscribers have signed up. So going back to tools again, often people might sign up because, they're doing DIY for the house or something like that. They've signed up for a purpose, and often it's because they want to learn either about, as you've mentioned, Jess, about like an incentive, whether it's a discount, and to remind people. So always learning about what subscribers want is always the most important thing when it comes to flows. And that's where we always say A/B testing. So you can set it up, for example, so you'd have first email going out as soon as someone subscribes in a welcome sequence, and then the next one will be 2 or 3 days later, reminding them why you're such a great company. And basically it's mainly really important to remind them of your key benefits and how you can help them and persuade them to convert again or to sign up for another year subscription service. And then with the A/B testing, you'd look maybe a few weeks after to see what links are popular, to whether it's CTAs or subject line, and then you'd tweak it every now and then just to kind of learn more about what subscribers want. And flows are really good for ROI and learning about very quick ways of learning about your readers and subscribers, and they're really great.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you very much for that one. I think this next question is going to be for Emma, because it's to do with reading and content. How would you make something like a translation business, let's say, seem less boring to the reader? You don't necessarily have to be specific to translation, but you could just talk about, how you can connect with readers who, how can you make it exciting, basically?
Oh yeah, I mean, there must be loads of ways, because I'm sure you must work with some absolutely fascinating clients, because the sorts of people you probably work with are going to be like global and from all sorts of industries themselves. So one quite interesting thing you might do, if your clients are open to it, is doing some case studies with them, some sort of success stories, that sort of thing, and really bring the product to life in a way that people can relate to. And that also could translate really nicely over into blog content and even some video testimonials if people are open to doing that for you. So that's just one idea off the top of my head. But also you could do like a data study and sort of like dig into the sorts of things that people are translating, and then create some really lovely visual infographics and write a nice blog around that. And that might be the sort of thing that people would really be interested to look at and read about at a glance.
In this video.
Sorry, I think Dale started playing one of Tim's videos in the background. It blasted through. I could see him shaking his head. Anyway, please continue.
No, I mean that would be my answer. Hopefully that's helpful to you.
No, that was absolutely fantastic. I don't know if that was Dale's way of telling us that we are up. Our time is up. I believe it is.
No,
Dale might
you can
say.
keep going.
Oh, okay, cool. I wasn't sure if we have more time. So this question kind of goes to everyone, because I feel like everyone has a bit of a say in this kind of thing. So what advice would you give in terms of growing CRM numbers for newsletters and blogs for a B2B global company, let's say? So I guess this can go out to anyone, because you can get leads through pretty much, well, email signups, through PPC, through content, through social media, and then of course, Flora, it's your job to keep those people signed up. So let me know what your thoughts are, and anybody can chip in, but it's fine if you need a bit of time to think on it.
Well, I suppose it depends where in the sales funnel we're targeting people. So the sorts of people that might be interested in signing up for a newsletter rather than actually making a purpose are going to be like right at the top of your sales funnel, and they're going to be more interested in sort of informational content. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head, but failing. But it would be the sorts of more like general questions rather than like, what is the best X to buy for Y. It could be a much more broader topic that's, for example, like with our tarpaulin, I'm going on about it, but our tarpaulin business, it could be like, how do you create a den for your kids out of tarpaulin? That sort of thing isn't going to drive a direct sale, but it might actually lead to a loyal follower who's interested in hearing more from you in terms of content and email content, because you've got these really fun ideas that you're coming up with to do with your product or service. So that's one idea.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fab. Does anybody else have anything that they'd like to add to that question at all?
I think I would like to add, so if I got it correctly, it's more, could you put back the question?
Yes.
It's more about like how to increase the number of subscribers, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but let's say Exposure Ninja, for example. As soon as you come to our website, I think you have this subscription pop up saying like, we share weekly tips on marketing, etc., something like that. So don't be afraid to share some advices like for free related to your business that will give some incentive for people to subscribe. So this would be like more top of the funnel approach. But for example, for e-commerce, usually what I get is like subscribe and get 10% off or something like that, which lately I expect from all e-commerce websites. And if I don't get that, I'm sort of upset. So yeah, there's many ways you can incentivize people to subscribe. Just think about what would be beneficial to them, whether that's like advice or a discount code or anything else.
Yeah, actually, I can add to that, because that's just inspired me, Anna. Another good way is, like you say, with an incentive. But if you can't give like an incentive in terms of a discount, you might give an informational incentive like an ebook or a guide, and that's like perfect for a dryer business where people are probably coming to you specifically for information, because they might be looking for like a guide on something that only you're really an expert in. And if you can give that to them for free, then yes, you've earned an email sign up, but you might have also earned a bit of like trust factor there as well.
Yeah, that's such a great point. Like, people don't really just want to sign up to your newsletter or your email list just because you have a newsletter. We see it quite regularly where people will just say, sign up for information and news. And it's like, oh, okay, what else? So people do want to, if they're handing over their email, it's like hot currency now, you know, they don't want to just be giving it over for nothing. They want to know that they're getting some good stuff back. So I feel like maybe Dale needs to do a prize draw now. Am I correct? He might tune in and say, no, you've got 5 more minutes, because I thought it was...
No, you've got 5 more minutes.
Have I actually?
I mean, it's absolutely fine. I can jump in here and get everybody prepped, and I can do the prize draw now. Unless anybody has any more questions. But whilst people may be typing in their questions, thank you to all of you. You've all been fantastic. Superb insights from all the different channels that you all work in. Honestly, I would easily say this is the best talk of the day. But don't say anything to Andrea and Nick. Andrea and Nick, if you're watching, nothing personal. No, I'm joking. You're all fantastic. Super. Jamie had a question up above. So, the case studies idea would be good for telephone answering. Is there anything else or other ideas for building out content?
Cool. So in terms of just any types of content on the website, I'm guessing.
Presumably so.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing what your business is, it's a tricky one for me to answer. But yeah, there's absolutely loads of ways of building out content. Case studies, I think I've mentioned. A knowledge base is a great way to build out your content, especially if you're like very informational and you're an expert in your field. You're maybe doing the sort of product or service that is difficult to understand, then a knowledge base is a great way to get organic traffic to your website from people who are maybe directly searching for those questions, and showcasing yourself as like an authority in that field. So, you're a telephone answering service. Oh, that's cool. I don't know. Well, I don't know if you'd be allowed to do this, but maybe there's some interesting stories around. Probably, maybe that's a bit of a grey area, but yeah, I think like Flora was saying, maybe it's a bit more about your team and sort of showcasing you, because I'm sure you've got a lovely team, and you seem like a great person as well. So I'm sure there's like a nice story around that to be told, and maybe you could do like a nice about the team page, sort of say like what you enjoy about the industry and that kind of thing on your website. So it's one could be the knowledge base and driving traffic that way, but then once people land there, it can be about telling this story about who you are and like your service, and really like highlighting your unique selling points as a telephone answering service. That was probably a bit of a ramble, but hopefully I got to the point there.
No, I had another point to add to that, actually, just to add on to what Emma said. I think also with on social media platforms, having relatable content is something that genuinely does attract an audience. I think brands are always trying to look to build a community. And a great example of this is LinkedIn on TikTok. It's confusing because LinkedIn obviously is a social media platform. But if you look at LinkedIn's profile on TikTok, they just understand TikTok. Like, it's all about corporate life. They've utilized influencers, and they genuinely have incredible engagement because they understand the type of audience, and a lot of their videos is very relatable content. So on top of added value, having relatable content that almost builds a community is definitely something on social media that is like a top 3 goal for brands on social media, I'd say.
Absolutely. That's such an awesome insight, because I had no idea LinkedIn were on TikTok, even though I feel like I'm a person who is very clued in on all the random brands that are on TikTok, like Duolingo and Ryanair have absolutely nailed that space. But I had no idea that LinkedIn were doing stuff like
they
that.
just popped up on my For You page, and I just went through them. I was like, wow, they just get it. They absolutely get it. And they've utilized the right influencers. It's just, it's good.
How awesome. I'm definitely going to have to check that out. I always say that TikTok is like the way to connect with your customers of the future. They might not be ready to convert yet, but they're going to remember you when 100%. They are old enough to connect, use your services. So that's, a really, really excellent point. I think we have one last question from Tony, which is that he finds a problem with his boring business, cybersecurity, is that most people aren't searching for it, even though they should be. So for instance, having problems driving awareness, gaining interest because people don't know that the product exists or that they need it. Does anybody have any recommendations for how you can raise awareness that people need something that they didn't know they needed, or they don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I think that's you can do that with PPC, obviously. So think about where your audience is. I would say cybersecurity. Maybe that's more for, I would say, LinkedIn. So this is more a professional service targeting businesses, and just create a good awareness campaign and talk about what problems might arise if you don't have cybersecurity. You can. So it's not all about talking about the benefits of your service. Maybe, just create the need for your service. So create that fear, if you don't have cybersecurity, what might happen? Talk about that. There are plenty of ways you can sort of create the demand for your service. So definitely, I would say, create a brand awareness campaign and think about how you can create the need. That's a good place to start.
Absolutely. I've seen some good campaigns with like NordVPN, for instance, is one that is always in my brain from YouTube, because there's so many YouTubers in all different niches who are like, hey, everybody needs cybersecurity, right? Sign up with NordVPN and it will be like dirt cheap if you use my link. And I think like if I was to get a VPN, I would get NordVPN just because I've heard it so many times in like the influencer space and the kind of YouTubers that I watch. So yeah, Dale, take it away.
Just 2 points. I agree with Jana saying using PPC, so you can highlight maybe an ebook you've done about the 15 things you need to know about cybersecurity for your business, and then promote that via LinkedIn PPC, for example, to people in specific roles like heads of operations or something like that, or just to CEOs or just business owners. People who have smaller businesses have smaller employee numbers. They might have less of an insight into how to be cyber secure. So that's one way. Another way is to go with TikTok or visual things like YouTube, where there's one YouTuber I know who shows all of the scammers that he captures by like using virtual machines and stuff like that, and makes it in like entertainment thing, and gets loads of views by sharing it onto Reddit and other services, or like clips of it onto TikTok and Instagram or what have you. And people inquire with them because they've shown not only how to be entertaining, but also that they're really good at what they do. So if you wanted to go with someone, you probably pick them. So you don't have to have millions of views, you just have to have enough. Cool. I'm going to do a giveaway very quickly before we go on to the next thing, because I know Jess has got to get prepped for the next thing. So thank you, everyone. If you want to duck out now, that's absolutely fine, and I'll just do this prize draw. So thank you all for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Dale.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Super. So prize draw for this lovely little piece of kit, how to get to the top of Google. All you have to do is be active in the chat today, and we'll send you a copy of that, as well as all of our other books as paperback to your home or business address. I'm going to do a prize draw now, and if you do win, you just got to contact me, Dale, Exposure Ninja, with your postal address as well as a contact phone number, so just in case there's any difficulties, we can get that sorted out. Liza already works with us, so no, I'm just going to I'll send you a copy anyway, but I'll just do a quick redraw. Jess also works with us. Let's get this sorted out. Here we go. Jana also works with us. Well, this is just not going well, is it? Not that you all don't deserve a book, of course. You all have all been fantastic in that roundtable just then. Grav Handmade, fantastic. Grav Handmade, email me just here and we will get you sorted out with a copy of all of our books. So, gonna go get ready for the next stream now. So I'll be away for just a moment and back in about 2 minutes time for our next presentation, which is how to get featured by well-respected websites. We're back once again with the Renegade Master, and we're about to get into the next of our presentations for today. So we're about here now, so how to get featured by well-respected websites, which is going to be given by Wayne Dorana, one of our senior marketing consultants. And then we're going to have a few more lined up today. So how to workshop your landing pages to sell more, so increase your conversion rate, how to create a digital marketing strategy in 2022, which will be another roundtable, again, hosted by the superb Jess Percival. And then we'll have how to spy on your competitive digital marketing, so how to do competitive research. And then we'll finally finish with lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses in 10 years in digital marketing, which is going to be given by Tim Cameron Kitchen, our founder and CEO. So I'm very delighted to get started. But before I do introduce Wayne, I'd just like to ask you to tell me where you're watching from if you haven't already, because you will be entered into a prize draw for our book. So congratulations to Grav for the last book. We're going to be giving away more copies, so just keep being active in that chat, and I will you just tell me where you are and I'll pick somebody else at the end of this presentation. I'll also ask you to just hit like if you haven't already, as well as subscribe to the channel and hit that bell notification so you don't miss any of our future live streams. There'll be one at 1 p.m. next Friday as well with Jess and Yana. And then if you could just share this on social media as well, so more people are able to see this all these presentations that have been superbly put together by the team. It's very much appreciated. So again, I'm very much looking forward to introducing to the stream Wayne. Hello, Wayne. Welcome.
Hello. How are we doing?
We're doing super, and now a few minutes over, so I apologize. That's my fault.
All good.
So, right, you're here today to talk about how to get featured by well-respected websites.
I am indeed. It's going to be an amazing presentation. It's going to be super, super valuable. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to diving in. I am going to be looking at comments as we're going through. So if you have questions as we're going through or comments, feel free to point them out. I might not get to them instantly as you type them, but I will certainly get to them as we're going through. So
I'm going to leave this to you. You're in charge now, Wayne.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Goodness.
Enjoy.
So, today's goal, what I want to do is share 3 core methods that are going to help you get your business featured in real good quality websites online. So essentially, we're going to be talking about what we'd refer to as digital PR. It's a really, really exciting topic. It's definitely something that I think you're going to get a lot of value from. A little bit of background about me before we dive into the content itself. So I've been at Exposure Ninja for around about 5 years or so. I've been involved in digital marketing for about 15 years. And in my time with Exposure Ninja, I've consulted with, analyzed well over 1,000 businesses. My name is Wayne rather than Freddie. We're not playing some kind of identity swapping game there, so apologies for the confusion on the slide. My name is indeed Wayne. Yes, thank you, Jamie, for flagging it up. Like, we're not living in some strange Matrix environment.
Did I leave? Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't believe it.
It's all good. It's all good.
It was also last minute. So Freddie has unfortunately been unwell, and Wayne has been incredible and just jumped in at the last minute to give this talk. So yeah, I'm so sorry, Wayne. The last thing I should be doing is doing that. I apologize.
It's all good. It doesn't matter. Yeah, name, whatever. Name doesn't matter. So yeah, why should you listen to me? More importantly, why should you listen to Exposure Ninja? As you already know, I hope, because you've been on the live feed for a little while today already, we've been around for a while now. We've got a huge amount of experience. We've provided consultancy reviews for well over 25,000 businesses around the world now. And as you know, we've published the #1 best-selling book on SEO on Amazon, and we're an award-winning agency. So we really know what we're talking about. And the kind of approaches that we're going to be talking through today in this presentation are based on us actually working in the trenches, based on us actually getting these kind of results for clients. So this isn't just theory. This is about us really helping you get amazing results and explaining to you what the processes need to look like when it comes to digital PR. So as I've said, yeah, we've consulted for a ton of businesses now. We've grown very dramatically over the last 6 years, and we are a fully remote agency. We were a remote agency before it was cool, before the world fell apart. We're, very experienced within this space. So what we're going to be covering today, essentially what I want to talk you through is, first of all, the benefit of actually getting featured. Why should you even be looking to get featured in publications online? What are the benefits? What are you going to get from that? We're going to use or talk through 3 different methods that any business, 3, that's the mirror effect. There we go. 3, maybe that's better. 3 methods any business can use. And it's entirely free help, as you would expect from us. We want to give you really good content that you can go away and apparently I'm Batman. It's confirmed. We're seeing some unusual comments. Wayne is Batman. There we go. I don't know what makes me Batman, but something makes me Batman, apparently. I'll have to go back through the comments and see. So let's start with the basics. Why should you get featured? Why should you be aiming to get featured? And a lot of people say the reason I should aim to get featured is because press coverage will make me rich. They think that it's a shortcut to fame, a shortcut to really driving things forward. And the reality is press coverage can really help your marketing. It can really help a brand. It can really help you elevate your profile. In reality, the motivation shouldn't be it's going to make you rich, but you should be using it as a strategy. You should be focusing on the benefits of working in this particular area. So when we look at why to do this, not to make you rich, not to make you a celebrity. The reason is, first of all, it gives you a huge amount of credibility. If you can get yourself featured in various publications online, it's a real shortcut to gain your customers' or clients' trust, because I'm sure you know, if you go to a website and you see these kind of logos, you see that a particular brand, a particular person has been featured in these kind of publications, it immediately makes you feel that they're a trustworthy business, a business that is worth doing business with, because it kind of indicates that they've got some kind of expertise in their field. Because as human beings that are normal and constantly assessing everything that's going on, we look for these credibility factors. We look for these indications as to whether a business can be trusted. And psychology tells us if this business is being featured in all of these publications, the chances are they know what they're talking about. They can be trusted. Now, the other benefit is because if you do it right, it can really help you boost your organic traffic. It can really help with an SEO campaign. Now, a lot of people, when they think about PR, they don't focus on this side of things. So a lot of clients that we talk to might have paid a PR agency a lot of money before they've come to us to get them lots of features in the media. But because it's done in a traditional way, they don't tend to focus on how to leverage that in the most effective way. They don't think about how can we leverage that to improve SEO performance, organic traffic. So one of the benefits we think of running these kind of campaigns is you can end up getting a really good amount of growth organically in a really, really effective way. So that's why you should do it. Hopefully you already know the value of this, but let's now dive straight into the actual approaches. So let's talk about the methods that you can use to get these kind of features and how these methods actually work. So the first method I want to talk to you about is manual outreach. Now, this is essentially about trying to get your brand featured on magazine sites and on news websites, because they have 2 different things which do you see I got my fingers in frame there? Pro, that's what I am now, pro. 2 different things that we need. They've got high topical authority, so that's going to help you from an SEO standpoint, because you can end up getting really good quality links from these magazine and news websites. But the other thing is, when you're targeting the right magazines, the right news websites, they've got a very targeted audience. So you can end up getting short-term benefit in terms of exposure to your actual target audience. Let's say, for example, you're running a business that is focused on baby toys, baby products, things like this, and you get a feature in the let's say as a magazine or website called the New Mom magazine. The benefit is you're not only getting a really good quality backlink from that site, but you're getting your service, you're getting your business in front of your exact target audience. So those are the 2 benefits that you're going to be focusing on when you're pursuing any kind of digital PR campaign. Now, this is just an example of some coverage that we've gotten for clients in the past, how this coverage works. The reality is this is a really, really boring website, like to most people. Like it's a manufacturing website. The articles are quite dull in many instances. And I want you to imagine that you're the editor of, imagine this would be a terrible situation potentially to be in. It would be a terrible situation for me. I could think of nothing worse. But you wake up on Monday morning and by some horrific twist of karmic fate, you end up waking up as the editor of The Manufacturer magazine. And the reason we're going through this role play, the reason I want you to imagine this is I want you to start thinking about how does this work from the point of view of the publications you're contacting. So when we're doing outreach, you need to get into the mindset of the editors that you're going to be approaching, the editors that are running these magazines. So if you're an editor for this kind of magazine, this kind of online publication, it's basically your job to fill this site with interesting articles. You need to do that to keep your visitors interested and so you can make money through ads. But it's tough, isn't it? Because you're ultimately only able to write about manufacturing. This isn't a great topic to think about interesting topics within. Interesting articles aren't going to be easy to find. Most read article number 3 on this particular site is, for example, we've done digging here because we're those kind of marketing geeks. Most read article number 3 is different types of welding and what they are used for. Like, yeah, exciting stuff, yeah? So you get the idea. Editors of these kind of publications, especially niche publications, often are struggling with topics to come up with. I remember seeing a while ago as well, a fishing magazine, and they had, I think it was something ridiculous. Like one of their features was, it was like cod of the week, something like that. There's going to be some repetition there, isn't there? I mean, cod of the week. What are we doing? Anyway, sidetrack. But you get the idea. In these niche publications, it's really hard to come up with really good quality articles that your audience are going to find interesting. So if you've got people approaching you with really interesting angles, interesting pieces of data, or interesting pre-written articles that you can feature in your publication, that's a really, really good thing. So suddenly when you're following this kind of approach, manual outreach, where you are approaching these kind of publications, you shouldn't be thinking of it as a really hard sales job where you're having to sell them on the idea of actually being featured in their publication. You're actually providing these publications that you're approaching. I'm loving the puns that we're seeing in the comments here. We've got some brilliant ones. As cod is my witness. This is a comment that's been posted. We've got oh my cod as a reaction. Brilliant. This is what life is about. If you're not spending your Friday coming up with terrible puns, what are you doing with your life? That's what I've got to say. So yeah, it's really important that you're in the right mindset when you're doing manual outreach. You are offering value to these kind of publications, and that's really important to remember. So let's talk about the actual practical things then. Let's talk about how are you actually going to get yourself featured in these kind of publications. Fundamentally, there are 2 different ways to get into niche publications. Whether this is a magazine site or a news site, getting featured tends to be more typical of top-level publications. So that's national newspapers, international magazines, and that's where you might be quoted in a particular publication. That's where you might have a particular feature piece within a publication if you've already got a higher profile. But for things like the manufacturer website or the cod of the week website and those kind of sites, you're going to be getting yourself featured by being the author of the article that is being posted on the website. That's the approach that you're going to be using. So it goes back to what I was saying a minute ago. You're going to be creating a piece of good quality content that you know appeals to that particular audience, and then you're going to be pitching that to the editor of the publication. So getting featured, that will often come from inbound requests. So there are platforms online like HERO, which stands for Help a Reporter Out. And on those platforms, these journalists that are out there in some of the big publications will put an ad out and say, we really need to speak to, for example, a teacher to get their view on reading age. Like we want to get an expert opinion on reading age at the moment. So if you're a teacher that runs your own private tuition business, you would then respond to that, and it gives you an awesome way of getting featured, getting a link back to your website as part of the featured quote. And that can be applied across all sorts of industries, because obviously journalists are always looking for experts to quote to give credibility to their articles. So that's how you would get featured, with a quote. When you're the author, this is where it comes from the more manual approach. So you're not waiting for opportunities to come to you. With this approach, you're approaching those publications. So if you've got a business within the manufacturing sector, you're going to target websites like The Manufacturer and other websites that are similar, and you're going to be pitching various article ideas to the editors, to those particular publications. So that's essentially the focus that you're going to be utilizing. Now, let's have a look now at an example headline, an example piece of coverage. And this was for a client that we were working with. So this is actually coverage that we've secured for a client before. And I just want to give you a bit more information on this. So this is an example. So this client of ours, essentially what they provide is performance management software. And we started working with them when they were a completely brand new business. So they had no visibility in the sector. No one knew who they were. They didn't have any particular authority because they were brand new. And the concept of this particular software is, if your people really suck that you're employing and you don't realize it and you don't know what to do about it, you've got a big problem. And what this software does is essentially you plug them into the software and it fixes them. That's not the copy that they use on the website, clearly, but you get the idea. It's about people sucking in an organization, not realizing it, not knowing what to do, and then they provide a solution of being able to fix it. But this is a problem that their clients often don't know they have. Like with things like performance management, if you're running a company that's not being ran very well and you don't have performance management processes in place, you probably don't know that a lot of your team are rubbish. Like, that's not data you have access to because you're not managing things well. So this is a really weird situation, because what we were having to do is educate the audience on the fact that the problem exists. And then we were having to educate the audience on the idea that this solution was the best solution for them. So that was the weird situation we were in. They didn't know that they had that problem. So what we needed to do is make the owner of this business, a guy called Stuart, we needed to make him a thought leader in the space. So we could essentially introduce the audience. And let's be real, the audience for this particular kind of company is a huge audience, because it's any company that employs people. Essentially, any company that employs people needs performance management. So what we needed to do is get Stuart, the founder of the company, to become a thought leader in the space. And we had to introduce the audience to this concept and ultimately build him up as someone to be listened to, so that then when the opinion was put out there about what was wrong in the area of HR and performance management, people would start listening. So we used outreach to secure this particular piece of coverage that's on screen at the moment. And we didn't just get this particular article, this particular angle featured in this one publication. We actually got this featured in all sorts of publications that targeted the core audience. So the core audience ultimately for Clear Review was going to be HR managers and people that work within business at that kind of level. So essentially we did research to identify the kind of publications they're likely to be reading. And then once we'd done that research, we started approaching all of these publications saying, look, we've got this amazing guy that's really revolutionizing performance management. He's got a really interesting angle on this. Can we write this article for you? And essentially, that's how we got this coverage. So it was that manual outreach approach. And it's all about making sure that the angles you're approaching are interesting. It's all about just making the angle interesting so that the publications you're contacting are going to find them appealing. And also, the reason this particular coverage ended up coming through was because, as a result of actually getting all of this coverage, as a result of being featured in various HR publications online, they ended up being able to raise like literally 2.6 million in finance to really drive the company forward. I think they ended up selling the company for some crazy amount. I think he sold the company a couple of years ago for like 26 million or something mad. It was insane. So all of this happened, though. The point I'm getting to is it all happened as a result of being really strategic, starting from zero. So Stuart wasn't a celebrity to begin with. He wasn't an authority in the industry to begin with. It was all about positioning things in a way that made him be perceived as a celebrity within the industry that he was, being quoted, talking about topics that were relevant. And yeah, it was a quite manual process, but the process was absolutely worth it. And here's some examples of some of the coverage we ended up getting for Stuart. This particular publication within The Recruiter, which, as you'd imagine, that's exactly targeting HR managers, HR directors. What type of manager are you? And again, it was Stuart talking about the framework that should be used when you're trying to decide how to manage your team and what works best. So yeah, there's so many different examples. How to step up your leadership game in 2018. Another great example. It's about creating angles, creating interesting hooks that publications are going to be interested in. It's about delivering value. What you need to remember is when you're following this approach, what you're not doing is creating an advert for your business. That's not what you're doing. Indirectly, it's the impact. You get an advert for your business, but it is indirect. Directly, what you're doing is delivering really good value to your target audience and positioning you and your company as an authority in the space. And it doesn't matter whether you're in HR, whether you're a plumber, whether you're B2B, whether you're B2C, there are always ways to position yourself as an expert within the industry, and there are always angles you can focus on. And because you're in the industry, you're going to know your audience really, really well. And there are going to be things that you know in your own business when you're dealing with your own audience. There are going to be things you know are the biggest problems that your target audience are facing. And if you can write articles in a really effective way that address those problems, publications are going to be really happy to publish those articles because you're delivering good value. So what does the process actually look like? This is a really important thing, because you don't just want to kind of go with a scattergun approach of suddenly emailing hundreds of people, having no idea who you've emailed, having no ideas about why you're pitching a particular publication, what's your end goal, what are you trying to achieve. So you need to start in a very strategic way, and you begin with the planning stage. So what you need to look at when you're doing the planning is, of course, start by identifying a list of publications that you would like to get featured in. So you know your target audience, you know the kind of people you're wanting to get in front of. So you start doing some research online and see what publications exist online that would be beneficial for you to be featured in. And once you've done that, the next step is all about actually looking at what kind of content do these publications publish. Ultimately, every publication is going to be a little bit different. And you need to be thinking, what is going to be exciting to this publication? Going back to what I said before, it's not about creating a press release to promote your company. It's about creating a press release and an article that is interesting to the target audience. So a really bad example of the angle would be company A releases brand new, amazing product. Like, publications aren't going to want to publish that kind of article because it's transparent advertising. It's not something offering value, and it's just you talking about a product you're selling. So you can't be approaching things from that point of view. It needs to be thinking about what are the problems the target audience that you're speaking to deal with? How would you approach those particular problems? What data or interesting knowledge do you have on that topic? And how could you then create an article that has an interesting headline, an interesting hook that these different publications are going to want to actually focus on? So yeah, now Jamie, you've said, I think this is what no marketers struggle with. We believe that we have to sell, sell, sell. Yeah, you're absolutely right, actually, which is interesting, isn't it? Because you'd think if you're not a marketer, you'd be more reluctant to sell. But I think what you've identified is correct, actually. So in many instances, there's a thought that it's only a good use of time if I'm directly selling my product, whereas indirect sales is always most effective because it builds your credibility and it doesn't make you seem desperate as well. That's the other thing. It's subtle. But if people feel that you're needy for a sale, they'll often be really reluctant to buy. Whereas if people feel you're just putting really good content out there, they're going to be more inclined to want to work with you. So when it comes to planning, these are the questions. If you're making notes at the moment, these are things that I would recommend you note down. So I'll leave this on the screen for a little while. You want to be looking at who's your target audience? What do they care about? Where are they online? So which publications are they reading? And what type of content do those people or those publications publish? Those are the questions that you should be thinking about. We've got a question from Nicola Davis, which I'll pop up on the screen. If publications ask for a fee to publish a featured article, is it worth doing? So there's no simple answer. It depends on the publication, how valuable the publication is, and it also depends on what they're trying to charge you. So it's probably there's a bit too much to go into in this particular training to really dive into the details of that. The simple answer is, to begin with, don't focus on featured publications. Get familiar with the process and get familiar with using your own quality articles to get your publications featured, because that's going to put you in a much stronger position when you are then dealing with publications that typically may charge. Because here's something that is interesting. Quite often, we will actually focus on publications, not intentionally, we'll focus on publications who generally will charge for articles being placed. But the quality of our content is so good, and the kind of topics we're writing about are so on point, and essentially we just get everything so right in the approach that quite often we'll manage to negotiate away the fees because of the way that we'll frame it. If you're writing really, really good quality content and it's genuinely valuable and it's genuinely content that they can't get from somewhere else, then often you can negotiate quite hard, and often you can get featured without having to pay crazy prices. But when you are looking at that, you need to think about what are they actually providing you with, and things to look at are going to be things like what's their actual traffic they're getting to their site. They should be telling you things like that. What's their traffic volume if they're wanting to charge you? And you should use your own research tools to then identify if they're being honest as well. You should look at things like domain authority. You should look at things like their organic traffic. You should look at things like their backlink profile. And I'm doing a training later on today, which is at 3:00, where we talk about exactly this, where we talk about how to dive in and do competitor analysis. But the competitor analysis tools I'm going to be talking through at 3:00 are the same tools you would use if you're wanting to do some digging in a publication to establish whether it was a good target, whether it's worth paying for. So that's something that we can talk about a bit more later in that competitor analysis training. So the other question we've been asked here, how many publications should we send to the same particular how many publications should you send the same article to? So the key thing is you don't send the entire article until you've negotiated. You're pitching the idea of the article, you're pitching the idea of the topic you want to write about, and you're telling them why it's an amazing topic, but you're not actually sending them the entire article up front. And you can be honest in those publications and say that you work with a network of publishers, that you really want to work with them, but they would need to get back to you quickly because you do have other publishers that you're working with. So again, it's approaching it from the point of view that you're offering them something valuable. So if you are sending it to multiple publishers, don't be afraid to actually say, look, we do work with a lot of different publishers at the moment, but I really like your publication. It's that thing of making them feel really good and like you specifically want to work with them, but then reminding them that you're also a valuable asset yourself that is in demand and that is working with other publishers already. You don't want to be publishing the same article on different publications. So if you did get two particular publishers that are, for instance, saying yes to a particular topic, essentially you would need to create slightly different versions of the article for each publication. You definitely wouldn't want to be in a position where you're going ahead and giving the same content. So step 2 is the pitching. So this is where you need to get really smart with what you're doing, and you need to make sure that you're emailing the right people, and you need to make sure you really understand the publication. So when it comes to pitching, you need to think about who is the best contact at a particular publication. So you need to look at articles on a particular website, and let's say it was a very large website that's publishing about lots of different topics. You would look at the topics that you're most interested in, and you would notice who is it that seems to be writing all of these articles, because a lot of bigger publications will have one writer who is, for instance, their tech writer, one writer who is their home and living writer. And you want to make sure you understand who is it that you need to be speaking to. Now, if it's a small publication without a great deal of exposure, it might just be one primary editor. But in many instances, there will be a byline on the article. It will tell you who's written it, and that would be the person that you would want to be approaching. And as I say, if there isn't a byline, if they've not got an actual name, you would dig around on the contact page and there will be an editor contact, and that would be the person instead. Now, you need to remember when you're thinking about this, what are the goals of the editors or writers that you're contacting? Because you need to think about this from their point of view, because what you're doing is pitching something valuable for them. But for it to be valuable to them, you need to understand their goals. So the goal of every writer is to get their articles written quickly so they can move on to the next article. So the fact that you're offering a pre-written article, if it is a good quality article, is of huge benefit to them, because it means they don't have to write the article. They essentially still get credit for the article, but you get the benefit of the backlink and the exposure and the credibility of being featured. So this means when we're writing an article for them, we're going to write essentially to the word count they give you. So when you're talking to them, you're going to pitch the idea, you're going to pitch the angle, you're going to tell them why it's a good idea, and then they're going to tell you what the requirement would be. So they would say, yeah, that sounds a great idea, and I really need a 600-word article that covers that. That would be awesome. So you're going to essentially fit the criteria that they tell you to fit, and then you're going to get it proofed. And then essentially, if it's good, it's going to be able to go live. And it means minimum work for the writer that you're pitching. So that's what you have to think about. What makes their life easier, and how are you making yourself a valuable asset to them? Now, a really, really important part of this is the follow-up, because you're almost never going to get a yes on your first attempt. And this is something that you really need to bear in mind. And there's a few reasons for this. First of all, people are really busy and they're working to deadlines, and they're often going to ignore emails because often they're used to getting spammy emails. They're used to getting people pitching ridiculous things. They're used to people wasting their time. So just because you don't get an immediate response, that doesn't mean that the opportunity is dead in the water. It just means that you need to actually follow up. And that's really, really important. Follow up is king here when you're doing any kind of digital outreach. Like even for us, and we're very well established now, we've got a lot of contacts across so many publications because we've been doing this kind of work for so many years for clients. But even for us, it's often the case that we will need to send a couple of nudging emails to remind people that they've not responded to us. So that's really important to bear in mind. And then when it comes to stage 3, this is all about building momentum. So what you don't want to be doing is just focusing on one pitch, not doing anything else until you've got a response from that one pitch. What you need to be doing instead is really keeping going, because it's like the whole saying people say with buses, you're going to get nothing happening at all, and then suddenly you're going to end up getting 2, 3, 4 features all confirmed at once. And the other thing is, once you've started to get your features published, once you've started to get articles published, that then gives you more credibility when you're approaching other editors. First of all, it's going to give you more credibility with that particular editor, because it means you've got an opportunity to go back to that editor or that writer and pitch again. And because you've already published some good quality content for them, it's going to be way easier, and they're going to be much more inclined to say, yep, sounds like a great idea, send me the content. So it gives you momentum in that sense, but also it then gives you the leverage, if you like, when you're contacting other publications to say, please note, we've already had our articles featured in this publication, this publication, this publication. So they know that you're really good at what you do and you're truly an expert. The key thing to remember with all of this is be nice, be human. Like everyone, it doesn't matter who you're contacting, whether it's the editor of a huge publication, whether it's a writer of a particular section, whether it's a one-man band, like everyone's just a person and everyone's just trying to get their work done on a daily basis and move forward in life. It doesn't matter how much money they're earning. It doesn't matter how big their company is. Treat everyone like a human, because you just don't know like who they are, and treating them like a human is always going to get you better results than being robotic and formulaic in how you're speaking to people. Like people want to be made to feel special and valuable and all of the things that we know in kind of day-to-day life. So build momentum. And the key thing when it comes to building momentum, when we're looking at specifics, you should be viewing every publication as a potential regular contribution. The more links that you build, the more credibility your website has, and also the more links that a website has and the more domain authority your website has, the more credibility that site has. So these are things that you should be thinking about. Once a piece is live, this goes back to that human thing. This goes back to being nice to people. Once a piece is live, follow up with the editor, thank them, like appreciate them, make people feel special, make people feel that you actually care about them and you appreciate what they're doing. Because if they feel you appreciate what they're doing, they're going to go above and beyond. Like, we all are guilty of it, aren't we? If someone's rude and curt and impolite, like, we do the bare minimum for them because no one wants to deal with people like that. If someone goes above and beyond and is nice to you and appreciative and treats you well, like, you're going to find that this will spiral in a good way. So always follow up, always thank them, always be a nice human being. See, I bet you didn't know you were going to get general life advice, did you, when you tuned into this? So that is what you should be focusing on. Now, when it comes to considerations, you need to think about how your time is spent and what a realistic expectation is. And what I mean by that is your success rate. Yes, Jamie's just said respect and being nice doesn't cost anything. For a minute, I thought that Jamie had commented respect and being nice doesn't count for anything. And I was like, Jesus, where's Jamie been this morning? He's having a bad day. But no, you're right. Respect and being nice doesn't cost anything at all. And it can get you a lot. So the success rate is always going to be low. That's something else that you need to bear in mind. When you're doing outreach work, even when you're really good at it, you're still only going to have a reasonably low hit rate. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't spend time on it, because the hit rate that you do get can be absolutely immense in terms of the benefit it gives you. So even if you're only getting 1 out of every 10 articles that you're pitching published, if you're getting them published on really good quality websites, it can be immensely valuable. You're not going to get a yes on your first attempt. We've already covered that. And you don't need millions of links to improve your rankings. If you're focusing on really good quality publications, like just a couple of links from really good quality publications can make a big difference to your rankings and to your SEO performance, because ultimately a really high authority backlink from a really trusted media publication is going to have a much greater effect on moving the needle, moving you through the rankings, than getting like some really spammy rubbish backlinks on forums and on directories where you're just not getting true benefits. So don't think that you need to get millions of placements, because you really don't. Like, just a few placements can really make a big difference. Your product defines the best channel. This is really important, and that goes back to the planning we were talking about earlier. You need to have a really clear idea of who your audience is and where they're hanging out, because you only want to be getting placements in front of your target audience, because it's that thing of getting leverage again. Yes, you want the backlink, which is going to be really beneficial, but what you're also doing is trying to get exposure in front of your target audience so that you get a short-term benefit, the exposure to the target audience, and you also get the long-term benefit of the backlink, which is going to help you increase your SEO performance. Method 2, this is journalist inquiry services. We mentioned this earlier. These are really powerful, and these work in a slightly different way. So journalists will submit requests for interviews and features on these kind of platforms. They will also do it on Twitter, and it's something that can work really well. Hero is the one that I mentioned earlier, and the one that you saw on the previous slide. Help a reporter out. They've got various paid plans that give you different benefits, and it allows you to be literally plugged in to these opportunities as they arise. And you can set up automated alerts that will tell you if a journalist has requested a quote or an interview or a feature within the sector that you're in, within the area that you're an expert in. So this can give you a lot of leverage. It's not as predictable as the outreach method, because with the outreach method, you're in control, aren't you? You're in control of the amount of pitches that you're doing, the amount of publications you're contacting. And ultimately, with that kind of approach, the more work you put in, the more you're going to get out. Whereas with these kind of journalist inquiry services, it's much more about opportunities just arising and you being able to seize them and make the most of them. So if the request matches your business, let them know, and then they might feature you. Again, there's not any guarantees with this, but these kind of placements can be really powerful, because normally they're really high profile media publications, and you're likely to get features in like The Guardian or the Financial Times or any kind of national publication when you're using these kind of journalist requests, essentially. So it's definitely an area that can work really well. Same rules apply as what we talked about with the outreach. Be nice to people. Ian. So Ian said, where do we find these journo requests? So just to be clear, it's going to be services like Help a Reporter Out, Hero. That's one area. And you're also going to be able to find them on Twitter by using hashtags like journo request, expert feature. Like there are lots of hashtags that you can start to research. If you type in hashtag journo request, you will then start to find other hashtags that are used by journalists, and then you can set up automated alerts through Twitter and all of that kind of thing. But my view is I would recommend using these services like Hero because it gives you a lot more leverage and you're not having to manually do that. But we do have a talk later that goes into a bit more detail about the journo requests. So that's definitely something that is worth attending as well. So here are some other examples of different websites you can use. So you've got Help a Reporter Out, Hero, you've got Response Source, you've got Gorkana. These are all examples of websites you can sign up to where you can be positioned as an expert and can be utilizing your expertise. This is an example of the kind of alerts that you will get. So this shows you here, hi all, writing a piece on how to relax over the summer and looking for tips and suggestions. It gives you a clear idea on exactly what they're looking for. And then you can see that this particular person has responded and given a really clear quote, which is exactly what was asked for. And then that quote gets featured ultimately because it's really valuable. Like it's really valuable. And when you're responding, you do exactly what has been done using this example. So you say, hi, I represent, and then it would be your brand, your business, and I'm an experienced XXX, in this instance, personal trainer. And then he has the following relaxation tips. And then you include the quote. If you found it helpful, please give credit to, and then you're including your name or the name of the person that you're representing, who they are, and then a link back. And this is just how it works. Like journalists understand that the payoff for you providing expert advice and quotes and information, the payoff to you is getting that quote and getting that link and getting that credit. So yeah, this can work really, really well. And again, it's not guaranteed. It's something that you need to put the work into. You're not going to get every single feature being published. And thank you, Ian and Jamie. I'm glad you're finding it really useful. Great. So yeah, that can work really, really well. Here you go. Here's an example of some coverage we got for a client using exactly this method. So this is National Heart Month, how to keep your ticker healthy. And again, this was the same personal trainer client that we were working with that we got into this article. It's really powerful. So yeah, don't underestimate the power of this. Same personal trainer client. We also got them featured on Victoria Derbyshire Live. So these kind of approaches can work really well because what you need to remember, once you've been featured in a national publication, if you're featured as an expert in The Guardian, or if you're featured as an expert on BBC News, you're going to just naturally start to attract other people contacting you to either interview you or to get a quote from you or to have you actually publishing an article for them. So this goes back to what we mentioned earlier about things picking up momentum. As you start to get more features and articles out there, it's going to be much easier for you to get even more. So you've got that kind of snowball effect taking place over time. Method 3, this is what we talked about briefly already. This is about using Twitter. So this is all about using hashtags on Twitter to find these journalist requests. So Hero and those other platforms I told you about, essentially you pay for those in order to get real value from them. And they give you really, really good value because they give you maximum leverage. It means you can automate getting the opportunities emailed to you. And it means that you're going to not miss an opportunity because you're paying for a platform to do all the monitoring for you, present you the opportunities, and then you've got a platform that you can track your opportunities in as well. If you don't want to pay for that platform and you've got more time than you have money, because this is always the payoff, isn't it? When you're thinking about a strategy to follow, if you've got more money than time, you pay for a service like Hero because it saves you time, but it costs you money. If you've got more time than money, you use a manual process like using Twitter, where you're searching for things like hashtag journo request, hashtag PR request, and this allows you to then get those opportunities that are on Twitter. It's not going to be all of them, because a lot of these journalists do use the journalist request platforms because it makes it easier for them as well. But there are still a lot of opportunities that you will find using this particular approach. And I've included an example one here. If we can make this slide a little bit bigger, here we go. This shows you that this particular person on Twitter, if we look at the hashtags she's using you're very welcome, Emily. I'm glad you found it useful. When we look at her profile on Twitter, we've got all of these hashtags letting you know who she is, publications she works with. So if you are someone that potentially wants to get yourself featured in Forbes, I would say Alison Coleman would probably be a good person to follow on Twitter. And it would probably be a good idea to set alerts up so that when she puts a tweet up, you get an alert, because the chances are at some point soon, she's going to end up publishing a journo request on Twitter. So you can search for both the requests themselves, and you can search for hashtags that are used within people's profiles, so that you can then have essentially a list of people that you follow that you know are journalists that are often looking for experts to quote. So there's lots of different ways that you can leverage these kind of platforms. Here we go. Here is an actual example of one that we've done live. So this here is a particular journalist, and this says here, it's the same lady, Alison Coleman, and I can't actually read. I'm going to zoom in on this on my own screen so I can read it to you, because I can't remember the exact wording and I don't want to just make it up. What kind of Batman would I be, Jamie, if I was just making things up? So what do hashtag entrepreneurs wear for work, and how does it impact on creativity, productivity, and winning new business? Top media opportunity, hashtag journo request. Just to let you know, any crazy movement you can see behind me, I've not got a crazy monster appearing up my window. I think the window cleaners just arrived. Like, window cleaners always arrive at the most inappropriate times, don't they? So if you see weird shadows, it's not someone locked in or scaling my building. So what we did here is responded. Tim responded through his Twitter account, dressed up despite working from home, happy to send over a quote, email me. And yeah, just these kind of approaches can work really well. And this gives you, a zoomed in alternative idea of what you can get in response. So she put out that request first, Tim responded to it. It then led to a quote being provided. And then you can see how you dress for work can make you more productive. Tim's quote ended up in the article. He got the exposure in the article. We got the link in the article, and we got the exposure on Alison's Twitter account. And off the back of that, we're now able to say, as featured on Forbes. Pretty powerful stuff. And all it was a quote about whether you dress up for work when you're working from home. So you can really get a lot of leverage. And this all builds back into the credibility stuff that we talked about at the beginning. Does this all make sense? I know I've had some feedback, but it would be amazing to have any feedback. Is it all making sense? People seeing how they can apply this kind of stuff, and how it is way more simple than you may have thought it was before you attended this presentation, this training. I'm hoping so. Here we go. Here's the article that got published. Here's another example. Looking to speak to a psychologist. Amazing. Thank you, Octopus Intelligence. I'm glad you're finding it useful. Brilliant. Looking to speak to a psychologist for a feature today on post-pandemic anxiety. Shout if that's you. Hashtag journo request. Hashtag psychologist. Hashtag mental health. It's something that is really, really powerful. And again, the article went live, and in this instance, it was a feature within the Metro. And by the looks of it, also a feature on ITV News. So really powerful stuff. And this ended up being a significant feature for this particular psychologist. It was really, really powerful exposure. So that brings us to the end of the training portion of today. Hopefully all of this has made sense, and I hope you've made a lot of notes. We've got a short amount of time for questions, but before we take the questions, what are the next steps that you need to actually take to get the most out of this? First thing, really practical step, make sure you're following #PR request, #journo request on Twitter. Immediately, that's going to give you access to these opportunities, which is absolutely what you want. So that should be the first thing that you do. Step 2, if you haven't done this already, request your free marketing review from us. So this training has been theory, very practical theory that you can apply, but it's been theory which you then need to think about applying for your business and looking at how it's applicable. Our marketing reviews, if you've not had one yet, is a customized, personalized video that is 15 to 20 minutes long, where we go through on the screen in front of you, your website, your competitors' websites. We look at the volume of traffic you're getting. We look at what you can do to boost your conversion rate. We look at whether you're running paid ads. We do competitor analysis of the ads. And we put all of this into a 15 to 20 minute video and then give you a list of action steps for things that you should be focusing on to improve your marketing results. So if you haven't claimed a free marketing review yet, scan the QR code. It will take you straight to the form to fill in. And the more information you put in that form, the more customized we can make that review. So do make sure when you're requesting it that you fill in information. Sometimes one of the questions we ask on that form page is, where are you looking for help today? And people will respond with marketing. And as you can imagine, that's not so helpful because it doesn't really let us know where you're looking for the feedback and where we can bring the most value. Whereas if you tell us in the form that you fill in, we're looking to find out how to boost our rankings, or we're looking how to get better performance from our ads, or we're looking how to boost our conversion rate, we can focus more of our time on that side of things to make sure you get as much value as possible. So fill in the form with a good amount of detail. If you have already had a marketing review, whether that is very recently, whether that's 6 months ago, a year ago, if you've had a marketing review in the past and now you're in a position to look at outsourcing your marketing and you want to speak to us about how we can help you with that, then the next step would be to book a catch-up call, a follow-up call with us. If you scan this QR code, that will take you to the page where you can book a follow-up call. That call is basically a chance for us to talk to you in specific detail about what your goals are, what you've tried in the past, where you're looking for support, where we think we can best help you. We'll talk a little bit about strategy. And then if it feels that we're a good match, what I will then do, or whoever you're speaking to, is go away and put together a detailed plan and proposal for you that will outline how we can actually work with you. So to be really clear, these calls aren't sales calls. They're fact-finding calls so we can identify, where do you need the support? Where's the biggest problem in your business? Are we even a good match? And then if we are, that's when we'll go away and put a plan and proposal together for you. So that's the next step to take if you've already had a review and you're looking to outsource your marketing. If you've not already had your review yet, make sure you request a marketing review by filling in this form here. I'm going to leave this QR code on the screen for another 30 seconds or so whilst I have a look at some of the questions that have come in. So Phil Robertson says, is it worth approaching journalists directly if you happen to know any? If you know them, I would say it's not cold calling. If you know them already, then of course, let them know. If you've got a friend who's a journalist, you already know them, and you can provide expert advice in a particular area, definitely reach out to them and let them know, for sure. Because if they're a friend, they're going to keep their eyes open for you and they'll be thinking about ways they can help you. If they're not a friend, if you don't already know them, cold calling is a terrible idea because you're going to really annoy them. There are frameworks already set up that allow you to get the most out of these opportunities without you needing to cold call. So you just need to be leveraging these frameworks, whether that's using Help a Reporter Out, whether that's following the various hashtags. That's where your energy should be focused. And then if you already know a journalist, great, you've got a direct route. You can let them know in advance that if any opportunities come up in this particular area, you're a great person for them to speak to, and I'm sure they will. Do you always need to get a do follow backlink? No, not at all. No, not at all. Remember, the benefit we're getting from this is multifaceted. So if you're getting a feature in The Guardian, you're getting a huge amount of benefit from that feature, whether it's a do follow link or not, because you're getting the exposure, you're getting the fact that you can then use a credibility logo saying that you've been featured in The Guardian. It's something that can really, really help you, whether it is do follow or not. Always negotiate when you're dealing with smaller publications to try and make sure that if it's viable, if it's possible, it's a do follow backlink. But don't stress about that as the key deliverable. This is about a multifaceted approach. Remember, the three things that you should be getting when you're following this kind of approach is exposure to your target market, credibility from being included in a publication that is well known, and a backlink. So there's three things that you're looking to get. It doesn't really matter a huge amount if they're not do follow links, if you're getting featured in really good quality publications. And just to go back to the other QR code, those of you that haven't yet scanned this one, if you want to book a catch-up call, a follow-up call, use that QR code. Awesome, Phil, that you know 3 or 4 journalists already in Tokyo. 100% leverage those. 100%. Like, that's really good. Yeah, if you've already got a team of journalists that you can be immediately getting yourself in with, then that's awesome. That will give you a big head start. So that pretty much brings us to the end of this training. I'm glad you've all found it helpful. If you've not already got a copy of our book, another QR code for you. Download a free copy of the How to Get to the Top of Google book so that you've got access to that. This is our most current edition, so it's fully up to date with all of the info you need to be able to get your business to the top of Google and to learn more about how that process works. And yeah, that is everything for now. And I look forward to hopefully speaking to some of you soon when you book your calls. And I look forward to seeing marketing reviews coming in so that we can really dive into how we can best help you.
Wayne, that was super. Nothing but senior insights from our senior marketing consultant. Thank you ever so much. It was a really good,
You're very welcome.
good presentation, considering it was picked up off the cuff, last minute. Really, once again, thank you very much for picking
Very welcome.
Really
and come back at 3 o'clock, people, when I'll be running my next training session on competitor analysis, which is going to be really, really interesting. It's my favorite area to talk about.
Yeah, I've had a peek, and I've got to say it's really insightful. And if you're not really sure what your competitors are doing when it comes to digital, this is the perfect introduction to doing competitor analysis online. So we do. I don't really see any more questions that we can go through now. So in that case, I'll do a prize draw for all of the copies of our book. In fact,
exciting.
So all of these copies of the book. So if you've entered the chat in any way today, if you've commented where you are or anything nice about the Fantastic Ninjas we've had so far, you'll have been automatically entered into the draw. And so far, we've had 77 people comment in the chat. We've had almost as many people like the live stream. We've had 55 people like the live stream, which means there's a discrepancy of 22. So if you haven't yet liked the stream, I really appreciate if you do hit like, as Jamie says. Thanks, Batman. Super. So I'm going to hit draw it once more. And if you do win, the way to get in touch with me is to email me at dale@exposureninja.com. And I will, Jess, first of all, I guess that's the problem with having our ninjas in the chat.
It is.
Let's have a look, see who wins this time around. Towards this property, who I'm almost positive has got a copy already.
Oh no!
Pretty sure Towards Property has been with us on a previous stream. Do you know what? Let me draw again. Towards Property. If you haven't had it before, I'll send you a copy. Send you all those books, and whoever wins this now, I'll send you some as well. Ayo, fantastic. So I know Ayo is in our digital marketing mentorship scheme. So it's great to see you here as well. Magical. In that case, I'm going to get started prepping for the next presentation, which is going to be how to workshop your landing pages to sell more. So focusing on increasing your conversion rate. That's going to be with Mark Rowland, our senior account manager, at 10 past, in about 7 minutes time. So if you don't mind us getting ourselves all set up for that, I'm going to bid adieu And again, Wayne, thank you ever so much for being with us. You've been
Very welcome.
as always. Great. Chat, I'll still be around, even if you can't see me on the stream. I'll still be looking at your comments. So do keep sending those through. It's very much appreciated. Cool. Thanks, everyone. Take care. See you in a second. Hello and welcome back to Dominate 2022, our live digital marketing event helping you to increase your revenue using digital marketing and all the channels within it, such as SEO, content marketing, PPC, email marketing, you name it, the channel is covered here today. Before we do move on to our next talk, how to workshop your landing pages to sell more, just going to pick up on one question that somebody had here that wasn't answered in the last stream, which was from Tortoise Property. The question was regarding approaching journalists and wondering if its platforms like LinkedIn would be as viable as Twitter. Yep, absolutely. If you go to LinkedIn right now and search a journal request, you'll see a couple of journalists come up. I just had a quick look and you can see that there's a freelance journalist for the BBC in there. So yeah, there are people using it, just not in the volume that you would find Twitter tweets using the same hashtag. Before we do move on, so we've got just about to get started. If you haven't yet subscribed to our brand new YouTube channel for live streams like this, so we have every Friday, make sure you do and click the bell for the notifications so that you get notified when a live stream has been added or is about to start. Again, use the hashtag Dominate2022 on social media. Take a photo right now of Mark when he joins us on screen and share that. And I will pick 3 people out at the end of the day to win some copies of our book. You can also ask as many questions as you have, and we'll answer all those at the end of Mark's session. Don't forget to subscribe to our main YouTube channel where you find lots of fantastic videos about SEO, content marketing, email marketing, you name the subject, is pretty much covered there. And some of the best videos there are, how to choose SEO keywords, how to write metadata with high click-through rate, how to write pages that convert at 42% or 43%, how to rank #1 in Google and so on. So make sure you don't miss out on that channel. Subscribe to our podcast by going to exposureninja.com/podcast. We have a weekly podcast that shouldn't be missed. Don't forget to read our blog posts as well, written by our fantastic marketing team. There's some great pieces there for helping B2B companies, B2C. Doesn't matter if you're selling products or services, e-commerce, D2C, whatever your abbreviation is, you're pretty much well covered there too. And you can subscribe to our weekly newsletter by going to exposureninja.com/dojo, and we'll send you an update about the new content we're putting out that you might find useful. Super. So it's an absolute pleasure to welcome to the stream Mark Rowland. Hello, Mark.
Hey there, Dale.
How are you?
Fabulous. I've got to say, for those that are watching this stream, what they don't know is the inspirational music in the waiting room before you jump onto the call. So it's very much rocky, kind of before the fight, pre-music. So raring to go.
Super. Yeah, I'm feeling the energy. If anybody could see into the backstage part of this, they would have seen me rocking out, doing my best.
Great drinks, great food as well. It's we're well taken care of back there, Dale.
Absolutely. Thank you. Well, Mark, you're here to talk to us about how to workshop your landing pages to sell more. I'll let you take on from this point, but again, just to remind everyone, do drop your questions in. If they're not answered immediately, they will all be answered at the very end of Mark's session.
Lovely stuff. Thanks, Dale. So as Dale correctly said, we're going to be looking at how to workshop your landing pages to sell more. Now, just want to address this word sell head on. All of us are in the business of selling. Many people might find this idea a little bit grubby. You might be selling a physical product. You might be selling a service. You might be selling yourself, your credibility. But everything that we are doing, myself right now, I'm selling myself to you so that you actually pay attention. So as Dale has said at the end, questions, feel free to put those in the channel. I'm really hoping that this is going to be an interactive kind of piece. So don't be shy in coming forwards. So on to our goal for today. And it is a big, audacious goal. We're going to be looking to share a process for creating effective landing pages in 25 minutes. And that's a big, big bar we're setting here. So we're all in the business of selling. It doesn't matter if you're a new business, established, your e-com service, lead generation, all of us are in the business of selling. So how do I sell myself? Firstly, hi, my name's Mark. Been in the business of marketing for over 15 years. And I like to think that there is a correlation between less hair and slightly more marketing knowledge on my part, at the very least. I don't know if you would say the same is true for you, Dale, but I wear it as a badge of honor. So I'm an account manager. Yep, nodding in agreement there. So I'm an account manager here at Exposure Ninja. What does that actually mean? So I'm on the sharp end of Exposure Ninja's campaigns on a daily basis, excluding during this talk, of course. So I work with our clients to really get to understand their business, their market. And once we've kind of dug into that, we pull together an appropriate strategy to help get them to where they want to be. So I work with a lot of fantastic people from all across Exposure Ninja, whether they be SEO experts, PPC, designers, developers, content creators, social, email editors, the list goes on. We've got a fabulous, fabulous bunch of people, and together we bring these strategies to life. So it says at the bottom of my slide there, I'm a multi-faceted business and marketing consultant, which I guess is just a polite way of saying I'm a jack of many different trades, but I like to think that I'm a master of some as well. So now we're going to move over to Exposure Ninja. And for those of you that have been earlier presentations or kind of sessions, this may well be very, very familiar. So we've got plenty of books, we've won plenty of awards, we've got fabulous reviews, we're really proud of what we've achieved, and we're really proud of what we achieve, most importantly, for our clients. So I'm going to mix this up a little bit. On the next slide, eagle-eyed viewers may recognize a certain someone on that slide. So the first person to pop that name in the chat is in with a shout to win those books. Caveat there, I don't make the rules. Dale might disagree with that, but I thought I'd just mix it up a little bit. Is that okay, Dale?
That is absolutely fine by me.
There we go. Christmas came early, ladies and gentlemen. So, are you ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who do we have amongst these lovely bunch of ninjas? Okay, I've got no idea if any answers are going in there, Dale, so I'm going to give it a couple more seconds, then I'm going to move on. So I'm going to assume, oh, here we go.
So far, we're just waiting. Somebody said you. Another person
Sadly,
said Rob.
it was not me. Yes, Rachel. We've got Rob Beckett there. And I think if you kind of look at him there on the far left of the picture, you can see how thrilled he is to be meeting some of the ninjas from Exposure Ninja. And he was presenting us with a UK Search Award. Now, just over my shoulder, I'm lucky enough to have one of those on my shelf. We've got all sorts of different awards. We win them for putting together creative campaigns, effective campaigns. So what kind of things do we do to deserve such awards? So in summary, we really just help businesses to get found by more of the right people and help them to sell more. As I said, that could be sell more product, service, idea. It's a variety of different things. But in short, we make our clients rather a lot of money. So this one here, 36 leads per month to over 400 leads per day. That's not a typo. That's actually the reality. So you can imagine the impact that had on that business. So another really lovely banana curve graph here. And this is just the difference in revenue, in visitors coming through to this client's site. Since joining with Exposure Ninja, it really was night and day and allowed them not only to stay in business, but to massively dominate their market. So I'm guessing that all of you, I really hope, are familiar with our books. If you're not, here's one I prepared earlier. And I know that there are a whole bunch of different ways that you can actually get your hands on either an ebook or be in with a chance of getting some of these in print as well. And they are fantastic books. I'm not saying that just because I'm biased. Genuinely, they are amazing. Look at the reviews. Okay, so let's go. Question number 1, what are landing pages? And actually, what are they for? So I think this picture really illustrates this quite succinctly. A landing page is a page on your site that you want visitors, when they first arrive on it, to find you, understand what you do, and most importantly, take action. You've got to be really clear on what it is that you want people to do when they come through to your site. If we don't hit people over the head with that next step, invariably they're going to leave your page without actually doing anything. In short, landing pages are super, super important. Getting them right and getting them wrong is oftentimes the difference between business growth and business failure. So I'm a big fan of show don't tell. So here's one of Exposure Ninja's landing pages. So what I'd just like to ask you now is, what's on offer? What actually is it that we are giving people or asking people to do? Is this landing page any good? Just put your comments in the chat. How do you know if this page is any good? And most importantly, what is the next step that we would like people to take when they come through to our site? Now, shameless plug here, if you haven't been onto this landing page on our site, I absolutely recommend, after today, hightail it over there, fill this out, and request one of our amazing website reviews. Exactly as All Tech Plus has just said, get your review. They are flipping amazing. So whilst landing pages are an important element for business growth, day in, day out, the majority of sites that we actually see, they actually seem to be at a loss about how to go about creating these really important pages in the right way. In fact, 90% of landing page visitors bounce within the first 5 seconds. So that means that people arrive on that page that potentially you've spent a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of energy getting someone even onto that page. And it's heartbreaking that within 5 seconds, 90% of those potential people that love what you do, they've gone elsewhere. So why are so many landing pages so ineffective? Well, there's a lot that people need to consider when creating these pages. So I've put together a little bit of an overview of things to keep in mind when you're looking at your own site or other people's sites, to really make sure that you're maximizing the likelihood that people are going to do what you want them to do. So firstly, how do you actually maximize conversions when people land on your site? The next one, the good old trusty Swiss Army knife. You know, if you're a business owner, you love your product. It's amazing. If only everybody else knew what you know about your business, they'll be beating a path to your door. So you've got so many important things that you need to say about that product. So which one do you start with? They're not all created equally. How on earth do you decide which one to lead with? And then really importantly, how do you then structure that information on your page? We live in a world where we're all overwhelmed by so much noise. How do you go about separating that signal so that it is important that people see the key stuff first? And finally, how do you know if actually what you've even put on your page is clear? If you've created this yourself, you suffer from what is known as the curse of knowledge. I don't know if you've ever played that game, and I use the word game loosely here, where you hum a tune and in your own mind, it's blaringly or glaringly obvious what that tune is in your own head. However, everybody else sitting around you does not have the foggiest what tune it is that you're actually humming. And this is the same issue with many, many business owners, because they are so close to their business. It's easy for people to understand what their business is about, surely. But time and time again, we see landing pages that are just really, really difficult to understand what it is that they're about. So how are we going to go about increasing effectiveness of these landing pages? You've got to be market oriented. Now, that's just a fancy way of saying the minute that you work inside a company, you automatically become unable to see it as a human again. That realization that you are not the consumer is such a critical starting point. Your opinion isn't just worthless, it's actually dangerous because you're biased. You've made these things, and many people refer to their business as my baby, and they're so kind of invested in this. So we all make assumptions about our customers. We think, well, we understand what they're buying from us, and we understand what it is that they want to buy. We understand about pricing and who we're competing with. But the reality is, if we don't do our research, these are all just guesses, and guesses ain't no good. So here's a lovely example. We've kind of plucked from our imaginations a fictional, let's give him a job. Let's say he's a fictional Italian plumber. I don't know where I got that idea from, and I'm going to call him Fabio. Now, you as a business owner, you've got a brilliant shop and you sell these flowers. Let's call them fire flowers. This is what you actually sell. However, what Fabio, I was going to call him Mario for some bizarre reason, what Fabio actually buys from you, he doesn't give, what's the right word? Doesn't give a fig that you sell fire flowers. What he's actually buying from you is what he's saying here. I want to be an awesome person doing awesome stuff. So you've really got to connect with your customers. Why? As I've said, because guessing leads to rubbish, and expensive and dangerous rubbish. So here at Exposure Ninja, we connect with consumers in a whole host of different ways. We use a lot of different tools, tactics, techniques, experience. I'm going to go through one now that you can actually make use of yourselves. So here we go. This is something called the JTB, which is Jobs to Be Done, created by an amazingly smart guy, Bob Moesta. And it's all about talking to your customers and interviewing your customers, almost in like you're filming a documentary about their experience. So as we're going through this conversation with the client, we're really asking them to relive their purchase story. And it's a timeline. So if you cast your mind back to the last time you made an important purchase, it might be a new car, it might be a fridge, it might be a monitor for those that have been working at home, it might be a new pair of jeans. But all purchases follow a really spookily similar path. And it begins with that first thought. Something sparks in the back of your mind. Oh my goodness, I really should start looking into X. And I'm not going to go through this framework now, but I just want to make you aware that this exists, and it is so, so powerful. So as you're going through this, don't get stuck on features. Think about what is it that they are trying to achieve? What is the context that they are in? What's happened in their life that suddenly has moved something from kind of being in the back of their minds on their to-do list to suddenly being thrust to the top of that list. And when you're listening to them, listen for emotion. Like, these are the things that are really, really aggravating, they're painful, and make a note of that. Listen for anxiety. What are they concerned about? What was the tough element in their decision-making process? Anyway, the list goes on and on and on. We work our way through that. But what we actually do is then take all of these learnings and we divide them into 4 different categories. So we're now seeing, for the first time potentially ever, a client's business from a customer's point of view. So what we've got to do is we've got to move people from the left, which is the same old, I'm going to stick with my current provider, my current solution, and we want to jet propel them across to the other side, to switching, to purchasing that new, that better, that more helpful product that will actually reduce their anxiety and make their life better. So go through your product and think about it from a new customer's perspective. For example, how can we overcome that anxiety that they have about moving? Maybe it's related to price and they're concerned that it's rather expensive compared to their current solution. So don't reduce your price. You don't want to be competing on lowest cost out there, but think about what can we do to break that price down into bite-sized chunks. Or perhaps they don't see actually that the pull of your product is strong enough to get them moving to make that decision. So how can you dial up that promise? What's their life going to look like? How is it going to be better as a result of improving or switching to your product? Okay, so are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to jump into the 15-minute landing page. So we call this a 15-minute landing page because that's how long it should take to make. Now, that might sound an impossible task, but we're not talking about physically whipping up a website page. This can be done in Google Slides. This could be a Word doc. The medium is not important. We're looking for something that is directionally correct, not perfection. We want something that actually we can put in front of people to test, and speed is your friend here. If you're whipping up a website, a real page, every time you want to test your ideas, your research, that's going to take so long. And how likely is it that if you've taken a week to create this page and it doesn't work, that you're just going to rip it up and throw it in the bin? There are going to be so many sunk costs involved that even if it's subpar, you're going to just roll it out and say, oh, that's too much of a headache, I'm not going to continue. So the final thing we're looking to do is to identify your customer's language and really prioritize that information that they want to read. So here is a simple kind of outline that you could follow for creating that landing page. As I say, create it in Google Slides. Doesn't have to be fancy. So if you've done your research, going back to those customers, those conversations you've had with people, and listening is key here. You're actually now in possession of all of the information that you need to get this right. You've got your customer's language. This page is actually pretty much going to write itself. So at the top of the page, we've got to think, how are people coming through to this landing page that I've created? Am I running ads? Is this a Google Ads campaign that's going to be leading people through there? Think about what they are clicked on to get through to this page, because context, and this phrase is banded around, but context is key. So how have they actually arrived at your site? What do they already know prior to being on this page. Then we want to move on to the all-important headline. Clear, straight to the point. Nobody can misunderstand how their life will be better as a result of using your product. So this needs to really be expressed as a benefit, written in the first person and using the words that your customers have used, not the words that you use as a company, but the words that your ideal customers, they use when they talk about your kind of product. Then we have that sub-headline. This is where you put in a little bit more detail. What actually is it? Who is it for? And what is the specific benefit for them? Then that all-important call to action. Remember, if we don't make it glaringly obvious what that next step is, people, they might read what you've put down. They might say, well, that's really interesting, and then leave your site, never to come back again. Make it clear, obvious, and repeated what it is you want them to do. Then we've got to have that all-important trust. If people don't trust that you are bona fide, they're going to go elsewhere. And there's no shortage, by and large, of competitors out there willing to take that customer away from you. So put in those reviews, put in those testimonials, put in those as featured in, everything that Wayne and Andrea and Nick have mentioned earlier, those kind of things, super important. Those trust logos as well. And then we move on to the all-important benefits, the top 2 or 3 features of your product that reinforce how people are going to get those benefits. A little bit more social proof, and then we get down to the detail. How does this actually work? Kind of the mechanics of the product. And finally, you can never do any harm by including a frequently asked questions section. And you've got those questions from talking to your customers already. So now that we've created this really quick mock-up of a 15-minute landing page, what do we have to do? We've got to test it, because it's not a vanity project. It's not about, yep, I've done this, job done. We've got to actually meet some potential customers, show this to them, and get their feedback. So see if it does what we actually want it to do. So time to test. As I've said, we're building this in Google Slides. So is everyone ready? Okay, here we go. Okay, you've had 5 seconds on that. What do you think this business is about? What are they doing? Dale, do we have any responses in the chat for this?
It's give it a second or two, but yeah, in the chat, tell me, what do you think this business is about? And I'll flash up a few on the screen. I've already seen these slides and I still don't know, so let's find out what people think. We've got Nick Jacob, who is with us earlier on, thinks it's about travel.
Nick, I love your work, but that's a bad answer.
Jamie saying it was a bit difficult to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Octopus Intelligence saying elephants. It was about elephants. Phil in Japan, in Tokyo, is saying coaching. It's about coaching. Tortoise Property saying they're not really sure. And Paul Mitchell from the SEO team saying it's about Batman, quite possibly.
Everything is about Batman, Paul.
Yeah, being Batman yourself, Paul, I would have thought you'd know if it was about you or not. Finger prick blood testing, interesting, from George Phillips of Phillips Hobbies.
Lovely.
Nick Jacob with a callback to a previous presentation, with it being about COD. I guess that's not Call of Duty. Any more for any more? Mark, put us out of our misery.
Well, I would love to do that, but I'm really just tempted to show people a little something more. So, by the way, the results from that first mock-up that was created, there was a 90% bounce rate. So that actually means that 90% of people that saw it, they had the kind of ideas that were put in there. COD, bless you, Nick. Batman, you're a wonderful man, Paul. elephants, but actually they didn't have the foggiest of what the business was about. Now that's problematic. So this is not really fair, because you know what I'm about to do. And so normally you wouldn't get a second attempt. However, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, what was it about? Same business, different way of delivering the information there.
Chat, I'll give you a few seconds to type in your answers, whether you're on desktop or maybe it takes a little bit longer on mobile. And I'm not going to accept Batman as a response this time, or COD. It's going to have to be something else. Cool. So, Jamie's saying a diet based on blood type. Sky, still not quite sure yet. Rachel with allergy testing kits. Ryan, food allergy blood test. All Tech Plus, blood tests and nutrition. Octopus Intelligence saying about diabetes. Paul with finger prick blood tests. The Wonderful Genesis with blood testing. My Forex Adventure, health stuff and blood tests. I think we're starting to see a bit of a theme here.
Yeah.
Majority of them are on the same kind of theme.
So thank you for all of those those ideas. And the good thing is, you are in good company, because the people that we shared this with, the comprehension increased and the bounce rate decreased. We got about 50% of people within 5 seconds being able to say roughly what it was that this business is doing. Now, 50%, obviously that's better than 90, but that's not good. Not if you're putting money behind this, not if you're then going to go off and spend a week actually creating this page. So we want to get this even higher. So let's take it one more step. Here we go. Okay, so I'm not going to ask people what this is about now. Basically, it's an at-home. That's really, really important. People need to know, how do I get my paws on this? Do I need to go somewhere? What's the inconvenience? Is it easy? Is it difficult? And it's a fingerprint blood test. And as a result, people are actually going to be healthier. They can adjust their diet, their exercise, and become, I think, as Paul might say, Batman, your own real life superhero. So how do we do it? Attempt 1. This was shown to between 10 and 15 people for 5 seconds. And as I said, there was a 10% comprehension rate. So you've got 90% of people without a clue what it is that you're actually offering. Attempt 2, what are the key benefits here that we needed to highlight? We realized that actually this wasn't clear enough. Let's boost these, let's make them clearer. This got that 50% comprehension, but this still isn't good enough. And then finally, comprehension in the high 90s, bang, it's at home. Oh, then you get results, then you get bang, bang, bang. So remember, really important, we're measuring about comprehension here, not if someone would buy. That's really, really important. We want to make sure that if anybody sees it, they understand what it is about. Whether or not they would buy it, that's a different challenge. But first, we want to make sure that they actually get what you are putting out there. So we're measuring comprehension. It's that at-home blood test, fingerprint blood test, exercise, and direct recommendations. How much? £19 per month. So, any fans here of this lovely, is it a crucifix? I think they're called a Brussels sprout. As I've said, we don't care if people like it or not. We just want to make sure that people know what it is, that they understand it. Okay, so as I said, we got from 10 to 90%. And now what we do is you go on and you build that nice landing page. You massage the language. But I can tell you right now, you're going to save a hell of a lot of PPC budget, ad spend. You're going to reduce the bounces that are arriving on your site and then they leave because they've got no idea, just by going through and using this exercise. My final question: how long should a landing page be? If we could have in kind of centimeters, meters, furlongs, fathoms, whatever, pop that in the chat. I'm just curious how long people believe a landing page should be.
So let's give the chat a few moments. Fingers at the ready, get typing. How long do you think it should be? Centimeters, meters? Could Usain Bolt run it in under 10 seconds?
Probably. Yeah. There's not a lot of ground he can't cover.
So Emily's saying 2 pages worth. I'm presumably A4. So Phil Robertson saying 3 or 4 screens. Lamosia talking in terms of words, so 1,000 words plus. Any more? As long as necessary to achieve the end result. Interesting answer. Let's go into a few seconds. Okay, let's call it there. Mark, go back.
Brilliant. So some fabulous answers there. The reality is, because I'm quite a boring person with a lot of time on my hands, I actually printed out Exposure Ninja's landing page, and it came to 3.9 meters in length. So there we go, all you statistic fans out there. The reality is I believe, I'm not sure if it was Paul, but someone got this spot on. It's as long as necessary, but no longer. So, sorry, Ian, my bad. As long as necessary to achieve the end result. So long as you've got something important to say that you know is going to move people forwards, absolutely pop that in there. But we're not talking about putting fluff or padding. It's got to be stuff that you know moves people closer to taking that desired action. So I really encourage people to pop over to Exposure Ninja's website and drink in the craft that has been put into creating that landing page. And while you're in there, sign up for one of our fantastic website reviews. Next steps, make sure I get these correct. So the first thing is request one of our marketing reviews. So we've got these very zeitgeist QR codes. If you want to pull out your phone now and try and grab that, I'll give you a few seconds to do that. Next step is get a copy of our book. As you might have noticed, I've got quite a few books behind me, including several different editions of this fabulous book. It is absolutely amazingly well written. So grab that. And finally, as Dale said at the beginning, questions. Leave your questions in the chat for a chance to win copies of all our books. It's not too late. And I think, Dale, that's it. Request a marketing review. Here's how you do it. Looking forward to seeing all those review requests coming in.
Absolutely. Well, Mark, that's been super insightful. I actually love listening to you talk about conversion optimization, talking about landing page design, the kind of testing that you can do. I'm a big fan of 5-second tests, measuring like how many call to actions you should have. You mentioned earlier the curse of knowledge, which is like one of my favorite things to discuss. I don't know if you've read, I presumably you've read Made to Stick by Chip and Dan Heath, which covers that subject.
There. Yes.
I absolutely adore that book. I think it's an essential read for anyone who's doing any kind of content creation or content marketing. I love it. Cool. So a couple of questions.
Another book recommendation, if we're going to do that, Dale, Contagious by Jonah Berger, another phenomenal book.
I've heard great things about it. I've got a copy. I'm sure you can relate. I have so many marketing and business books. I just have not read through them all. There's like a stack underneath my table that I still haven't got to. Super. So just wait for A few questions to come through. We have about 10 minutes to answer questions. So if you do have one, make sure you do send them across. But one question we do have is, so a landing page is the home page. So
Do you want to take it, Dale?
No. This is your session.
So any page could be your landing page. You are in charge. You say that this is a page that I want these kind of visitors to come through to have this experience. So it's kind of like the opposite of those brilliant books where you choose your own adventure. The opposite is the case. You are defining someone's experience of just the things that you want them to see on that particular part of your site. So at Exposure Ninja, we work with a lot of businesses that work in a lot of different sectors that have many different customer groups. And not all of the same messaging is going to be the right fit for each of these groups. So we want to be really selective on what messaging each of these segments, these target markets, are exposed to. If we're doing a one-size-fits-all approach, then you're diluting how this information is going to be received by your market. So yes, a homepage absolutely can be a landing page, but I'd really encourage you to consider breaking out your customers and your offers if you've got more than one product, more than one service, and think about how would you have that conversation with that person about that topic. And you're not going to be throwing the kitchen sink at everybody.
That's super. I think that answers that one pretty well. Next question we have is from All Tech Plus, asking, do you advocate short landing pages or longer ones? I think that's well covered, but perhaps you just want to give a short recap on that.
So I'm going to be that annoying person that says, yes, I advocate both of those. I advocate the shortest landing pages imaginable, and then the longest ones that are absolutely necessary. As Dale said, we are advocates of testing. We can have an idea, but it's only when what we've created meets the customer do we actually know how it's going to perform. So create a long version, create a short version, and then get feedback. And just because a short page is working well does not mean that a shorter page couldn't work even better. Conversely, an even longer one might work better than those two short versions. Test, test, test.
Super. Next question we have is from Created by Magic, and they're asking, do you recommend that all landing pages have a unique layout, or to have a uniform landing page layout for brand consistency, or doesn't it matter? Should you change the landing page design to fit the service or product you're offering?
So again, it really does depend on how are people, the context that they're arriving on your site through. Are they already familiar with your brand? If so, absolutely. You want to be consistent with your brand colors, with your identifying markers, the language that you're using, the imagery style. You don't want people to feel they've landed in an alien environment. If people start to question whether or not this is the right company that they're on that site for, you're on the back foot immediately. So yeah, you've got your brand guidelines. I hope you've got your brand guidelines. If not, we work on those for our clients as well. Deliver that consistent kind of service when they come through, but every page does not need to look the same. Having said that, just because you're sick of the colors that you use, if you're a client and every page on your site is orange, there might be a temptation to say, we've done orange to death, let's do a page that is in green, for example. It's just that you're close to your business. You're seeing this orange page all the time. People that come through to your landing pages, this may well be their first time they've ever seen your beautiful orange pages. So, a convoluted answer, it really does depend.
Super. Yeah, I definitely think that brand consistency can be important, but it really depends on where that person is coming from, which traffic channel they're coming from. So it may be important to switch it up and go more minimal in some cases. So somebody's coming from search, they might want to encounter a very simple page or a more complex page, more information, and your brand should adapt to that message. Whereas somebody coming from PPC has seen a very minimal advert with just a little bit of copy, can come through to your website and need something also quite quick because their attention span for your message is shorter because they're being captured by an ad rather than going out of their way to search for your product or services. So you need to be a bit more concise with your messaging, and your branding or the way you're using your branding guidelines may change. Even the tone of voice may change completely depending on the network. So you might use a more professional tone on LinkedIn, but something more casual on Instagram ads, for example. And your landing pages will then, of course, adapt to match that change. Which actually brings us on to the next question from Emily, which is, would you recommend having several different landing pages for the same thing but presented differently, or would that cause confusion, do you think?
Wow, that sounds really confusing. It is brilliant in theory, because what you're talking about is really doing A/B or split testing. So, absolutely trial that out, create multiple versions, but I would always say only have one page at a time that people are experiencing. If they get mixed messages about what it is that you're doing, you're introducing doubt, uncertainty, anxiety. If we make it difficult for people to trust actually what you're saying, because on this page you say this, on that something slightly different, you're just going to introduce doubt and potentially they're going to be gone. But absolutely create a variety of different versions and test them one by one, but don't have them all live that someone's going to experience them by clicking through to different pages.
Super. So the next question is from Jamie, who's asking, are pop-ups acceptable or are they more of an annoyance?
Jamie, what do you think? I personally hate pop-ups. They annoy me to the nth degree. But as I said at the beginning, we are not the customer. And what we care about is, does it work for your target customer? So just because I hate something does not mean that I would ever advocate for not testing it. And the reality is that pop-ups, the data is out there and it shows that actually they do work. But it's like anything, you're interrupting someone's experience on your page. So be really thoughtful when these pop up, how they pop up, the messaging within them. You don't want to annoy people, but they can be incredibly effective.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of pop-ups, especially if I'm like midway reading through something, but at the same time, sometimes I'll be flashed up with something that's directly relevant to the page I'm on. So it might say, oh, if you're enjoying this, you might enjoy this free ebook so you can read it later, or get like, let's say it's a piece about how to choose a web development agency. If in the middle of that a pop-up comes up and says, here are another like 15 things you should be aware of before choosing one, I'm probably going to get it. If there were only 7 in the first piece, I'm going to want to know those other like 15. So in those instances, if it's relevant to what I'm looking for, I might be less annoyed by it. But also one great pop-up that isn't utilized enough by most of the websites that are sent to us is the exit intent pop-up, which basically means if your cursor goes like outside of the window to go and close the tab or close the window, a pop-up comes up and says, oh, did you actually notice that we have a free marketing review or something, some downloadable or some freebie that you're offering, whether that's free consultation or something else. If people are already leaving, they're not going to be that bothered if a pop-up comes up, because you're not interrupting their reading experience or their engagement with your content. So there's really no harm in doing that, and they can be actually quite effective in bringing somebody into your ecosystem. You might get them signed up to a mailing list, which you can then nurture them over a long period of time rather than losing them altogether and then never coming back to your website. So I think it really depends. I don't think there's too much harm in using them.
But most importantly, make sure it works properly on mobile as well, ladies and gentlemen, because the number of websites I visit every week, and you just can't get rid of that message and then you're gone. So don't annoy people. I think, as Wayne said, be nice. And that's the same with your website experience.
Yeah, absolutely agreed. We do have time for another couple of questions. So we've got one from Phil, who's asking, how important is loading time for a landing page, and what are the best ways to minimize this?
So raise your hand if you like waiting in a queue. Yeah,
I'm British,
no one
so,
enjoys
yeah.
waiting other than people outside an Apple shop. Cunning Apple. So loading time is really important. The statistics have kind of dropped out of my mind right now, but there's absolutely a correlation between page load time and people leaving the site. So, you want to think about it like you're in a restaurant. How long are you going to wait to be seated at a table? You're not going to stay there all day. Best ways to minimize it. Dale, I know you've got some absolute gems to share on this.
So can you recap again? I was scanning the chat, see if there are any more questions. Would you mind repeating that?
So sorry, how to minimize page load time. So like images, those kind of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I would always think of websites, especially when it comes to designing them, which we do a lot of that internally for our clients for website development projects. Is thinking about it from a mobile first point of view. So if most people are going to be interacting with a website on a mobile device, you should really be thinking about, okay, how do I make this the fastest experience possible? And then when you kind of expand that out to desktop, if you've kept things minimal on mobile, then the desktop experience should be quite minimal too. Mm-hmm. So that comes to how it's coded. So which content management system you're using, like WordPress versus Shopify, for example. One may be faster than the other just without you having to do anything to it. But then you can, of course, speak with a website developer. You're more than welcome to speak to ours and ask them how to improve it. And you can use various plugins or things on the server itself to speed things up. But there's also the on-site things that you can change too, such as compressing images or doing stuff like lazy loading, where you don't actually load anything that you can't see until you scroll down. So a lot of websites use lazy loading for images, so that they're not actually loaded until you scroll down and then you see them, and then there's almost instantaneous picture becomes visible. Well, there's something called the skeleton. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but it's like a skeleton where you have like a grayish box that looks like it's moving. Is a CSS JavaScript effect, which makes it look like something is loading. So it gives you in your head the idea that you've got something to wait for, that's actually there, just not loading that piece of content until you're actually at that part. So it gives them an opportunity to not have to load too much content on your on the page, which means a faster loading time. It means that they can just load each piece as you scroll down, and that skeleton effect keeps you engaged rather than thinking, oh, this is not working, because it's like it looks like that image is loading. It gives you that impression. You're probably more likely to wait around and then have it appear. And then read the content.
Fascinating stuff. I learn something every time I speak with you, Dale.
Pleasure. I wanted to be a website developer. That was where I got my start, and it's a deeply fascinating subject. Rachel Hand is asking, is it worth creating separate mobile and desktop landing pages to drive PPC traffic to?
Just making sure that they work well on both platforms, on all platforms, is super important. Whether or not you need to create a completely separate one, I don't know that is necessary. It is going to depend on your CMS. Dale, any thoughts on that?
Sorry, for PPC, absolutely. I would definitely consider doing that. As I mentioned before, we try and design for mobile first and have the pages be responsive. So you shouldn't need to have a separate mobile and desktop landing pages. But in the instance of PPC, where you're not trying to rank a page on Google, where you're trying to rank a page, you would just try and have one page optimized for both devices. Because it's strictly for PPC, you can kind of it could lead to actually a better performance, because you can be very specific with what you have on page, how it looks, how well it loads. So yeah, there are instances where I would do that, but you have to be very specific with your targeting to make sure that it's only really going to people on a mobile device, which isn't always controllable, but can be.
And then bear in mind you're creating double the work to maintain 2 separate pages.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for the same reason we do that for organic search for ranking, that we don't want to have more than one page, because the more you expand that, the more campaigns you have. Imagine you have an e-commerce site, just how many pages you can end up with. It's just unmanageable. So we also have another question, which is from Tortoise Property. What would you say is optimal for a mobile experience? Shorter landing pages or longer landing pages?
Again, that's just going to be down to following the data. So as a kind of a line in the sand for mobile, I would say shorter. And then people do tend to move across. Once they've kind of passed you through that first filter, and you've entered the consideration set, like, actually, you know what, this is worth me spending a bit of time and firing up the laptop and digging in a bit deeper. So people do tend to kind of start on mobile and then potentially navigate over to desktop to dig in deeper.
Yeah, I can say I've definitely fallen into that category when it comes to e-commerce. Like, I'll often browse on my phone or see a PPC ad for something on Instagram, as an example, and just bookmark that or send it to myself via a messaging app like Telegram, for example. I'll just send it to myself as in the save channel, and then explore it more online. We do have another question before we reach the end, which is from Jamie, asking, should we be chasing GTmetrix A/A rating? Do you want me to answer that one?
I was going to say, I'm going to hold my hands up to ignorance on that, Dale, so please come to my rescue.
Okay, no problem at all. So GTmetrix, for those who aren't aware, is a tool, a free use tool, but there is a paid element to it, so you get better reporting. But GTmetrix is a tool for measuring your loading times. Now, you can use Google Page Speed Insights to test your web page performance. GTmetrix is just another way of doing that. I like to use both, so I'm getting as much information as I possibly can. The good thing about GTmetrix is that it gives you kind of insights into how things load on a page. So there's something called the waterfall, which basically shows you how each piece of code loads on your website one after the other. So when this piece is loaded, the next piece will load, and then the next piece will load, and it shows you how long each of those pieces take to load, because of server time delay, connection delay, loading time for the actual piece itself. So you might find that 2/3 of your page is being delayed because one piece of code is super heavy and it could actually be removed. So GTmetrix is great for stuff like that. Should you be aiming for an A? There are 2 reports in there. Should you be aiming for A grade in both of those? Absolutely. But you really have to think about the number of things you have to do when it comes to your marketing. Just how many of those are going to move the needle significantly to give you that hockey stick improvement, graph improvement in ranking and sales, traffic, revenue, all that kind of stuff. Is it worth trying to spend maybe financially or time a lot of money to get you from a B to an A, whereas you could be spending that same amount of time creating new content that's going to bring you way more people onto your website? So is it worth trying to get A grade all around? Absolutely, but put it in your priority list of which one is going to bring you the highest ROI in terms of increased ranking, increased traffic, leads, sales, and so on. Super. Mark, that's us pretty much done now. Is there anything else you'd like to share with the community before we start prepping for the next stream?
No, I just really hope that this has been helpful. Rule number 1, you ain't your customer. Number 2, it's okay to be ignorant. Number 3, it's not okay to stay ignorant. Go and find out. And that first step, start with a marketing review from our lovely people over in the marketing department. They are fabulous.
Wow, bless. So as Mark suggested, go to explosionninja.com/review in another tab or in a later time. Don't leave the stream just yet. We still have some talk, a couple more talks to come, as well as a roundtable session now. So if you haven't already, make sure you do hit like down below if you're watching us directly on YouTube. If you're not, just open YouTube briefly, click like, and go back to our website and watch at the Dominate watch page. And again, thank you very much, Mark. I'll remove you now, and you can go about your day and take the rest of the
I'm going to go and
afternoon
join
off.
the
Is that
audience, Dale. I've got the popcorn ready to go.
awesome. That's
All right.
fantastic. Well, you got some good sessions to watch. So thanks again, Mark, and I'll see you again soon.
Cheers, Dale.
So, as with the rest of the streams today, the rest of the presentations, we do have a prize draw for all of our books, which I will post you as soon as the winner sends me their address. So I'm just going to hit draw now. There are 80 people who have been active in our chat so far. So if you do want to be entered in for an opportunity to win all of our books today, you just have to say hi, Dale, or hi to our speakers today, and that'll be appreciated, and you'll be entered into the prize draw. Debbie Spencer, thank you ever so much for being part of the chat today and joining us to Dominate 2022. To get your copies of the book, all you have to do is go to your email solution of choice and just email me your postal address, home or business postal address, and well, that email address over here, as well as a contact phone number, just in case they need to message you and say, oh, I can't find your house. Right, so next up, we're going to have how to create a digital marketing strategy in 2022 if you haven't yet nailed that down. So updating it for the different trends in how things have been changing in terms of digital marketing channels, how you might use them this year rather than how they were used last year. So I'm going to go get everything set up for that. So do hang around. It'll only be a few more minutes until that gets started. So we shall see you very soon. Hello, I am back once again. We're just getting ready for the next part of our day, which is how to create a digital marketing strategy in 2022, a roundtable discussion. There are, again, several... Oh, I've got too much going on the screen at one time. Here we go. There's still a few talks to come. So we've got how to create a digital marketing strategy roundtable session just now. We'll then have Wayne back once again to do how to spy on your competitive digital marketing, followed up by our last talk of the day, which will be with our founder and CEO, Tim Cameron Kitchen, at 4:05, lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses. If you haven't yet seen the live stream today, welcome. If you could just hit like and subscribe down below, that'd be fantastic. You're going to see some regular live streams on our new live YouTube channel, Exposure Ninja Live. We're going to have a session every Friday at 1 p.m. And who knows, we might start adding a few more in as well. So to let you know more about that, so we have a live stream where we talk about content marketing, SEO, pretty much any field within digital marketing, any channel is all well covered. But we also have a live website review. So that's every third week in which we do live website reviews. We talk about how we can increase your ranking, your traffic, your leads, and your sales. We also do another format called a fix or rebuild, where we do it really quickly, tell you if your website needs to be fixed so we can increase your conversion rate, or we need to rebuild it from scratch. It's a fun stream. And again, we have streams like how to increase your conversions using email marketing and how to improve your conversion rate using split testing, some of the subjects we've covered here today. We also do those every couple of weeks as well. Don't forget to use the hashtag Dominate2022 on social media. Take a photo right now or when our team joins in just a few seconds time, and you'll have an opportunity to win some copies of these fantastic books, which I will post you. If you do have any questions, we'll try and get those to the end of the session once the roundtable has begun, but do just keep dropping them into the chat and they will be responded to at the end. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you go into YouTube, search for Exposure Ninja, and subscribe to our main channel where we have lots of videos about SEO, content marketing, how to increase your sales ranking, all that good stuff. Don't forget to subscribe to our podcast as well. You can go to exposureninja.com/podcast and you'll get weekly episodes where we talk about all these channels in digital marketing, but also sometimes soon get some guest appearances on from smart digital marketers on as well. Read our most recent blog posts, such as 20 B2B lead generation ideas you probably haven't used yet. You've also got a weekly newsletter, so you can go to exposureninja.com/dojo to sign up for that and get emails from Tim. You can also join our Slack community, which is going to start in a couple of weeks' time, where you'll be able to ask and have a chat with our ninjas and ask about content marketing, SEO, PPC, paid social, organic social, all that kind of stuff. So just go to exposureninja.com/Slack. You'll be able to sign up for that, and we'll let you know as soon as that community has gone live. We also have a Telegram channel, so this will just be there to notify you if there's been a new blog post, new video, new podcast. You'll get a notification. We don't go overboard with that. You shouldn't get too many notifications, apart from today where we're letting you know about every presentation and roundtable, which is what we're about to start with now. So I'd love to welcome to the screen Jess Percival from our marketing team.
Hi, I'm back again.
All
for
right.
Another roundtable. Very, very excited indeed.
Well, the last one was fantastic, and with the ninjas I see you lined up for today, it's going to be even better. So I'm going to disappear, have a coffee, and leave you to do the good stuff. So I shall see you shortly.
No problem. Thank you very much, Dale. Much appreciated. So I'm going to do what I did before and introduce the ninjas one by one. So we have Nicola, who is head of project management. We have Andy, who is head of SEO. We have Samuel, who is content marketing team manager. And last but not least, we have Joe, who is a senior dev project manager. Joe's been on the stream a few times before, so you probably recognize him. And Andy's been on before. Not sure. I don't think Sam has, and I don't think Nick has, but I might be wrong. You might correct me.
Not
First time.
No, I didn't think you two had been on, but don't worry. Super chill. We're just going to... Pardon?
Been on the podcast.
You've been on the podcast. Ah, so you do have a little bit of experience just behind the camera. I suppose not behind the camera. Anyway, Anyway, what we're going to be talking about today is creating a digital marketing strategy in 2022. So it's a very broad topic. So I'm super sorry if anybody watching is like, you didn't cover this. Unfortunately, there's so much to cover that we won't be able to cover it all in one roundtable, but we're going to try and touch on a few different things from a few different corners of digital marketing, with different team members and people with different skill sets. So to start off, I'm going to start with you, Nick, and I would just like to know, when you're starting off a new campaign with a new client, how do you go about creating a realistic campaign strategy?
I think the first thing to be really considerate about is your resource. So when I say resource, I mean your finances, your time, and your skill set. So it's really important that you don't go overboard if you've got a limited budget or a limited amount of time, but also as well that you're not too kind of underwhelming if you've got a huge budget and a huge amount of time. Once I've kind of got that in place, then I guess I'd probably be looking for a core focus, and whether that be a core problem or a core trend in the industry or a core customer need. So one example of this was many years back, I used to do university marketing, and we did a big strategy for bringing in new pupils. And this goes back, and this is how far it kind of goes back, really, when you think about it, to when they first increased tuition fees. And so student marketing became a really different thing in that they didn't really think of universities in the same way as they used to. They started to think of universities as businesses. And what do students not want to listen to? They don't want to listen to corporations. So we built a strategy around the student voice, and we actually utilized students to share their voice, to share their resource, and we pulled that all together, and we used lots and lots of different channels, but we made sure that they were all the voice of the students to build that trust. And it's solving that one little problem that helped overcome this kind of mindset that students had of universities are corporations trying to steal my money. So I would definitely go with that sort of thing. So if you're seeing a clear problem, look at that problem and work out, okay, how can my marketing solve that?
That's absolutely fantastic. What a wonderful example as well. I had no idea that you worked on a campaign like that, especially at such an interesting time in sort of the higher education space. So that's really great. Awesome answer. Thanks, Nicola. I'm going to move on to Joe next. So Joe, obviously you do a lot of web development, work a lot with websites and conversion rate optimization. What's the first thing that you look at on a website when you're deciding which changes to prioritize?
Usually, so often I'll underpin it with like which are the key driving pages, but I'd always start probably above the fold for any page. So I would look, as that's the first place any user's going to land in different formats. So look at it in mobile, look at it in desktop, and then I'd kind of work through almost a bit of a checklist. I'd look first at, is it good imagery? Is it high quality? Is it really clear what I do and what I'm offering? That's, I know something that me and Sam have spoke about before that often, and I think it's been on today, that people miss is, they use a lot of language or a lot of different ways to try and say what their business is, but actually it kind of gets lost. Whereas succinct, clear, either visual representation of the business, copy, imagery, and then outlining, as Nick said, the problem you're solving, really. Because last week I said it on the purchase intention one, you've got to show how you add value. And especially if you're a smaller business or not have the huge market budget, you're likely not going to be able to compete all the time on price. So, and it's probably not the best way to compete either. So I would look at that and make sure that those key things are above the fold in whatever page, and it fits the purpose of the page. So yeah, I don't know. I imagine that would be pretty similar to everyone else. From Andy's point of view, the keywords and the H1, if that was, primary focus as well, making sure that it all ties in together. So purpose of page, essentially.
Yeah, completely agree. There's so many times that we review websites on a Friday, and we see these websites with these big H1 headings that say like change your life, and then you're like, it's a performance management software or something. It just doesn't tell you in the first line what it is, and it just ends up being really confusing. So I think that's, above the fold is such a good place to start. I completely agree.
Yeah, I might touch on that again, actually. Sorry.
Yeah, go for it. No, it's fine. Go for it.
And not just like how it. There's two ways of saying something. You can like masquerade it so it's not clear, but also if you're a technical business, this is one that I find, and we've definitely experienced on campaigns. They use really technical language to explain it, but their customer isn't technical. So they use all these terms that they don't know what they mean. The search terms don't really reflect that, but they're really convinced that that's what the product is. And it probably is to them, but making sure that whatever you're saying it is what the audience know it as. And there are like kind of industry standards, but there's also what people recognize something as, if that makes sense. So just sense checking that with your customer as well, making sure it is what they understand it to be, you know, especially with kind of services and financial things or cloud-based and technology. I've found that often is the case where it will get lost because they simply won't know what you mean.
Yeah, completely agree with that. We see that all the time when people, it's the whole thing about sometimes you need to step away from your business and understand that just because in the office you will use those phrases, other people might not necessarily know about it. So next up, we're going to bring Andy on to talk about some SEO. And I thought we'd ask you today, Andy, what are common beginner SEO mistakes you make? If somebody's just starting off with SEO, what are the type of things that you think they need to look out for?
Probably the most common one we see is what we call vanity keywords. So they'll start their campaign and they'll have already decided, this is the keyword for me, this is the one I want to rank for, without doing any keyword research. They've just picked that one and decided that's what they want to go for. They're almost always incredibly broad, really short form, and generally they don't actually fit the websites that well. So a vanity keyword, definition of a vanity keyword is a keyword that it's essentially bragging rights to rank for, but it's not going to help your business. So usually really broad, you know, people searching them can have such a wide variety of intents and what they're trying to achieve. It's essentially not, that traffic isn't meaningful for your business. So I've seen so many businesses go down rabbit holes because they're absolutely adamant that they want that keyword and they put all their effort into that keyword. And yeah, they even start ranking for that keyword and it gets them no conversions because they're going after the wrong thing and they're getting the wrong traffic. They're getting people that have a passing interest in what they do, not those people that are ready to buy. So that's probably the most common one we see is, you know, absolutely do not pick your keywords first. Do in-depth keyword research. It is absolutely essential to SEO. You can't just, I know my business, so that's the keyword for me. Do your keyword research and make sure you understand the intent behind those keywords before you choose which ones you're going for. Yeah,
completely agree with you there. It can get quite deep, can't it, if you're not careful? It can be quite the rabbit hole.
So
absolutely.
Possibly in a related field, another one that we see quite often is, I'm sure Joe sees this from Joe sees this from a dev firm side, is people get overly obsessed with a single metric, with a single thing on their site. I think going back to Andrea's presentation, I think it was, there's over 200 ranking factors in Google and people will obsess about one. Like I say, I'm sure Joe's seen it from it. My website loads in 2.6 seconds. It's got to load in 2.5 to tick that box. So they push so much effort into it. And whilst, yeah, I'm sure it does help, there's so much better things you could be doing with the 100 man hours it takes to get that 0.1 second load speed down. Is you could do so much more with it. You rank. Sorry, Joe.
I was going to say, the site speed one is just it's an emotive one, but it's just the return that it's going to give you. So, you know, like Web Core Vitals is a big one. It is important. I'm not saying it isn't, but unless you've got a lot of hours to sink into it, there are probably things that you can do that are going to be more beneficial. So yeah, the percentile ranking factor is probably not the main one you want to go for over like the core purpose of your page. But, you know, it's one of those, I would always say with that, with page speed, and I don't know, other people may disagree, but see what it's actually like for you. Don't always look at the metric. If your page loads really quick on your mobile, or it loads on your desktop, or you ask people to use your website and they say it loads quick, if you're a band B and you want to be an A, like, is there that much value in that over maybe using that 10-20 hours towards targeting a better keyword, or writing some better content, or doing something that you can measure? That's the other key thing is to all of this strategy. You need to be able to measure the input you're putting in to the output. And with work like that, it's really, really hard to have a tangible result at the end of it that you can go, that site speed work's given me this back. Whereas, you know, Andy's SEO or the content work that you might get, you can really see what's coming in from it. So yeah, definitely 100% agree with that one.
Fantastic. Great answer from both of you. Thank you so much. Going to move on to the content section now and come over to Sam. So Sam, what I wanted to ask you about is if somebody has like little to no content, they've just started their website, they want to start a blog, where do they start?
Okay, so let's imagine we've got a website that's got little to no content on it whatsoever. It's bare, it's bland, it's boring. It's not going to engage people. So the first thing I would start with is on-site copy, and that relates to all of the words on every page of your website. But the shop window, the very first page that you should be looking at is your homepage, and that's where you're really going to drive the most traffic. That's where you're ideally going to get the biggest return by investing your time into a great homepage. So the first thing I'd say about optimizing your on-site copy, if you've got no content whatsoever, is it does revolve around correct keyword targeting. Andy's alluded to this already, and it's about matching the search intent with the copy that you have on your website. You can optimize it for the wrong keywords, you get the wrong traffic, you don't get any conversions, and it's really frustrating because you see all this traffic coming in and leaving and you don't know what's going wrong, and usually it's down to search intent, or perhaps you're positioning your business incorrectly for the services that you offer. You might want to be one thing, but actually you're offering something else. So bringing that back to content, do you articulate clearly what your business is within 3 to 5 seconds? And Mark did a great bit on this earlier, which is essentially, you know, if I skim Reddit, could I tell you what this page is about? Do I know what this business is about? And where do I go from there? So the main thing after that is, do you have a clear, actionable next step to take people through your website where you could produce more content to give them more detail about what it is that you do? So yeah, on-site content is where I would start. Start with the homepage, then start looking at other landing pages. If you're an e-commerce website, that might be category, subcategory, and then product pages, and work sort of like that. If you're more of like a service industry, you're going to have different service pages specific to different keywords that are going to bring people through to those pages and talk about your services in more detail there. That's where I'd start with on-site content anyway. And content is extremely broad, and this is the foundation that you're going to build off to do other things like a blog. You might start doing outreach. You need to get this right first. That's my take on it.
Yeah, absolutely. This definitely, content has to be like the perfect foundation before you start trying to, I suppose, funnel people in. Because if you start getting people in through like pay-per-click advertising, and then your website just is confusing, like you said, what Mark covered earlier, people are just going to bounce because they're going to be thinking, why on earth am I here? What's the purpose of this website? So yeah, you covered that very, very thoroughly. So thank you for that, Sam. We are heading back over to Nicola now to ask a bit more about the campaign as a whole. So my next question for you, Nicola, is how do you go about measuring the success of a campaign? We've touched on this a little bit with how people can get focused on the wrong metrics. So yeah, it'd be great to hear what some of the right metrics might be.
Yeah, so I mean, it varies depending on what your marketing mix is. But what you're generally going to be looking at is the journey to conversion, right? So say, for example, you've got a really great SEO campaign. What you're expecting to see is ranking, traffic, conversion. And I think it's really important to understand the steps that lead to things, because not everything is going to happen overnight. And a common complaint I hear is, well, I've been doing this for 2 months and I'm not getting the conversions yet. But what you should be looking at 2 months, 2 months into your digital marketing activity is actually, are you on the journey to converting? Which is, okay, are you starting to see yourself ranking for certain terms? You should be monitoring your month on month, but you should also be monitoring your year on year. And I would say if you're in retail or e-commerce, you should also be looking at a week on week, results monitoring, traffic monitoring. If you're in a service, you need to think about the time from first touch, so the first time you might get an inquiry form, and how long that actually takes for you to convert at your end. Because what a lot of people forget is that there's often quite a long period between first touch to purchase in services. If you think about what, if you were to go and buy a house, for example, what you're not going to be doing is looking at the website, visiting the house, purchasing it and moving in all in one day. It's just not going to happen. And it's the same with a lot of services. so many things that you need to do, but what I would definitely say is make sure you're doing the tracking regularly and you're keeping it somewhere where you can you can keep hold of it, you can keep visiting it. Now, whether you just use your Google Analytics account and you can put notes in Google Analytics, you can change views in Google Analytics. Andy is the expert in Google Analytics, so I'm trying not to say too much in case he shows me up in a sec. But there's a lot you can do in there. But also, you can export stuff and you can put it in a Google Sheet if you want to. If you're into databases, Notion is a pretty cool way now. A lot of people are using to start tracking results as well. And beyond that, you can even start looking at more sort of exciting things like the impact of specific areas of a campaign. So you might go, right, okay, I'm going to do a big content outreach campaign, and it's going to have social media, it's going to have publications on other websites, which is what Wayne was talking about earlier. We're going to do a bit of paid ads with that, and we'll do some email marketing to follow it up. And you can track that specific campaign. So you can start with your start date and your end date, and you can look at the impact of each channel and how that's changed the traffic onto your site. You can look at where the traffic's going as well. I'm sorry, I'm getting very broad on this, but there's so much to do with data and results. You could look at landing pages. Mark was talking about landing pages earlier. Which landing pages are generating the most traffic, and are they converting? You could have a landing page with loads of traffic that's not converting. They're the ones you want to optimize. You can go through Google Search Console and you can find out which keywords are getting the highest click-through rate and which keywords are you getting so many impressions for, but actually not getting click-throughs at all. And you can make so many changes and improvements if you just look at all of this data. It's boring, but doing it just gets such great results. So
yeah, I'm a data geek, so I love hearing about this. I think it's also important to note that different elements of a campaign can change your results. So you might get results faster. So if you're doing PPC, you're going to feel like you're seeing results faster than if you're doing SEO, whereas actually the quality of the people that are clicking through from PPC could be different to those of SEO. So both have like their pros and cons. So if you're trying one thing and you feel like something's going really well and the other thing is taking a long time, doesn't mean one's failing. It just means that it might take longer.
And you can use information from different sources of traffic as well. So, you can use PPC and you can look at which keywords convert really well for you, and you can see which landing pages convert really well for you. And then you can utilize that information and optimize them for organic as well, or you can put them through your social media campaigns. So don't forget to look at the bigger picture as well and use each channel source in tangent with one another, rather than just thinking, okay, right, well, PPC's on track, now I need to look at SEO, because it just doesn't, it's just a waste of time doing it that way. You know, you've got all this information already, so use it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic answer. Thank you very much, Nicola. So we're coming back over to Joe to grill in more about websites. So, Joe, what's one of the biggest mistakes you see on new websites, or some of the biggest mistakes?
So top 3, 1, there's no way to convert, and like that is quite high. And the amount of sites you see that, you know, simple things like they don't have click to call, they have no CTA. Seen that a few times above the fold. It's halfway down the page. You know, the drop-off rate on people landing on your page to get to 50% down is probably like nearly 70-80% on most sites, I reckon. So you're already 80% of your traffic down that's not even reaching how to convert. So that's one. The flip side of that, way too many CTAs. So it's the adage, you know, it's just, you know, making something stick. You're just trying everything rather than, and then it's really hard to know which ones work because you can't accurately kind of portray which one's converting or which one's working. So there'll be like loads of different live calls, click here, CTA here, and people just don't know what to do. So they'll click off because they don't understand the process. So that's about clarity, really, about understanding what you want the user to do. And then the third kind of links to both of these, having like not every user, and it's kind of what Nick was saying, sales isn't, and like services isn't A to B. So like I spoke about the sales funnel, you know, you start at need and you'll go through different stages, but it's not linear. So even if you're at the like assessing stage and then you're comparing, you might go back and forth to these, especially for big things like mortgages or something that's quite an involved purchase. So having different ways for a user to communicate, because they might not be ready to purchase, and a way to track that, it doesn't mean it's not a conversion. There are different types of conversions and understanding what they mean to you. They're all valuable, but they might take a little bit longer to get there. So it's just about having that understanding of each page and offering that ability strategically throughout. So either making it too much or, you know, too little, just monitoring it. And the best way to do that, again, is data. And I think this is one of the biggest things that I think everyone will touch on, is we live in an era where you have access to so much data and it's so easy and often free to track it, that using it effectively can make a real difference. You shouldn't get focused on everything because it can be overwhelming, but there are key things on any platform like Hotjar, heat mapping, Google Analytics, that if you watch our videos, you listen to Andy's, or you read our blogs, the key things to start looking for, and you can build a strategy around that because you can really understand your audience and what you want to do. So yeah, that's my top 3 on how to website into strategy segue.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely perfect. And like you said, we do often see websites where you land on there and you're like, what do I need to do? Or there'll be, like you said, there'll be a chat bot, there'll be a live call, there'll be loads of different CTAs of what to click, and you're just like, where do I need to go? Where do I need to go? Well, thank you for that, Joe. Andy, we shall bring you back on to talk about some more SEO. So really my question for you, though I seem to write a long question here for whatever reason, but really the question is that we get asked all the time, how long does SEO take to work?
How long's a piece of string? Depends on the website, depends on the niche you're in, it depends on your budget into your campaign, depends on how much resource you've got. You know, there's so many factors that affect it. But in general, yeah, it's never going to be a silver bullet. SEO is never going to be a silver bullet. That's just not the way it works. And we do see occasionally we get, you know, clients come in and they're 3 weeks in, you know, it's coming up to the end of month 1. Why haven't you tripled my sales yet? It's never going to work that way. Primarily because touching on what Joe said, data. You've got to do that research up front. You've got to be auditing the site, doing in-depth keyword research, digging into that data to find where those problem points are, so you know where to spend your time and where to put your effort into the SEO campaign. Because if you don't do that, essentially you're swinging in the dark. You're just randomly trying stuff, hoping something works out for you. You need to do all that research up front to know where's valuable to put your effort into, where you're going to get the returns from. And unfortunately, it takes some time to do that. It takes time to dig into that data. It takes time to audit your site and do all your keyword research and all these elements. So yeah, generally early on in an SEO campaign, it's going to be a lot of research, very research heavy. Then most of our campaigns, we do technical SEO first. So technical SEO, we mainly focus on that because that helps Google access your site. Ultimately, Google's ranking your content. Your content's what your users are interested in. That's what Google's ranking. But the technical SEO means Google can access your content and it can see your content. So generally, we're focused on that first. Unless you've got serious issues with your technical SEO when you start, it's probably not going to be a huge needle mover for you. That's going to come after, when you start getting really into the content. But like I say, we want to do it before, because there's no point having great, amazing content if Google can't access it properly. So we get that bit sorted first, then move into the content. And that's usually when you really start to see the needle moving. So once you start getting stuck into your content, you start creating great content, that's usually where you start getting the results in. So depending on the website size and how much there is to do and how much research needs to go in, niche you're in, and so on, normally most of it's somewhere around the 3 to 6 month mark, that's not to say it's flat for the first 3 months. You'll start getting little bits coming through, but it's normally around the 3 to 6 month mark where you really start to see the differences coming in. Yeah, I know it's quite a wide period, but it depends on, there's so many variables that it's impossible to go, yeah, dead on 6 months it's going to happen for you. It's usually around the 3 to 6 month mark, maybe a little bit later if you've got a really huge site and there's a lot to do. Yeah, normally around there. And it's normally once you start getting stuck into the content that you start seeing the differences, but you can't jump straight into the content. You've got to get your research parts done first. You've got to get your technical foundations solid and accessible to Google before you're going to get the value out of that content. But once you've got those ready, you start getting stuck into your content, you can get some amazing results.
Absolutely. No, that's a great answer. I think I want to clip that and just play that to people when they ask how long it takes for SEO to work, because it is a very common question, and I think people's expectations are probably different to how it actually works. So yeah, that was a fantastic answer. So we're going to come back to Samuel. And Samuel, the question I have for you is a very broad question, so I apologize. What types of channels can brands make use of when it comes to content?
The first thing to address with that is digital marketing in 2022 is this big holistic thing. It's not just about one particular aspect of your marketing. So you can have great SEO, but really poorly written content. You can optimize the hell out of it, but it's not readable, which is the constant push we pull you between making something SEO worthy and readable. So my top 3 favorite channels, I guess, or channels or types of content you can do. Number 1 is blogs. Blogs are still relevant in 2022, and it's not the thing 20 years ago where it was you talk about what you had for breakfast. It's surprising how much you see that in businesses, blogs. But blogs are a great way to answer customer objections and kind of navigate through any customer questions that are likely to happen. Basically, what are people in your audience talking about? And you can address those there in a sort of long form format. So you can go into different aspects of what those are. So that's my first sort of favorite type of content to use. If you're not a natural writer, you can outsource that, and an agency's a great avenue to go down, because there's a lot that goes into a blog as opposed to just writing about your day or writing just on a particular subject with no optimization. So Leading on from that, I would say is email marketing. It's so powerful and so underrated in some aspects. Like, it's so instant compared to SEO. So if you don't have the budget to be throwing loads of money at paid channels, and it's you need some quick returns, and your SEO is going to take maybe 3, 6, 9, 12 months to really kick in, email is a great way to sort of circumvent some of that process and basically talk about how it's a more instant thing, is what I'm trying to say. And the way I visualize email marketing is like you're reaching out and tapping someone on the shoulder instead of trying to drag them to your website via SEO. So yeah, email is so useful, and you can sort of like repurpose the content from like your blog, for example. You've done a long form blog, you can condense that down into something like a useful newsletter, or say you've written several blogs, you can condense those into a paneled email, and you can say, look, here's all this interesting stuff we're talking about, and you've gone and found those people through a mailing list. To build that mailing list is a whole other thing, because that's how you need to capture people's information. So you can do that via your website, via subscribe for 15% off, and then you captured their email, and then you can put that into a mailing list and use a system like MailChimp or Klaviyo, and then you can really start to segment that audience and send them different things that are going to be relevant to what they're interested in. And my third sort of favorite channel, I guess, or like way of doing content is outreach. And Wayne did an amazing bit on this earlier. I can't go into the detail Wayne did in a short amount of time, but outreach, no matter how you do that, whether that's like guest post outreach or influencer outreach, the idea is the principle remains the same. You're going out and finding other people in the world who are talking about what you're doing on the internet, or talking about your industry on the internet. If you can find an interesting angle about how a topical event, a newsworthy event, relates to your industry, you can tap into that with something like a guest post. And you may have been talking about this already in your blog. You may have written emails about it. So if the content's already there, you're creating a web, almost like a big content structure that goes every which way. So you've written a blog, you can make it an email. If you've written an email, you can make it into an outreach piece, and it becomes this sort of holistic thing. So blogs, email, outreach. Those are my three favorite channels, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that absolutely makes sense. And I was going to say, there's so much, once you've created one piece of content, there's so much that you can do with it. Like we do our blogs, then we do social media, then we do videos. So there's absolutely so much you can do. I think we have time to go through a couple of questions from the chat. So the first one we've got is from Dave, and this one is mostly for Andy. What's the weakest point on technical SEO that you come across the most?
The thing that we've probably come across the most of people making mistakes is incorrect redirects. Using the wrong type of redirect. Not all redirects are created equal. There are different types, and they're for different situations, and you need to make sure you use the right ones. It really does make a difference, and we'll see this quite often. Wrong ones in the wrong place causing problems. That's probably the most common that we come across. I mean, there's so many, and we come across the other one is probably using the wrong headings, or using headings for formatting to visually format on the page rather than actually denote a heading. So I'm sure you're familiar with H1s. So H1s, what they exist on the page. You've got underneath H1s, you've got H2s, H3s, H4s, H5s, H6s. They're all hierarchical. So your H1 is your main topic of the page. Your H2 is a sub area of that H1. Your H3 is a sub area of the H2 it's underneath, and so on all the way down. But we often see people use H tags to format a piece of text to make it look a certain way. They'll have set their CSS up so it formats the text in a certain way, and they'll just use the H tag to make it look that way. Don't do that, because Google does understand H tags and it's reading them hierarchically, so it's reading your content wrong. Use your CSS, just style the text differently. It doesn't need to be in a H tag. I know it's a bit easier, it's a bit quicker just to click a H tag and it does it for you, but yeah, Google will not read that properly. It's reading it. It is reading that as a heading, not as just bolded text. It's reading that as a heading that belongs to the H tag above it, and so on.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. I do think, because we got so into our discussion, I think that's all the questions we have time for. Dale might come in and correct me, but I can always answer Jamie's questions in the chat after this.
Yeah. I just quickly say Jamie's question about over-optimizing a page for a keyword. Mars has a really great tool for that. So I believe it's called Mars Keyword something or other. But I will have a look afterwards and pop it in the chat for you because it's really great.
Lovely. Perfect. Well, thank you all four of you for coming and taking part in this talk today. You've given us some really fantastic insights, and I think we managed to cover 2022's marketing strategy in a variety of different ways. And it's been absolutely good fun. Dale, take it away, my friend.
Hello, it is me once again. Well, that was super insightful. I can't think of a better crop of ninjas to have asked those questions to. So thank you all so much for coming on and sharing your insights with us. I'm sure from what I can see, everyone's saying thank you in the chat as well. So again, thank you ever so much. I'm now going to do the prize draw for the book. So I bid you adieu. You can all go about your day, and I shall see you in the chat hopefully later as well.
Quick one.
Cool. Thanks,
Phil, if you want to drop me an email, I'll answer your question for you and send you the best things I would do to find discontinued pages. So my thing's on the screen and I'll answer it to you by email. Have a great weekend, everyone.
Bye.
See ya.
Bye,
Take care.
everyone.
Bye. Super. Cool. So for those of you who have only just arrived for the next talk, which is how to spy on your competitors' digital marketing, we have been doing prize draws throughout the day. For those of you who've been active in the chat, saying hello, enjoying some of the questions have been coming through as well. So yeah, there are 82 entries so far in this prize draw. I'm going to do it once more to see who gets a copy of all of our books as paperback sent to your home or business address. If you do win, all you have to do is just email me at Daily Exposure Ninja, and I will with your address as well as a contact phone number, and I will get that sorted out for you. Probably today. I'm on annual leave next week, so I'll hopefully get it done before I leave. So again, thank you to all the ninjas that were part of that. I'm gonna briefly just take myself away to get ourselves set up for the next presentation, which is just in 3 minutes time. So very briefly, I shall see you very shortly. Make yourself a drink, go and use the bathroom, whatever it is you need to do. Here's your opportunity, and I shall see you again very shortly. Hello, it's me once again. So we're still just getting ready for the next presentation. But before we do that, there's a couple of things I need to cover. First of all, thank you to everyone who has subscribed to the channel. We've had over 50 people subscribe so far. Of the well, I went and checked just now, and there's over 450 views for Dominate 2022 today. So thank you ever so much. But yeah, we've had 50 people subscribed to our new Exposure Ninja live streaming channel. So if you haven't yet done so, do click down below and click subscribe, and then the bell notification so you're aware about the next live stream that comes up next Friday. As well, make sure you do hit like down below. Let us know that you've enjoyed today's stream, our all-day event, and that we should do future ones instead. If the more likes that we have, the more we going to think about doing maybe another event next quarter rather than doing it as an annual thing instead. So do let us know if you've been enjoying it so far. And also you can share this video. So it's going to be there as a recording afterwards, so you can watch it back later. You can share this now. If people can't join us right now, they can join us later instead. Very quickly, just double check. Yeah, so we're still just getting ready for our next session. We're just waiting for Wayne, who spoke earlier, to come back, and it's just getting himself sorted out. Whilst we're waiting, if you could just tell me where you're watching from. It's been great to see so many interesting places that I unfortunately have never been to. Just double checking things. Yeah. Absolutely fascinating, and let me know how sunny it is, because for me it's starting to get pretty grey over here in Edinburgh, so it looks like I'm going to have missed all of the sun, which is frustrating, but well, it's worth it for the insightful stuff that we've heard from today. Super cool. I'm just looking for all the graphics that we have for all the live streams that we do. So we do some well, I'm going to cover that now. So here we go. We have, let's just get rid of that. We have 3 different formats for our live streams. So every Friday at 1 p.m. GMT. We have live website reviews, which here we go. Wayne's just joined us. Live website reviews, where we just dissect your websites and see how we can increase your ranking in Google, your traffic, your leads, your sales, and so on. We also do fix or rebuild, which is a really fast-paced review style, where we just look at your website and decide if it needs to be fixed up or rebuilt from scratch. So we increase your conversion rate if we think we can do it, or just tell you plainly and blankly that yeah, it needs to be rebuilt, because it's just no saving that website. As well as traditional webinar style as well. So we have presentations just like these every couple of weeks as well. So do make sure you subscribe down below if you haven't already. If you haven't done so, if you haven't used our hashtag Dominate 2022 in social media just yet, now's your opportunity to take a photograph and say hey to the world. I'll just hold still for a second for you to take a photograph and share that on social media, and then I'll pick up a couple of people today and send you some books just using the hashtag. So that's much appreciated. What else is there? Questions at the end of the presentation, just with all the other ones as well. Do submit your questions in the chat and we will pick them up towards the end of the session. We've left like 5 to 10 minutes to cover those, but yeah. Subscribe to the YouTube channel, our main one. So if you just go into YouTube and search for Exposure Ninja, you'll find our videos about how to write perfect metadata, how to find your target audience in just 6 questions, how to choose SEO keywords, how to rank first in Google, and so on. So do not miss out on that. Also subscribe to our podcast and go to exposureninja.com/podcast, and you will be able to listen to our weekly episodes again about digital marketing themes and channels such as SEO, content marketing, PPC, email marketing, conversion rate optimization. All that is covered on a weekly basis, as well as our blog. You can go to exposureninja.com/blog and read about how to increase your leads, how to increase your sales. Doesn't matter if you're a service-based business or if you're e-commerce, we've got you covered. We've also got a weekly newsletter, which is written by Tim and our team, and that would just let you know about the new piece of content that we've put out that week. We've also got a new Slack community starting soon too. If you want to be a part of that, where you can just have a chat with people rather than just leaving messages as you would in like a Facebook group, you can have a proper chat with people by going to exposureninja.com/Slack. Then the last thing you can do is just join our Telegram channel. This is kind of a notification system. You just sign up for that by going to exposureninja.com/Telegram, downloading the app if you don't have it already, but signing up, and we'll send you an update once a day, typically, sometimes only 2 or 3 times a week, just to let you know there's a new piece of content out there for you to learn more about digital marketing. So Let's just double check where everybody is. So we've got Portugal joining us. We've got still in darkest Tokyo. Must be pretty late in Tokyo right now. Genesis, it must be super late where you are right now. I love having you here. Fantastic, cool. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Wayne back to the show.
Hello.
I call it.
How are we all doing?
Like,
is everyone having a good afternoon? Enjoying the content so far? Even though it's 3 o'clock on a Friday, it's good to see that people are still here. Oh, new comment.
Absolutely, it is.
Good news.
Yeah, everyone seems to be having a great time, and I have
Amazing.
to say, like, the insights that everyone's been sharing so far have been just brilliant. But we're actually here to listen to you talk about how to spy on your competitor's digital marketing, and this is where I'm going to hand over to you to explain to people what they're going to learn.
Wonderful. So this is my all-time favorite topic to talk about. I really enjoy talking about this because it's basically using all the tools that I use day after day when we're doing our marketing reviews, when we're doing our marketing plans and proposals, and the amount of data that is out there about your competitors is ridiculous. And people often don't realize the amount of data that's available. So let's dive in and talk about what we're going to be covering. So that is right, Jamie. Back to my back cave. Yep. So any questions, save until the end, probably. If I see any question that makes sense to answer quickly and easily, I may answer it as we go through, but primarily we'll cover questions at the end because I want to try and get a chance to go through some examples on screen because I think that would be way more practical than just covering the theory. So yeah, I'm most keen for us to do examples because that will probably answer your questions as well. So what we're going to talk about, today's goal is all about sharing a competitor research process that you can use to steal their best bits, but also exploit the areas that they're not doing so well on. This is an area of competitor analysis that people often forget about. Like, yeah, it's great to steal the bits that a competitor's doing well, but it's also really beneficial to find out what aren't they doing well, where can you beat them ultimately? Because a lot of people that we speak to, they're in a position where their competitors might be a lot bigger than them. You might be, and you probably are, up against a competitor that is much bigger than you, that's been around for much longer than you've been around. And you can feel a little bit like you're swimming in an upward stream. It can be quite difficult to try and think that you can compete with these people. But what you'll see as we go through this process is actually a lot of the competitors that you might think are way bigger than you are, that are in a completely different stratosphere to where you are. Often there will be some things that they're doing really badly. And if you can just win in some of these areas, it doesn't matter if you've got a smaller budget. It doesn't matter if you're not able to be as aggressive with your spend. You can still outmaneuver them. So this is the goal. I want to show you the process that you should be going through. I'm going to give you a very quick summary of who I am. Like, apparently I'm Freddie Happel still.
I'm so sorry.
I'm not, by the way. I am Wayne Durana. I've been Exposure Ninja for over 5 years now. I've provided consultancy analysis on well over 1,000 businesses, been in digital marketing for about 15 years. So a lot of the stuff I'm going to be talking you through today is based on actual day-to-day in the trenches work. It's not based on theory. There we go. My name with a lovely little star next to it. That's what I like to see. Why should you listen to me and us? Well, hopefully you already know this because a lot of you, I think, have been here for a lot of time. You've watched our other presentations and you know who we are. But for those of you that are only coming to this presentation as the first one in the day that maybe don't know much about us, we've been around now for a really good chunk of time. We are an award-winning digital marketing agency. We've published the #1 best-selling book on Google, all about digital, on Amazon rather, all about how to get to the top of Google. We've worked with a ton of clients, provided help and expertise to over 25,000 businesses. We've grown to a team of over 100 ninjas over a 6-year period. So we really do know what we're talking about. And all of the stuff that we're going through here, as you've hopefully already seen, it's really practical stuff. It's about actually allowing you to change the results you're getting in your marketing, not just learning a new theory or a new idea. So what are we going to be covering today? We're going to go through an introduction first, explaining what's the benefit of competitor analysis, why should you be doing it, Why is it the most important tool you have in your arsenal when you're planning any marketing campaign? We're going to look at the most profitable areas to analyze. Those of you that haven't been making notes so far, I would recommend you make notes when we get to these sections. There are very particular processes that we advise you follow and very particular checklists that you can go through to work out where your competitors can be exploited. And that, of course, is what we all want to do. And we're going to go through some live demonstrations so long as we have time. And I think we will have. We should be good. So why is competitor analysis so useful? Well, ultimately, the reason it's so useful is because of the amount of tools that are out there that give you an immense amount of data. Like the amount of data you can get about your competitors is really, really understated in many instances. Like you'll be amazed when we go into some of these tools exactly what you can see. And some of these tools that we're going to cover are actually free of charge to use, and yet it will allow you to uncover the entire advertising campaign that your competitors are using, see how long the ads have been running, see the creatives they're using, the ad copy they're using, how many ads they've got running. Really powerful stuff. So why bother? Successful competitors can shorten the learning process. There is no point if you're in a sector that's a well-established sector, which pretty much all businesses are. It's very unusual to be a completely new business selling something that's never been sold before. If you're in a sector that already exists, what's the point in making mistakes that your competitors have already made? You may as well find out what are they doing, and if they're well established and they've been doing this particular approach for a while, you know that it's working. So you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You don't need to try and do something completely different. You can leverage their learnings, shorten your own learning process, and more importantly, when we're talking about business metrics, shorten and reduce the amount of spend that you're having to allocate to essentially experimenting, wasteful marketing spend, which you really don't want to have within your business. Unsuccessful competitors prevent you wasting time on things that don't work. How do you know if a competitor is unsuccessful? Well, some businesses you're just going to hear about. You'll know that they maybe don't deliver a good service. You'll know that they're not as big as you. But more specifically, you're going to be able to go through this checklist that we're going to cover in just a moment. And you're then going to be able to identify what things are these competitors not doing that they should be doing, and what things are they not doing that you could do in order to beat them, in order to give you the edge. Because that ultimately is what it's about. It's not about how much people have available to spend on ads. It's about whether you can outmaneuver them, whether you can afford to actually pay more per click because, for instance, your conversion rate's higher. If you're getting treble the conversion rate of your competitor, it doesn't matter whether they've got 10 times the budget that you've got, because you're able to get better results for every pound you're putting in. And that is going to make you be able to work in a much more efficient way and be able to ultimately outmaneuver people. So really important. The other interesting thing is how your perception of a competitor can often be really, really wrong. One of the tools we're going to dive into will actually show you the approximate amount of monthly organic traffic your competitors are getting. And often we will find that our clients are really, really surprised by this. And it works both ways, if I'm being honest. Sometimes we'll pull up a competitor and it will turn out that the traffic they're getting is like 10 times, 20 times what the client we're working with thought. And other times they might have a perception that a client in the space, because of how they present themselves, because of what they're doing with their marketing, they have a perception that they must be getting tons of traffic. They must be spending loads on ads. And then we dive into it and we find out they're not actually doing that much. So it's really, really useful to allow you to kind of benchmark yourself and identify where are you against your competitors. That's something that's really, really useful. So before we dive into part two, does all of that make sense? Do you understand why we should be looking in this area? I'm just going to look at the comments briefly to check that people are still listening, because it's Friday afternoon and I want to know that I'm not talking to myself for an hour, because that would be deeply depressing.
I'm still here, don't worry. I'm listening.
Just Dale. Just Dale. Is anyone else listening? I'm hoping other people are listening. It's very, very quiet on the comment front, which isn't reassuring to see. Well, hopefully you're listening. Cool. Few people. Makes sense. Yep. Awesome. Okay. So what we're going to look at, first of all, are the most profitable areas to analyze. This is the really important part. This is where you need to be making notes. So what we're going to be doing here is looking at what we refer to as the STAR marketing system. This is our proprietary framework that we've created that allows you to really systemize your marketing and look at exactly what areas you should be focusing on and what areas you should be analyzing when it comes to your competitors. And the thing that I want you to remember with this as well is it's not only about what you should be doing when you're looking at your competitors, but this same framework that I'm going to take you through is also a framework that you can go through for yourself. So this will show you all of the things that you need to have in place, and you can then go through and check off whether you've got these different elements in place. So really important. So this is what we're going to go through first of all. So the number one area is what we refer to as the heavy lifting website blueprint. This is all about making sure your website looks as it needs to look and is presenting your business in the most effective way. And when we're looking at this from the point of view of competitors, essentially it's about comparing your website to your competitors' websites. And to begin with, it's not about going super advanced. It's not about going into the coding. It's not about looking at the things we're going to cover shortly. It's just about looking at the sites and saying, right, do my competitors' sites look better than mine? If I was a client coming into this space and I was looking to hire someone, based on how these three websites look, my own website and these three competitor websites, based on how they all look, who do I think my client would choose? Is my website an effective marketing tool, or is my competitor doing a better job than I am? This is the first area. So you want to look at your presence. You want to check, is your website up to scratch when you're comparing it to your competitors? Because ultimately, if someone is within the market that you're in, let's say a really basic example, let's say you are a plumber within a particular town. If you're in that space, the chances are people that are typing in, let's say plumber Birmingham or plumber Coventry, they're going to look at a few different websites. They're not just going to go with the first website they click on. So you need to look at how are your competitors presenting themselves, and do you seem like the best? Because remember, there is no correlation between the quality of a website and how good a business actually is at delivering the service they offer. You can have someone in the space that you are in be absolutely awful, be not qualified, be not able to deliver on the promise that they're laying out, but they could set up business tomorrow, put up an amazing website, and suddenly start getting way more leads just because the website looks better. And we say you shouldn't judge a book by its cover. Sadly, the reality is all of us do. We all do the same thing. When you go to a website, you are actually going to be making judgments about the business based on how the website looks and whether you think it is reflecting the business in an effective way. So that's the first thing that you need to be thinking about. Now, part of the website analysis boils down to process. And when I say process, I mean what actually happens when people land on the website. And this, again, is within the context of your website, but it's also within the context of your competitor's website. So this is the bit that I want you to make a note of. We call this process the qualified customer closer, and these letters each stand for a different element in this process. So what are these 5 elements? These are the areas that you should be writing down. I'm going to tell you what the elements are first, and then we're going to go back through and we're going to talk through them in a little bit more detail. So C, that stands for credibility. L, that stands for lure, as in L-U-R-E, lure, luring someone in. O stands for objection handling. S stands for social proof. E stands for ease, and R stands for result. So those are the individual areas, the 6 different areas that you should be analyzing when you're looking at your competitors' sites. But in turn, these are the areas that you should be paying attention to with your own marketing as well. So let's talk a little bit more about what the qualified customer closer process actually is. So it's about making sure when someone first lands on your website, are there signs there that you are a credible business? And within the context of looking at your competitors, are there signs there that they are a credible business? And if there isn't signs on your competitor's site, you need to make sure that on yours there are. And if there are instances where they are showing credibility on their site, it's even more important that you make sure you're doing it on your site. But credibility, we're referring to things like, for example, phone number, email address. You will be amazed at the amount of websites we do reviews for, and we look at the header space of the website. There's no phone number, there's no email address, and this might be an e-commerce store where people are actually expecting their customers to land on the website, enter in their payment details on their website, having never heard about them before, and they don't even have their phone number and email address on display in the header space. Do you think that a website that has got the phone number on display clearly when someone first lands on the site is more likely to convert than a website that does not? just answer in the chat, answer in the comments, because it's something that's really, really simple. But the reality is it can make a really big difference. So that's one example of credibility. Other examples of credibility are going to be things like reviews and testimonials. You want to have reviews, testimonials. If you're featured on Trustpilot, you want to get those logos there. Other examples of credibility are what we talked about earlier when we were talking about how to get press coverage, where essentially it's about saying, look, we've been featured in all of these different publications. That's because we're an amazing business. That's because we know what we're talking about and we've got credibility. So these are things that you look for when you're analyzing your competitor's site. Credibility signs. So the next element is what we call lure. So what we mean by lure is there something to hook people in? Something that's going to make people want to progress down your buyer journey, through your funnel. Most websites, in many instances, don't bother doing this. So let's say, for instance, you are a local accountant firm, and you're looking at all of your different competitors within this space, within accountancy, and all of them just have lots of information on their pages and say, if you want to learn more, phone this phone number, or if you'd like a quote, give us a call today, like all of this kind of thing. So there's nothing to lure people in. It's just really basic sales language trying to get people to call you. So what would you do in that situation to make sure you are showing an element of lure, hooking people in when your competitors aren't? You would have a call to action. And the call to action would be something that you're offering for free that is going to deliver really good value. So if you're an e-commerce store, the example would be maybe a voucher code. So the lure that you're using to hook people in might be a 10% off voucher code when they join your VIP club, your email list. If you are an accountancy firm, it might be a totally free 20-minute tax audit that you offer over the phone. Now, think in practical terms. What are you doing if you're saying you can have this 20-minute absolutely free tax audit from one of our expert accountants? What you're actually doing is getting people to fill in a form to convert into being a lead and then get on a call with you so you can sell them your services. But you're doing it in a really engaging way where you're going to demonstrate value, and you're doing it in a way that doesn't require commitment. You're literally luring people to you with the front end offer, with the call to action, rather than just relying on people contacting you and asking you if they can buy, because that's really inefficient marketing. But you'll be amazed when you look at your competitors, how many businesses rely on essentially their customers and clients coming to them and asking if they can buy, rather than having a lure that is going to draw people in. So that's really, really important. That's one of the examples of something you can do in your business on your website that your competitors may not be doing, that gives you the ability to outmaneuver, because that's going to drastically increase your conversion rate. It's going to drastically increase the number of leads you're generating, which means you're likely to get more for every pound you're spending on marketing than your competitor that's not ultimately doing that kind of thing. So really important. Lure. O, as we said, stands for objection handling. So this is about preempting what are the objections that your clients or customers have and handling them there and then on the page. Like, the big thing is, a lot of people shy away from their objections. They shy away from what they think their customers are scared of. And the problem, if you shy away from it, is it becomes the elephant in the room. It becomes this unspoken thing that people are still worried about. You're just refusing to talk about it. And that's not a great position. What you want to do is really put people at ease by handling their objections right there on the page. So if you're an e-commerce business, an example would be most people's objection to e-commerce, if they're buying from a brand they've never bought from before, is what if the item doesn't match what I'm expecting? What if it's not as good quality as they say it is? And what if I then lose my money because I've ended up buying something which is a bit rubbish? So what do you do to handle the objection? You say that you offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. You say that you have quality assurance on all of your products. You have a really solid customer service route in place, like all of these things, which are basically handling those objections before they're even raised. And as a business owner, you're going to know what your most common objections are. If you've been in business for any amount of time, you already know what those objections are. So what you do is you build those objections into your sales copy. So if you know your biggest objection, let's think of another example. Let's say your biggest objection, if you're a cosmetic dentist. So we've worked a lot with medical clinics in the past. We've worked a lot with cosmetic dentists. And when someone's thinking about getting cosmetic dentistry, it might be Invisalign, it might be any kind of cosmetic dentistry. One of the biggest objections is often price, because people know that private dentistry tends to be really, really expensive. So there's no point in shying away from that. You know that the potential clients that are coming to you, that's one of their objections. So you just ultimately kind of meet it head on, and you say in your sales copy, and obviously you need to be doing this, I'm not saying you lie in your sales copy, but you would say, by the way, we offer interest-free payment on all of our treatments, or by the way, we offer 6 months interest-free payment plans on all of our treatments. And suddenly you've handled that objection before it's even been raised. So suddenly affordability is no longer an objection. So it's these kind of things. Hopefully all of that makes sense. That's how you handle objections within the content that you're actually sharing. And then you've got the social proof element. So social proof, some of that is linked to the credibility stuff we talked about earlier. When you're looking at your competitors, do they have social proof? Social proof would be things like reviews and testimonials. It would also be things like large following online on their social media profiles. It would be a really good rating. It would be things like, have they won awards? So all of the things that you notice we've been mentioning at the start of every one of our talks about our awards, our reviews, how many businesses we've dealt with, how many reviews we've got, how big our team is. All of these things are what we would describe as social proof. And if your competitors are not showing elements of social proof, again, you can outmaneuver them by making sure you are on your website. Really, really important. And you don't need to have been a business that's been around for ages to be able to have social proof. You just need a few reviews, a few testimonials. Let's remember, you only need 1 5-star review on Google, and you can claim that you are a 5-star rated business. And it's the same on Trustpilot. Like, you can use your reviews, your testimonials to your advantage, even if you've got a few of them, because ultimately people don't particularly care how many you've got. They care about, what are the reviews saying? Do you have proof that you're delivering the service you say you can deliver? So that's really important when you're looking at your competitors and when you're looking at your own site. And then the next area here is what we call ease. And the reason we say ease in this particular area is because you want to make it as easy as possible for your visitor to be converted into a lead. So a great example, if you're going to a service-based business, is that they will have none of these call to action forms. They'll have none of this law. They'll have no clear next step. And the only way for someone to, and they won't have their contact details in the header space either. And the only way for a potential client to actually take a next step is to dig around on the website, find the contact page, fill in a form on the contact page just to find out more about what they offer. That would be an example of no ease in the process. That would be an example of you being able to very easily outmaneuver them by having a clear call to action form, maybe having a live chat feature on the website, maybe having your contact details in the header space, all of these things to make your process as easy as possible, because that's going to stack the odds in your favor. So really, really important elements. And then result. This is the other thing that we were talking about earlier. They kind of all link in together. When someone is not offering a really clear next step, so like that free tax audit over the phone, or maybe you're a let's say you're a wedding dress designer or a wedding planner, and you say you can fill in this form and you can have a 30-minute free consultation call to discuss your needs and learn how you can make your wedding the most amazing wedding in the world. Or you might frame it a different way. You might say, claim a free consultation call and learn the 5 red flags that you should be aware of when choosing a wedding planner. Like, all of these different things, you need to be promising a clear result as an impact of whatever your next step is. So in the instance of e-commerce, normally the result they're going to get is the discount from the discount code. In our instance, everything we do on our website is about either downloading the Google book, or it is about claiming a free marketing review. And in both instances, the result that you're going to get from that is really, really clear. So it's all about seeing, is your competitor making the result that they're promising you really obvious and clear? And if they're not, how can you double down on that approach so that it becomes really obvious when someone's comparing your website to your competitor that you are delivering something better just because of how you're framing it? Even though the actual service might be the same service, how you're framing it and what you're offering at the front end, you can make much clearer, much more effective. So those are the areas when it comes to the qualified customer closer approach. So hopefully you've written all of those elements down. Now, the next area that we're going to talk about is what we refer to as the traffic lasso system, the traffic lasso system. It's all about where are you going to go to capture the people that you want? And the reason this features within this competitor analysis area is because as part of your competitor analysis, you're going to look at where your competitors are going. You're going to see in advance, before you start spending money on your advertising, what are they doing? Where are they spending their money? Are they spending their money on Google ads? Are they spending their money on Facebook ads? They're getting most of their traffic organically. What kind of growth have they had organically? You're going to look at all of this because that's then going to influence where you're going to spend your marketing budget. Because let's say, for instance, that you look at 3 different competitors and you see for every one of your competitors, they're all running Facebook ads. None of them are running Google ads, and they're all getting a lot of organic traffic. It tells you that it's probably not going to work so well doing Google ads, because if it would work well, they would probably be doing it. They've probably tried it already. It didn't work. So they focused on the platform that is working. And as you'll see when we get further into this, there are other things you can do to identify if that's definitely the case, because you can do things like look at how long has an ad been running. If a particular ad, one particular ad has been running for 5 months continuously, you know that that ad must be working, because no business leaves an ad running for 5 months wasting money. They would only leave it running if it's actually converting. So this is about where are you going to capture your people from. So let me just break down what this stands for. So again, I'd recommend that you make notes of this. So the L, that stands for locate. Locate means 2 different things in this instance. First of all, you're locating your competitors, so you know who you're actually looking at. And secondly, you're then going to be locating where they are advertising online, where they are focusing their attention. So it's about locating your competition, and it's about locating what they are doing online and where they are doing it. And then the other 4 letters here are all about the areas that you're going to be looking at, essentially. So you've got advertising as the first area. That is paid ads in the capacity of Google ads, in terms of Facebook ads. There might be other platforms that particular businesses use online. And you're going to look at all of those areas so that you've got a clear idea, first of all, of paid advertising. Where should your energy be there? Where are your competitors focusing? So that you've got a clear idea of where it would make sense to focus. Then you've got search. That's what the first S stands for. Search in terms of organic traffic, basically. So this is where you're going to look at what's the organic visibility looking like for a lot of your competitors. And if the competitors you're aware of don't seem to be getting much organic traffic, the next thing you're going to do is just Google a pretty general or generic keyword relative to your space, relative to the industry you're in. And even if it's a competitor that you weren't previously aware of, you're going to see what kind of volumes of traffic are they getting organically, so that you've got a really clear and measured idea. Does it make sense to focus on organic traffic? And the reason we say you should look at this is, to an extent, it depends on what you're offering. If you're solving a really obvious problem and you're offering a solution to a problem that everyone knows exists, so for instance, you're an accountant providing tax services, clearly it's going to make sense to focus on organic traffic. Thank you, Great Digital. I'm glad it's super insightful. I think if you're in a space where it's not so obvious what you're providing, or the problem you're solving isn't so clear, so a great example of this would be the business we were talking about earlier in one of our other presentations. They had a piece of software which was to do with performance management within an HR capacity. But the kind of businesses they were targeting often didn't know they had a problem, because their problem was they didn't have performance management in place. And that meant they didn't know whether their staff were underperforming or not. So it's really hard to target the people they needed to target. So for them, initially, it wouldn't have made sense to focus on obvious organic growth, because ranking for things like performance management in the long term is going to be useful. But in the short term, they wanted to capture people using education. So it was things like articles being shared on social media. It was things like digital PR that we discussed earlier, getting features to educate people, to make them aware of the problem, rather than being able to just dive straight into getting people to their site organically for a term like accountant. Like if you're an accountant, you can rank for a term like accountant Coventry or accountant London, and you're going to get really targeted traffic there because you know the audience that you're aiming to get. So search, and we're going to dive in more as to how these different areas work, what we're going to actually do in these areas. The next area, the second S, that stands for social. So that's just seeing, are they particularly active on social media? Are they doing lots on social media? And is their time being well spent? And the way you're going to identify that is by looking at not only how often are they posting, but what's actually happening. Because often you'll see that competitors are spending so much time posting on social media, it will look like, well, it must be working really well for them. But when you look at the engagement they're getting, they're probably getting nothing from it. So they might be paying someone a full-time wage to be their social media manager, posting on social media, but then you look through their channels and they're posting out a ton of content, no comments, no likes, no shares. And then you kind of say to yourself, well, it's probably not the most sensible area to focus on, because yes, it's possible to put loads of content out, but is it actually doing much? So these are things that you really need to consider. And there can be an overlap here with social and paid ads, because one of the tools we're going to talk about is Facebook Ad Library, and that will show you the ads that your competitors are running on Facebook and Instagram. But these are paid ads rather than organic social. So it's important to be aware of the difference between the two. And if you see a particular post on your competitor's page, which seems to be getting a ton of exposure, a ton of likes and comments, when all of their others don't seem to be getting any at all, it's probably the case that they're actually spending a chunk of money on Facebook ads to promote some of their posts. So you need to be aware of this. So social. And then the final area is what we call observe. So it's taking a step back, having looked at all of this, observing each of these areas in a strategic way so that you can start to identify which areas are missing universally across various competitors, which areas are you then going to be able to outmaneuver them on. So it's all about, yes, getting the data, but not getting the data and going crazy, getting the data and then being strategic, observing what's working now for them, but also using some of the historic data that's available to see whether the same areas have been working always or whether they've pivoted and shifted. It's really important to look at things in a strategic way. Does all of this make sense so far? Any comments would be awesome, again, so I know that you're not just winding down or have already cracked open the second bottle of wine and are not really with it anymore. Hopefully this is all making sense. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. So whilst I'm waiting for some answers, some signs of life, let's talk about tools and data. Tools and data, this is really important to understand. Great, I'm glad that you're finding that it's all making sense. So tools and data is really, really important, but it's important to understand the data that you're looking at. This is vital, because otherwise you can make monumental mistakes in what you're doing. So one of the things we're going to talk about now is what we call the illusion of exact numbers. So let me give you an example here. So this is using a particular SEO research tool, which is showing us anticipated data about a particular website. So this is showing us 48.5% bounce rate. It's showing us number of page views. It's showing us amount of time on site. It's showing us search traffic. But here's the thing, this is coming from a research tool. It's not coming from Google Analytics. And the only data that is 100% accurate is Google Analytics data. So when you're looking at these kind of research tools, it might be SE Ranking, it might be SEMrush or SEMrush, it might be a whole host of other tools out there. When you're seeing really, really precise numbers like this, remember, some of this is just them being clever. Like, they're using very precise numbers to make you think their data is super, super accurate. Whereas in reality, all of this data is what we refer to as estimate data, extrapolated data, not exact data. So that's something that's really important to bear in mind. And I'm going to tell you a sneaky trick that you can use, which will help you identify how far out particular data might be when you're doing your competitor analysis. And this is just some more examples of this very precise looking data. Like, they've said 26.3%, 30.14%, 36.28%. In reality, they have no idea to that level of accuracy. This is just to make the data seem more reliable. So you've got to show an awareness to that when you're doing your competitor analysis. You can't be making life or death decisions based on the 0.28% that you can see here in some of the charts. And again here, like, all of this, you need to be aware that this isn't as accurate as it looks. That doesn't mean that the data isn't valuable, because it is. It's really, really valuable, but it's valuable for a different reason. So that is that side of things. On the other hand, this is showing you traffic that you get in Google Analytics. So this data, really accurate, really precise. If you're wanting to analyze your own traffic, your own marketing, this is the only data you should primarily be using. When you're doing competitor analysis, obviously you don't have access to their analytics accounts. And that's why you use all of these other tools that we're going to talk through in just a moment, so that you can get a rough idea of what they're doing and a rough idea of what's working and what isn't. But it's really important to remember the most precise data you're ever going to have within your own business, and indeed with any other business, is through analytics directly. All other data is extrapolated, estimated data. So that's something that's really important to bear in mind. So yeah, we've got measured data, exact data, extrapolated data, which is guesstimate data from these tools. And you need to know when you're looking at one or the other. Hopefully that all makes sense, but really important point there. Now, you're going to be using data, as we've said here, like a metal detector. You're going to be looking for the gold within the data, and you're going to be looking for the indicators that are going to help you steer your path in the right direction. You're not going to be using it, as I've said, to make life or death decisions. It's all about understanding what you're doing. So what tools are we going to be talking about? So when it comes to SEO research, organic research, there are a whole host of tools on the market. We've got SEMrush or SEMrush as one example, and you can go and get a free trial to that particular tool if you want to try that out by going to thankyoninjas.com. SEMrush is one example of an organic research tool. Just being totally transparent, SEMrush is one of the more expensive tools, but as we've said, you can get a free trial. So in that case, it's not costing you anything to test it, but it is one of the pricier ones if you're wanting to use it longer term. And then you've got SE Ranking, which basically does the same thing. It's got the same suite of tools. It just works slightly differently, and the cost difference is also quite great with this. So if you're a smaller business, you might want to look at SE Ranking. If you're a larger business, you might want to look at SEMrush, but in reality, both of them are fundamentally the same in terms of what they do and the features they have. So maybe test each of them and decide which one works for you, which one you prefer. But they're all pretty much a muchness. You can have a look at this tool. This is the one that we use day to day, and this you can get a free trial of by going to bestninjatool.com. So just to recap, if you want the SEMrush trial, go to thankyoninjas.com. If you would like the SE Ranking trial, go to bestninjatool.com. Now, when it comes to analyzing paid ads, both of those tools I've just shown you will allow you to get Google ad data. If someone's running text ads on Google, you will get approximate data using those tools that will show you roughly what are they spending. But then more interestingly, you can dive deeper and it will show you what are they bidding per keyword and where are their ads showing up within the rankings for paid ads based on that bid. And it will show you a full list of the keywords they're bidding on. Really powerful stuff. The other area that we're going to look at is Facebook Ad Library, or as it's called now, Meta Ad Library. And this is completely free of charge. Anyone can access it. This basically came into being after all of the drama relating to Cambridge Analytica several years ago, where Facebook were forced into a position where they had to be a lot more transparent about data and about what was going on their platform. So then Facebook Ad Library came into existence. You can type in the name of any page on Facebook and you can see every ad they are currently running on Facebook and on Instagram. And you can get breakdowns of the ads from country to country. And you can see whether they are running ads which are deemed as political or social causes. You can go really detailed with this. Like, this is amazing. Just by response in the comments, do you find this an exciting prospect? The fact that you can literally see every ad that your competitors are running on Facebook, on Instagram, and how long the ads have been running. I really want to get some feedback on that, so I know whether you want me to spend some time on that or whether the SEO stuff is more exciting to you when we get into the demos. So reply in the comments, let me know, because we're only going to have a limited time for the live demos that I want to go through. Paid ads, as I've said, as well as Facebook Ad Library. Excellent, Phil. Yeah, I think the paid ad stuff is really exciting. Advertising research, this is something that you can get this. Really powerful stuff. It's yeah, just great. Like, the fact that you can get all of this data and some of it is completely free is fantastic. So this is an example, by the way, of SEMrush. When you go to a particular website, or when you type in a particular website, you will literally see every ad that they are running, so that you can see the exact ad copy that's being used, and then you can have a look at the keywords they're bidding on, as I said, and you can look at roughly what they're spending per month. It's very, very powerful stuff. And this is an example on SE ranking of the keywords. And then this color coding is showing you where they're ranking for the bids that they're bidding. Honestly, it's crazy. Like, the amount of data that's available to you is huge. So let's do a live example. Now, I'm not sure how well this live example will work, because I'm going to be talking to myself. Normally when I do these live examples, it's at live events where there's an audience talking to me and we get it up on screen and we all talk about it. That's going to be a bit challenging. But what I would like you to do is, in the comments, can someone just give me a URL for a competitor? The only criteria I'm going to ask for is, so that it's interesting for everyone, if possible, give me a competitor that you know is pretty big, or that you think is pretty big, at least. Like, give me a competitor that you think is pretty big, that you think is probably spending a lot of money on ads, or that you think is getting a lot of traffic organically. And I just want you to tell me the URL for the competitor, and I want you to tell me what your feeling is about that competitor. Why have you given me that URL? Because then we're going to get them up on screen and we're going to go through the process that I've just walked you through. But do give me that example nice and quickly so that we have time to actually run through this. It's going to be exciting. Whilst we're waiting for those competitor URLs to come through, I'm just going to switch my screen over so that I can share instead my actual screen. And we're going to go
no problem
to
I've removed your thing, so you should be able to do that. If you're having a little trouble getting the URL to send through the chat, just do give us the address without the actual complete address, so not exposureninja.com. Remove the dot and just put
good thinking.
domain space com, and we should be able to or .co.uk.
Or just the name of the business is fine as well. Don't worry about the URL, because we can just Google them.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless their ranking's terrible. And then
true. And then that also gives us some competitor analysis.
Absolutely. Who's this?
So Jamie has said, oh no, we've not got the URL. If you tell us the name of the business, and then we'll find them. That'll be fine.
As an example, if you type it in like that or without the dot at all, we'll be able to see it, just because there's a spam filter on the live chat. Give it just a moment or two.
Absolutely.
Unless you'd like us to actually look at exposureninja.com.
Perfect is one example. I just want to try and get that example from Jamie first, if we can, just because he said that he knows that on ad spend, there's no way he can compete. So I'm really interested for us to try and get some data around that one. Goodness me, the suspense, Dale, it's killing me. So
there's nothing else I want to know more right now.
If you can, just type the name of the business rather than the full URL, Jamie, and we'll get them on.
Otherwise, we're just going to find another competitor. Okay,
Moneypenny, great example. Oh. I've actually looked at these before.
Super.
So this will be very interesting.
Ooh. So somebody competing with WordPress. That's interesting.
My screen's not being shared at the moment, Dale. I've shared it at my end.
There we go.
Perfect. So what we're going to do first is have a look at the website itself. So let's go to Moneypenny. So the first interesting thing, when we've typed their name in, incidentally, we can see that they're obviously running Google Ads, because we've got an ad that's actually shown up. But remember, the first thing that we want to do, it's that heavy lifting website blueprint, isn't it? It's all about looking at, are they doing what they should be doing to hook people in and to get people on board? So let's have a look at the website. At the moment, we've got live chat. Live chat's a really good idea. I wouldn't necessarily have it pop up with a greeting like that quite so quickly, but live chat's a good idea. I think it's a bit much that we've got all these different things going on. But on the flip side, going back to what we were talking about, this is making it as easy as possible for people to actually get a quote. You're not having people having to dig around the website. They're not having to find the contact page. and they're doing it as a callback request. So people can literally put in their phone number and then immediately get a callback. This will be using a platform. There's a platform that we recommend a lot called livecall.io. This looks like a similar platform where once the number's been put in, the callback is actually handled automatically. So the experience for you as a business owner is you're getting an inbound lead, but when you answer the call, it tells you it's a callback request and connects you to the person that's requested the callback. So this is really good. I think in terms of how could you outmaneuver them? Well, outmaneuvering, as we said, Moneypenny, as we know, is a very big brand, but you could make this more appealing. So they're just saying, get a quote. You could frame that, like we said earlier, get a free consultation and your first 2 weeks free, get a free consultation and 30% off your first month. Like with this kind of business model where you're hooking people into a monthly service, there's lots you could be doing. If you know your actual lifetime customer value, there's lots you can do to lure people in and make it an easy choice for them. Something else that you might want to do is, rather than just having buttons here, the kind of approach we use on a lot of our clients' websites is this approach here. So adding a really clear call to action form onto the homepage and the internal pages. So when someone comes to your website, you're making it as easy as possible for them to be converted into a lead. This can work really, really well, and very few websites do it. So even though you're not Moneypenny, even though you know that they're spending a lot more than you, there are probably still things you could do to outmaneuver them to actually convert at a higher percentage than them. For a website competing with Moneypenny, I would say go with this kind of call to action form. Make sure that you've got that clearly there. Also make sure you've got the callback request like Moneypenny, and also make sure that you're using as much social proof as possible. At the moment, we can see that they're using their best company to work for credibility badge, their Trustpilot rated excellent badge. So they've got their social proof and credibility icons. As we scroll down, they've got more credibility because they're using logos of clients that they work with. So really, really powerful stuff. And then as we scroll further, they've got a really clear call to action form. So if we're being honest, Moneypenny are doing things really well. There's things that they're not doing as well as they could, but they're doing things pretty well. So next area we want to look at, we've already identified what are the things you could do on your website to emulate what they're doing well and also to beat them in some areas. The next thing we want to do is have a look at what are they doing organically and what are they doing with paid ads. So we're going to type in their URL to SE ranking. That's the tool we're using here. And we're going to click on analyze. So this, I would think, is really going to surprise you. Jamie, are you surprised that organically they're only getting an estimated 10,000 visits per month? Because that surprises me. As a brand that's big in this space, I would expect them to be getting more traffic than that. And I would think that you were probably imagining that they were getting a lot more traffic than that. And also, awesome, Jamie, you said that you've done exactly what I just said. I have no doubt that you'll see amazing results from this. But yeah, it is. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? And what we can also see, look, is their trend. So it's not even that they've had a sudden drop off. They've never really got huge amounts of organic traffic. Now, don't get me wrong, 9,000 organic visits can't be sniffed at. Like, that's a decent amount of traffic, and they have seen a decrease. Like, we can see at their peak organically, it's showing us here they were getting up to 18,000 organic visits per month, which is a lot more. But here's the other metric that you always want to look at when you're assessing organic traffic, because this is a powerful metric. This metric here, total traffic cost. So it's telling us that if they were paying for this traffic using Google Ads, it would be costing them over £90,000 per month. And one of the ways that you use this data is to identify, is it worth me investing in SEO? Should I be investing in an SEO campaign to grow my business, or should I be focusing on other areas? And in this example, the answer is very, very clear. They're only getting 9,000 organic visits per month. And remember, this is an estimate. They might be getting more, they might be getting less. But for this estimated 9,000 visitors, based on the keywords they're ranking for, it would be costing them £90,000 per month to get this traffic. This shows us how beneficial SEO is for this business and this industry, because they're getting that traffic essentially for free. Yes, they're going to be investing in SEO, but the benefit of SEO is you get compound growth over time. You're not paying for each individual click. So this is really powerful. This tells us that for your business, Jamie, it probably makes sense that you focus on organic. And this is also the case if you've got quite a low budget, because what's the other interesting point? When we look at paid traffic, we can see they're spending a huge amount, but they're not getting much traffic for it. So in the last 30 days, they've spent approximately £20,000 on paid ads. They've only got 1,700 visits. Now, let's be honest, if you've got £21,000 to spare, that's going to be much better spent on actually focusing on SEO, because this is a very competitive space. You're going to be paying a lot per click. And if we have a look at their paid traffic, we can see exactly what keywords they're bidding on. Now, how mad's this? Because they're an established brand, they're having to bid on their own brand name, and it's costing them an average of £14 per click just to get traffic for their own brand name. And then when we look at terms like phone answering, that gets less searches than their brand name. Mad situation. But this gives you an idea of the kind of cost per click you're going to be looking at for the various keywords. And it helps you identify, based on your budget, based on where you're at, where should you be focusing. Now, the next thing that I just want to mention briefly before we look at Facebook ads, I'm not sure if Moneypenny are active on Facebook, but I want to give you the example. I told you earlier that I was going to give you a killer tip, a really effective way of being able to identify whether the data you're looking at here is accurate or not, whether you're actually looking at a good, accurate idea of the organic traffic. And that tip is put your own website into this tool and compare the data that you get here with the data you get in analytics. And if you find that for your website, it's actually the estimate you're getting is 30% less than your actual traffic, you can make an educated guess that for any of the other sites you look at, it's also probably going to be 30% less than the actual traffic they're getting, and vice versa. So always compare this data with your own website to your own analytics data, and that then lets you know how out is this estimate. Is it bang on, or is it out by 10, 20, 30%? That's really important as well. So let's have a look just before we kind of reach the end of this. Let's have a look at Moneypenny here. Just in case Moneypenny aren't running ads, I'm just going to show you this example that I've already loaded up. HelloFresh are very, very aggressive advertisers on Facebook and on social media. We're currently looking at ads that they're running in the UK, and we're showing all ads. The options you've got are all ads, or just ads for employment credit, issues, politics, or all, and then you can break it down by a country. And we can see every ad that they're currently running. We can see the creatives they're using for all of those ads. But the really valuable data when you're using Facebook ad library, Meta ad library, is how long the ads have been running for. So what you'll always do is you'll go all the way down to the ad that's been running for the longest, and you'll see how long has it been running. So this ad is an active ad. It's been running since August of 2021. That tells you that this particular ad must be performing really, really well, because if it wasn't, they wouldn't have had it running since August of last year. So this is what you'll always do when you're looking at your competitors. Yes, look at what they're doing currently. That shows you what they're experimenting with, what their new ads are like, but you're always going to scroll to the very bottom and see how old is the oldest ad and how long has it been running for. So let's have a look at Moneypenny. I'm not sure if Moneypenny are very active on Facebook or not. I'm going to take a gamble and say probably not. They've only got around 6,000 likes on Facebook, but let's see. So they've only got one ad running on Facebook, and yet they're spending an estimated 20 grand on Google. So what does this tell us? Facebook's probably not a great platform in this space because they're a big business and they're only running one ad here. That tells us that probably they're not getting amazing results. And I would guess, here we go. This is actually a job advert. So this shows us they're not actually putting any of their ad budget into Facebook to target their target audience. You could look at that and say, well, if they're not doing it, maybe I'll capitalize on that. I think that would be a naive approach because we know they're a very big business. We know they're spending a lot of money and we know that they're a big brand. So I would say if they're not running ads in this area, it means that they've probably tried it. It didn't work great. So now they're focusing their energy on Google ads as well. So does that all make sense, Jamie? I've just seen you put a comment. You want to say thank you, choosing. Yeah, well, I'm glad you found that yeah, it's not as insurmountable as you thought it was. I think there are always ways to outmaneuver companies. However, big you might think they are. And there's always surprises when you start digging into what they're doing. And remember, you don't need to outmaneuver a company by spending more. It goes back to what we said earlier. You don't need to spend more. You just need to be able to outmaneuver them with conversion rate, outmaneuver them with how effective your sales process is. You could spend a tenth of what they're spending, but if you're actually getting leads through the door, then you can still really grow your business. So yeah, use all of this data. I don't want to overrun because I know that it is the big man himself who is talking.
Indeed, yeah. Just a
So
few
I
minutes
don't want
away.
to be stealing his time. But has everyone found this useful? Has everyone found this an insightful training? And are you going to be moving forward and using these tools yourself? I'd love to know what the biggest surprises are from this training, or your biggest takeaways that you're going to look forward to implementing that maybe you didn't realize were out there before. And you're very welcome, Jamie. You're very welcome. I hope you found it really useful. You're welcome, Emily. I'm glad that you found it useful. I think, yeah, the key thing is being strategic and remembering that the website is the start of everything. If you've got an underperforming website that isn't converting, don't get distracted by thinking about where can you spend your money. Focus on increasing conversion rate, getting the website working first, and then start to focus on lead gen. Thank you, Great Digital. That's very kind of you to say. If you've not requested a free marketing review, as if you've not heard this enough all day, please request a free marketing review. You'll find it incredibly useful. And Phil, Pedro, I'm glad that you found this super useful. You can scan the QR code to get that free marketing review, where we'll go through your website on screen, highlight exactly what you can do to improve your website. Some of the stuff I went through live here, this is what we do in the free marketing review videos. But we focus that time just on you, just on your business. So it can be really powerful. If you've already had a marketing review in the past and you're now in a position to talk to us about how we could help you with your marketing, you're ready to outsource elements of it, then book a follow-up call. Scan this QR code. We can jump on a call. I'll be able to learn more about your goals, your challenges, what you've tried in the past. We can talk a bit about strategy. And if it then seems we're a good match, we'll go away and we'll put together a detailed plan, a detailed proposal of where we can really help you take things to that next level. And of course, if you've not downloaded the book yet, make sure you download the book, because the book is awesome. You're going to get so much value from that book. So absolutely make sure you request a review if you haven't already. Book a call if you want to learn how we can help you more. Download the book, because why not? If you've not read it, it's amazing. And yeah, that's all for this particular session. But I'm really glad you all found it helpful. It's so weird doing it in this setting. Virtual events are so odd. Like, I'm one of those annoying people when I'm doing talks that I like to speak to people in the audience and actually make it a conversation. So it's really weird. It's really weird trying to do it without that feedback. So thank you, everyone that's responded in the comments. It made me feel
thank you so much.
Like people were listening, which is always good.
Well, who knows? Perhaps Dominate 2023 will be a hybrid event where we have an in-person thing, we have a live stream as well. That would not be something.
That would be very exciting.
Fantastic. Well, Wayne, thank you ever so much. I'm gonna remove you now so I can.
You're welcome. Have a wonderful weekend, everyone. Take care.
You too. I'm going to do the prize draw for the book. So if you haven't already commented or said anything or added a question yet, here's your opportunity to do so. Give it about 5-10 seconds, and then I will do a draw once again for a copy of all of our books as paperback, sent to your home address or your business address if you prefer. If you do win, you just need to email me at Dale@ExplosionNinja with that postal address and a confirmation phone number, just in case there are any delays or any problems. They'll be able to contact you and get it into your hands. That's a ninja. Let's draw once more. The ninjas have won a lot of books today. Congrats to them. Right, let's Milo Tools Limited. Fantastic. Well, congratulations. Again, just email me, Dale@ExplosionNinja.com, and with your address and a phone number to confirm any problems, and we'll get it sorted. Tim is pretty much ready. I'm just going to get things sorted out, and we'll be right back in literally just a couple of minutes' time. So bear with me, and I'll be right back. Okay, we're back, and we're just about to get started with our final session for today, which is going to be with our founder, Tim Cameron Kitchen, who's going to talk about the lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses and 10 years in digital marketing. But before that, just a couple of other things to run through. The first one is going to be, if you haven't already subscribed to our new YouTube channel just for live streams, which are going to be on every Friday at 1 p.m, and maybe we'll increase them depending on how many people subscribe. You make sure you do that now and hit that bell, and you'll get future notifications about any upcoming streams. Also, do use the hashtag Dominate2022 on social media and share a photo of Tim giving his presentation, and I'll pick out 3 people at the end of today to get copies of our books, and I'll post them away to you. If you have any questions, just pop them into the chat and we'll get through as many as we can at the end of the session. And again, if you enter the chat today, you'll be entered to the prize draw, and I will send you copies of all of our books. If you haven't already, go to youtube.com, search for Explosion Ninja, and subscribe to our main channel, where you'll have lots of information about how to get to the top of Google, how to do keyword research, how to do content marketing, how to use email marketing to increase your leads and sales, all that useful stuff. Make sure you subscribe to our podcast as well by going to explosionninja.com/podcast. You will get weekly episodes, which may increase to include a few more guests. Hey, who knows? If you subscribe now, you'll find out if that changes very soon. Go to our blog and read our latest pieces by Jess Percival. You can go to explosionninja.com/blog for that. You can also sign up for our weekly newsletter so you don't miss anything that we produce, whether it's a video, a podcast, or a blog post. Just go to explosionninja.com/dojo, and you'll be able to leave your email address in there and get emails from next week. We're also launching a Slack community in the next few weeks, so if you want to be a part of that and have a chat with people about digital marketing, about SEO, about PPC, this is the place for it. It's going to be far more informal than, say, a Facebook group. So if you want to have a chat, this is the place to use. So just go to explosionninja.com/Slack, and you can just leave your details there. We'll invite you as soon as that's up and running fully. Lastly, if you want to be notified about all of our content and newsletters don't work for you, you don't want to subscribe to our podcast or blogs or anything like that, you can just go to our Telegram channel instead, and we'll send you one update a day, maybe every other day, depending on how much content we're putting out at a time. We won't overload you with notifications unless you've been subscribed already, where we've sent out about 15 today. But otherwise, that's all I got to tell you about. But before I do move on to introduce Tim, I want to give a couple of thank yous to everyone who's not only attended today, but also subscribed and liked the video here on YouTube. But more importantly, I want to thank everyone who's been involved with the presentations and the roundtables as well. So I want to thank Andrea, Wayne, Nick, and Mark, as well as the roundtable guests, Flora, Mel, Yana, Emma, Nicola, Andy, Sam, and Joe. Honestly, could not do this without Jess. So thank you ever so much to Jess. It's just been superb throughout and gave was fantastic in the round tables and is such a better presenter than I. And also I want to thank Tim for giving us all an opportunity to help you all with your marketing and to increase your revenue via digital marketing streams as well. So again, thank you to everybody who's been involved with Dominate 2022. But let's speak to the man himself. I'm delighted to welcome Tim Cameron Kitchen to the stream.
Hello, everyone. And before you go anywhere, Dale, thank you. Massive thank you to you for putting this all together. For those who haven't been involved in live streams, this stuff is not easy to do. There's all the coordination, there's all the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, making sure everyone's presentations make sense, look good. The amount of work that goes into something like this is phenomenal. When he's just boshing out all those explosionninja.com/Slack, Telegram, all of these different things, every single one of them is a huge amount of work. So big thank you to Dale for everything that you do for us and for this community, man. You do a fantastic job.
My pleasure. It's fun.
Cool. Right. I've got my presentation loaded. Are we kicking off?
There you are. You can go as soon as you're ready.
Cool. I was also mortified to hear that there's going to be a contest where people have to take a picture of me presenting, because there's a little known fact. You know how you can't take a photo of a ghost? Well, you can't take a flattering screenshot of me while I'm talking, it turns out. I've tried many times, and we have entire teams of people at Explosion Ninja trying to get thumbnails out of my videos, and it is impossible. So Yes, right. Prizes for the worst picture of me. Great. So today we're going to be talking about lessons learned from the fastest growing businesses. I was trying to think about what I could share with you that would work with everything that you've learned today. So all the strategies and all the tactics that you've learned from all the team. What can I share which plugs into all of that and kind of takes it to the next level, but also what can I share with you that removes some of the obstacles? Because people try digital marketing and sometimes it doesn't work as well for them as it does for other people. So that's what I want to do. Take a couple, maybe 2 or potentially 3 really key lessons, depending on how much time we've got. Take some really key lessons, which I think are some of the most important aspects of this stuff. So they're quite conceptual in places. They don't even involve a computer. They involve you with a pen and paper. But they are really fundamental to the success of not just your business, as well as your digital marketing. Great. Thanks, Jamie. Okay. We're going to take some questions at the end. Feel free to drop any questions that you've got in the box. And then as we'll go, I'll kind of mentally log them for the end. And I think you win stuff as well.
Sorry. Just so you know, if you do have comments in there, we'll star them in the back end and you'll be able to go and look at all of them. So we'll take care of that. Don't you worry.
Great. Thanks. So organized. If you've met me personally, you know that the fact that this is organized is the most incredible thing in the world. To have anything to do with me and be this level of organization is amazing. Okay. So today what I really want to do is show you how you can replicate the marketing of the fastest growing businesses. And we're talking about the freak shows, the Gymsharks, the Hut Groups, the MailChimps, the businesses that you see in our deep dives, as well as our most successful clients, as well as the most successful, fastest growing businesses that we analyze in our website and marketing reviews. And we've done tens of thousands of those. Before we get into this though, just a bit of background on me. My name's Tim and I've been involved with Exposure Ninja since the start. I started Exposure Ninja because I built a website for my next door neighbor. It totally changed his life. And I was addicted to that feeling of significance, knowing that I'd done something which really helped this person. And that is basically why we do so much of what we do today. It's because we are all addicted to this feeling of seeing your comments, whether it's in the live streams or on a YouTube video or in a review or in a Trustpilot thing, saying this has made a massive difference to our lives. That is why we do everything that we do. We're completely obsessed with having this sort of impact, and that drives everything. The plasterer's friend, exactly, Jamie. Why should you listen to me? We've won awards and got books and stuff like this. I think you've been through all of this. But I also wanted to say, this thing about being obsessed with impact and obsessed with having an impact on people's businesses. This isn't like some trivial BS mission thing that we put on the wall to say, oh, we're changing the world. Genuinely, we get so energized when we get success stories from people that say, I implemented this in my business and it's made a big difference. Or we love when we go into analytics and we see that massive graph that's spiking up. That is the oxygen that fuels us. So thank you for your comments. Thank you for your subscribes. Thank you for your likes. All of that stuff is fuel. That's what gives us the oxygen to keep going. Cool. All of this stuff I think you've seen already, so I'm not going to go into it in too much more detail. I've been thinking recently, marketing is really addictive, isn't it? You might have experienced this, where you read a book, you listen to a podcast episode, you watch a video, and you get fascinated. You end up going down the rabbit hole of digital marketing. And we get people who are completely obsessed by digital marketing. I've spoken to business owners over the years who have, against their better judgment, they've basically left their business behind to get obsessed with the digital marketing aspect of it. They love it so much. We're all obviously hooked on it as well. And hopefully, if you've been enjoying today's videos, you will also be extremely interested in digital marketing. So I've always been a bit wondered about why some things like marketing can become so addictive and people can get so obsessed with them. And what I think it is because the more you learn about it, the more you realize that small actions can make a big difference in results. right? Small actions can make a big difference in results. So you can do the same thing, but in two slightly different ways and get dramatically different results. So if you ask a person on the street to compare two websites, they will compare them on a kind of visual level. They say, oh, I like the colors of that one, or I like the picture that's used in that one. Well, once you're a marketer, you can go a bit further beyond that, and you can say, well, actually, that website does this, 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 and this, and you will understand that that website, for example, has built that multi-billion-pound business, whereas the other website on the other side is that's a failing business that will die because the website doesn't do a few key things. In other words, they've both built a website, but because they've done it in a slightly different way, they get dramatically different results. And this applies to anything that we do, right? A page of copy. You could write a page of copy. Now, to outsiders, it's just text. It's just writing. There's nothing special about it. Whereas once you've been down the rabbit hole of digital marketing for a while, you know that a well-written page of copy can be the basis of a really high-performing campaign. That can be the basis of scaling a business. Whereas a poorly written page of copy can be something that, it empties out your ad budget and leaves you completely in the dust and desolate. You can change a business by changing the wording in one box on their website. This is mad, right? We have such big levers to play with. And this idea of doing the same thing, but doing it in a slightly different way and having a dramatically different result is, I think, what makes it so addictive. Now we see it because we see it in a small area in marketing, but we also see it in a big area. Like, we can look at entire businesses and entire industries in the same way. Two businesses can appear to do the same things, but they get dramatically different results. So for example, Gymshark. Now, Gymshark is a clothing company. You may or may not know them, but they're a clothing company. They've generated billions in revenue. Distribution around the world, huge e-commerce sites. They can crash Shopify Plus on Black Friday, which is no mean feat. They started at the same time as lots of other clothing companies. They sell clothing for people that are into fitness, but so do lots of other clothing companies. Why has Gymshark become the crazy freak show outlier of success, and other clothing companies have not got that traction? They've maybe toddled along for a few years and then died. That's always fascinated me. Other examples, THG. I don't know if anyone knows the Hut Group. So the Hut Group started out as thehut.com, which was an e-commerce site which used the Jersey VAT gimmick, right? So you could ship stuff from Jersey, you could ship CDs and DVDs from Jersey. You wouldn't have to pay the tax on them, so you could undercut retailers on the mainland in the UK. So it's a fairly common business model. There were loads of sites like that. But Matt Moulding has taken thehut.com and built out the Hut Group into this sprawling e-commerce monster with all this infrastructure around the world, their own creative studios, distribution centers, manufacturing. How have they done that, turned it into a multi-billion public listed company when other retailers at that time are now nowhere to be seen? Like, what's the difference? What's the difference between those two stories? These are B2C examples. We can also see parallels in B2B. So MailChimp, a ridiculous outlier success story in the world of email marketing. And there's a few email marketing platforms that are doing well. But I remember first getting into digital marketing in 2008 maybe. And there were a few email marketing platforms. They ballooned, and then some winners appeared, and then everyone else died. So how has MailChimp gone to be multi-billion valuation? You get the gist here. There's some really different results coming through. A few weeks ago, we looked at Arrow Electronics. This is a $3 billion B2B e-commerce site selling electronics components. It's basically a commoditized offering, but Arrow have become huge in their space and are totally dominant. So what's the difference between them and their competitors? And these outlier successes exist in most markets, right? There'll probably be someone in your space or the space that you want to go into who is significantly more successful than other people. If there isn't yet, then someone over the years will become an outlier success. It's only a matter of time. And for many years now, I've been really fascinated on what makes a difference. It's not the founder, Because Ben Francis from Gymshark started other businesses at the same time. Why weren't they successful? Why did Gymshark take off? Same founder. It's not necessarily the timing. Whilst all of these businesses have rode some sort of wave, they chose that wave, and there are constantly waves that we can jump on all the time. So it's not like they were lucky. So back in 2018, I decided, wouldn't it be cool if we could identify the DNA of the fastest growing businesses? So these sort of massive freak show outlier success stories, looking at our most successful clients, the businesses that we work with, also analyzing the tens of thousands of free reviews that we do, having a look at the businesses behind those, because often we have Google Analytics access, so we can see exactly how well different businesses are doing. Also looking at sources like Sunday Times Fast Track, FT, fastest growing companies in Europe. All of these sources of data of high growth, ridiculous outlier success stories. I thought, wouldn't it be cool if we could distill the commonalities between each of these from a marketing perspective? And what that would allow us to do is then when we got a new client, we could have a look at what they were doing, and we could spot the gaps. We could spot the bits of their DNA that are missing so we could plug it in. So over the course of a couple of months, a few years ago, we developed exactly this. We did the research and we developed exactly this. And this is the STAR marketing system. So you may or may not have seen this before, but this is our identification of the DNA of what makes these rapid, stupid success stories. And there are 5 elements in the STAR system, as you can see in the image. Now, our goal with this originally was, if we knew what these 5 elements work, if we knew what these 5, great, Jamie Wayne showed you earlier, fantastic. So I'm going to talk you through this in a little bit more detail and take 2 key lessons from it. Our goal was, if we knew what these 5 elements were, we could then expand on the areas that our clients were weakest. So if we knew like they were deficient in these 3 areas, we could fix those, and that's what we would do. And that's what we've basically been working towards over the last few years, building out things like our email marketing service to plug some of the gaps in here where we're not able to, or where we weren't able to yet intervene for clients and do the things that they were really, really missing. And this will probably be our life's work, to identify what the best do and then work out how to plug this into businesses to help them get that sort of growth. So if we've got 5 elements, I don't know if Wayne's talked you through all of the individual components, but basically I think of these 5 elements almost like the 5, imagine that you've got a 5-sided table and you've got a leg in each corner, right? That's a very stable table. And a business that has these 5 elements in place is a very stable business. So they're usually very scalable. They usually have a high growth. They're either top of their market or they're close to the top of their market. Usually a larger earnings multiple. A larger multiple if sale value was one thing that they were interested in. They usually have as Warren Buffett would say, they have a moat around them. So that's if you've got all 5 elements in place. Now, very few businesses actually have all 5 elements in place. Lots of businesses have a deficiency or in one or more of these areas. Now, if you imagine that 5-sided table with a leg in each corner, if you take away one of the legs, you've still got a pretty stable table. Although if you go in some areas, things start to feel a little bit wobbly. And it's exactly the same with a business. So if you take away one of these areas, if you take away one of these 5 areas from a business, then broadly that business is still functional. They can still grow, they're still viable, they're profitable, but they will experience less success and they won't get the traction and the scale that they would do if they had all 5 in place. Now, as soon as we take out 2 legs of that 5-sided table, things are a little bit shaky, okay? You've got to think about where you're putting things, and things frequently get imbalanced. Exactly the same with a business that only has 3 of these elements in place. That's when things, you start to find some holes. It's a little bit stressful, can be a little bit weird. Once you've only got 2, the things on the floor, right? And it's exactly the same with the business. So if Wayne's talked through, I'm just going to whiz through this for people who haven't been through this. But the positioning piece, I'm going to give you a brief talk around all the 5, and then we'll go through. You didn't get a profit at the end. Okay, fine. We're going to go through 2 elements in particular, and I'm going to take you in some deep dives in a couple of these lessons, which I think are the most important. So positioning is all about where you sit in the market. This is about how you position yourself against your competitors, the offering that you make. So you've got the 5 elements there. You've got branding, which is the sort of visual look and feel of the business. It's the images that you use. It's the design of the stuff on your website. It's your social media content, that type of thing. Then we've got the reason, the reason for existing. Why is the business even here in the first place? Why should people buy from you rather than competitors? Now, this piece is really easy to look over. It's really easy to miss or to dismiss and think, we've got it sorted. People are going to buy from us because X. Whereas actually that reason is a pile of rubbish, or the reason is not clear to the customers at all. So we're going to look at this in more detail today. It feels fundamental, it feels basic, it feels startup, but actually you want to review this at least every couple of years. It's really fundamental to positioning. I was going to say because I'm used to teaching Luca phonics, but A is for audience, your target audience, making sure that not only do you have a very clear idea of your target audience, but is your target audience large enough to generate the growth that you're after, right? It's absolutely, we've got a client who's just moved their business from like London to a tiny little village, and they're thinking, and they're a local business, and they're thinking, how can I get the same? You're not going to do it, right? Tiny little village has much smaller population. It's not going to happen. So you need to make sure the audience that you're targeting is actually large enough and compelled enough. Then we've got the V, which is your tone of voice. Tone of voice, the language that you use, jargon, no jargon, making sure that you're talking in a way which is attractive to your target audience. And then finally, the O for offering. What are you actually taking to the market? Do people actually want this thing from you? How are you packaging it? How are you presenting it? So that's the positioning piece. And really, this is fundamental to the success of everything else that you do. If you get this piece right, every other piece of digital marketing, think of it like a linear model, right? If you get this piece right, everything else you do down the line will be more effective. If you get it wrong, you have to overspend on all the other areas to try and compensate, and you will still never get the full benefit. So this is really important, and very few people focus on this. They go straight to one of the more sexy things. They go straight to driving traffic at it. So next piece is presence. For most people, this is your website. This is like your business's home online. So it might be your website. It might be your Amazon product pages, your Etsy product pages, your eBay pages. It's where the rubber meets the road. It's where people take an action. And we've got a kind of model, a blueprint for what that needs to do. And the key elements on it, but also how much you have control over it as well. Then we've got the process piece. So this is the process that you go through to turn a visitor into, or someone who, not even a visitor, someone who enters your world. They could be watching a YouTube video or listening to a podcast. How do you actually get them into the business? And we've got the six elements in the acronym here: credibility, triggers, the lure, objection handling, social proof, ease of use, and delivering some sort of result. So for an e-commerce business, this is their checkout process. For a service company or a business that generates leads, this is whatever their call to action is. And I know you've been talking a lot about calls to action today. Now, it's only once we've got these first 3 elements in place, the positioning, the presence, and the process, that we even want to start thinking about people. This is the traffic. Now, most people, when they want to grow their business, they go straight to traffic. We need SEO. This isn't just small business, by the way. This is huge, multi-billion-dollar international corporations, exactly the same. We've got this website, now we need to get traffic to it. And 9 times out of 10, we look at the website and say, you're missing stuff in the first 3 elements. Driving traffic to this is going to underperform, because the thing about driving traffic is it costs. It either costs time or it costs money, or most of the time it costs both. So you want to make sure that you've got the other stages fixed first, at least as well as you can do, before you start investing in traffic. And then we've got the progression piece. So this is about how you turn that one-step sale or that lead or that newsletter sign up or that whatever your membership area type thing, however you're getting people into your world, this is about how you turn them into a customer and then into a repeat customer. And this is a bit of a hidden one because it's not necessarily visible from the outside. If we think about all those 4 freak show example businesses that we talked about earlier, so we've got Gymshark, Hot Group, MailChimp, and Arrow. All 4 of them are powerhouses in this area, in progression. They know how to increase their customers' lifetime value through email marketing, through retargeting, through running offers, through having some sort of membership club. They've got this piece nailed. But again, very few people focus on this because it's not as sexy and a lot of it happens behind the scenes. Whereas we know that email marketing, we know from our own client work and our own work with email marketing, it's one of those stealth channels that's incredibly powerful, but it's very difficult to analyze from the outside because you don't see it. You don't see all the automations. You don't see the sequences that are going on. So those are the 5 elements. Now, we don't have time to go through all of them. It actually took about just over a day, I think, to skim through each one when we used to run it as a mastermind. But that doesn't matter too much. I was trying to think about what are the elements that I can share with you today, which are going to magnify the effect of everything else that you're doing. So really 2 lessons that I want to share with you. And the first goes back to this reason piece. Without a reason to buy, people won't. Now, let me know in the comments, does this seem kind of obvious to you? If you're anything like me, I think I first wrote this in a social media post in like 2016 because I was getting exasperated with businesses that couldn't enunciate why people should buy from them. And it's so easy to dismiss. It's really, really easy to dismiss as kind of basic. It's a truism. It's overly simple without reason. But yeah, sure. But actually, it's one of those things that you can get it sorted in the early days of the business. And then as the business grows and as you develop and build, that reason becomes completely lost, or that reason changes, but the marketing material doesn't change with it. Or actually, you find that what you thought was a compelling reason doesn't get any traction with your target audience at all. Okay? So, does anybody remember when this came out, the NutriBullet? I was fascinated when this came out. I remember my friend Ben introduced me to NutriBullet. You know, you've always got that friend who loves, normally the people who watch infomercials on TV, they love sharing the latest and greatest inventions. And I think I probably heard about NutriBullet first in maybe 2014. Or Jess still wants one. Jess, they're great. But, well, are they? Yeah. So I want to share some facts about the NutriBullet. The NutriBullet, kind of peak NutriBullet was around Christmas 2015. They sold 1 every 30 seconds. 1 every 30 seconds over Christmas 2015. That's mad, right? Blenders with a cup attachment, i.e. NutriBullet and its knockoffs, as soon as it came out, lots and lots of knockoffs. They made up 70% of the space. They took 70% of the sales over that Christmas. This was an absolute phenomenon. NutriBullet was such a phenomenon that fruit sales went up 21% over that season, which was attributed to all these people now trying out their new NutriBullet, testing out all the different recipes. This product literally changed the feeding habits of millions of humans. And it fascinated me. It fascinated me because how could NutriBullet disrupt a market? Right, blenders have existed for years. The blender first came out in 1922. Huge multinational corporations like Bosch have been investing loads into building blenders. You could say they've perfected the blender. They could puree, they could make smoothies, they could do all this stuff for literally decades. How did the NutriBullet come along and change things? Particularly when the NutriBullet was fronted by these dodgy TV infomercials that Wayne loves so much. This guy has, I'm going to say, it's a very dubious job title. And it started with a cheesy pitch that said to get the most out of your life, you need to get the most out of your food. How did that disrupt Bosch? That's crazy, isn't it? This is a new product. It's basically the same. It's a blender, but it doesn't do a lot of the other stuff. It doesn't have any of those attachments. It's just got one basic attachment. Yeah, sure, they give you a little cup with a little thing so they can tell you it's got the attachments, but actually it's much more restricted than a blender. So how could it possibly win? Well, the reason that NutriBullet won that Christmas and the reason it was such a phenomenon was that they had a very compelling reason for people to purchase. Because you see, whilst Bosch was selling an 800-watt blender with 2-stage switching, 2.3 liters of usable volume, they're selling a technical product. NutriBullet was selling a transformation. NutriBullet was selling something that was completely different. NutriBullet was selling fat loss, weight loss, and health, not blenders. So they were pitching a very, very different reason. If you look at all the marketing messages, it's completely different. Who needs attachments? We like easy. Right. So Bosch thought the key to selling more blenders was more attachments. NutriBullet thought the key to selling more blenders was a compelling reason to make people purchase. And here's the thing about selling a transformation. If I'm going to sell you on this brand new concept that you're going to be making all these shakes, selling a lifestyle, exactly. You're going to be making all these shakes, you're going to be healthy, you're going to be enjoying all this food, you're going to be walking around in your athleisure wear all skinny and shredded. If I'm going to sell you that transformation, I need to sell you something different. You've already got the Bosch blender in your cupboard. If that worked, you'd already be slim. You need something else. You need the NutriBullet. It has to look different. It has to feel different. So this thing about selling a different reason was the reason behind NutriBullet's success. And we don't see this as a one-off thing either. If we think about another hardware business that has been massively disrupted over the last few years, think about the exercise bike world. So exercise bikes have existed forever. Everyone's got an exercise bike in like a cupboard or a wardrobe somewhere, all folded up and gathering dust. Apparently the key to selling exercise equipment is make it fold so it fits under the bed so people don't see it, so they don't return it. Give it handles so they can hang their clothes on it. This was the running joke. So how did Peloton basically stick a screen, an iPad or a Mac on top of an exercise bike and completely blow apart the category? Because they were selling a completely different reason for purchase. So the reason for purchasing an exercise bike is that you want to get fit. The reason for selling a Peloton is that you're used to going to all these spin cycle classes and soul cycle and all this type of stuff, but you don't have the time. So Peloton was selling a time saving to a completely different audience. So they've just switched the reason. Now the product to outsiders looks so similar, right? Everyone loves to laugh at Peloton because it's an overpriced exercise bike and it's just got a screen on, like, what idiots. But the reason that they're able to sell so much, the reason they're able to sell into an audience which was much less price resistant is because they had a fundamentally different reason that they were pitching for the purpose. Fundamentally different reason that they were pitching. Let's think about Gymshark. What are Gymshark selling? They're selling clothing to go to the gym, but guess what? Sportswear has been around for decades. Nike, Adidas, they're doing just fine. They've got technical sportswear. You can get it for any fitness activity that you possibly want. The world doesn't need Gymshark, but Gymshark's not selling sportswear. Gymshark's selling belonging, right? Gymshark's selling membership to a tribe that all your favorite influencers online are already a part of. That's what they're selling. That's what people are buying into. That logo means more than just, I'm just wearing a piece of clothing. This is why Gymshark has made influencer marketing fundamental to their growth, because this gives them the reason. It's both the marketing channel and the reason that people would want to buy. So this is a really powerful concept. Now I'm using B2C examples because we can all kind of relate to them. Exactly the same principle applies B2B. What is the reason people should buy from you rather than somebody else? And even if you're selling something that on the outside looks the same, how can you make that reason stand out against competitors? If we think about Amazon, Amazon's initial pitch was faster delivery. Is it possible that somebody's going to knock off Amazon and beat them on faster delivery? Pretty unlikely. They've built the infrastructure. That's a pretty defendable moat for them. Is it possible that someone's going to knock off Amazon some other way? Yes, but probably not through faster delivery, probably through something like curation, right? Because Amazon sells a whole bunch of crap. You've got to wade through to find anything decent. There's loads of fake reviews. There's lots of ways that department stores could compete against Amazon, or Shopify could compete against Amazon, or Walmart could compete against Amazon. But faster delivery is going to be very, very difficult. So all of these businesses have used a compelling reason as their platform to growth. And without that compelling reason, they are just another blender, an overpriced exercise bike, another range of sportswear that nobody has a relationship to the brand, or just another e-commerce store. Without those reasons, these are completely generic companies, and all of their marketing becomes less impactful. So the question obviously we all need to answer, and we need to evaluate every year or two to make sure it's still relevant and we're still using it in our marketing, is how do you find your reason? What's the reason somebody should buy from you rather than somebody else? I'm actually curious. Let me know in the comments. Can you answer this question convincingly? What's the reason somebody should buy from you rather than somebody else? When you look at the answer that you type, do you feel really confident with that? Or do you think actually this needs a little bit of work? I'll be really interested to see. I'm going to share some ways that you can quickly identify a reason, and I'm also going to share some common categories of reasons if you don't have a reason yourself and you want to test and plug some stuff in. Now, the first thing that you can do if you want to find your reason is head over to Google, because it turns out that Google is a sort of therapist and friend as well as a search engine. And people type in all sorts of frustrations. So let's say, for example, that you were going to start a nationwide plumbing company, which has actually been a long-term ambition of mine, and one day I will do it. A nationwide reliable plumbing company. Now, if you wanted to identify a reason why people should buy from you rather than somebody else, all you would need to do is go into Google and type, "Why do plumbers never?" And then you would get a list of the frustrations people have with the incumbent. Okay, why do plumbers never turn up? Why do plumbers never call back? Bingo. My reason for existing: we always turn up. If we don't turn up, we come back at a convenient time for you and the job is free. We always call back. If we don't call back within 15 minutes, we'll come out and the job is free, right? That gives me my reason against all my competitors. I could run ads using that reason, and it'd be a breath of fresh air for people who are in that space, who want that service, but are frustrated with the existing options. They would say, "Oh, finally, a reliable plumbing company." Jamie says, "Well, Tim, that seems like a very difficult question to answer." Yes, it is, Jamie. It's also fundamental to your future success. Ho-ho! Haven't we got some homework? You're not alone, though. Accurate and complete Japanese to English translation. Phil, can anybody else say the same? Can anybody else say the same? That is the question I would ask. Accurate and complete. Is there a story behind you? Is there something about the business that makes you unique? Can you build a defensible offering? Can you build a reason that nobody else can offer? That's the question I'd have. When you put that reason in an ad, you should get a higher click-through rate. When you put that reason on a landing page, you should get a higher conversion rate. When you mention that reason to sales prospects, you should get a higher close rate. A truly caring personal service. Exactly. There needs to be something tangible. So if I'm going up against plumbers and I'm saying, "We call back," I'm attaching a guarantee to that. We call back within 15 minutes or the job is free. Another example, let's say that you're a clothing brand. You want to add something that's, you want to add a differentiator. You might add some kind of impact thing, like clothing brands that support a particular cause. I've just noticed one of them is clothing brands that support climate change. I don't think that's what they're after. I think they mean that support non-climate change, maybe? I don't know. But lots of clothing brands, I guess, unintentionally support climate change. But this will be a way of finding an audience. Now, obviously, you want to battle test this. If you're going to make a clothing brand that supports good causes or the police, you'd want to check that there's enough of an audience to meet your goals there. You don't want to build for an audience of 5 people, but you can use this as a way of finding a reason. Let's say that you're building a weight loss course, or you have a weight loss program or something like that, and you're trying to find a reason to make it distinct from competitors. Well, look at the frustrations people have with weight loss in general and with your competitors. How do I lose weight without getting saggy skin? This weight loss course will help you lose weight without saggy skin. Great, that's the thing I want. Bingo, resonates with me. You can also use this against competitors. So let's say that you're a CRM platform, right? and you want to run some ads using competitor target keywords. So you want to run ads against Salesforce. So how do you stand out against Salesforce when it has all the brand recognition, has all the reputation? You're not going to be as big, you're not going to be as feature rich. Well, you can just go on Google and type in why is Salesforce, and you get stuff like so bad, so slow, so expensive, so complicated. Well, there's your headline, isn't it? Looking for Salesforce? We're less expensive, less complicated, and faster. Right? There's your headline. There's your landing page headline. That can be the reason for your business existing. That can be the reason that you would bid aggressively against Salesforce customers, because you know why someone should move over. So some common reasons, and you can play with these. You can test them against your business, see what resonates. Some of these are a little bit counterintuitive. So first is price. Now, people often assume that using price as a selling point means that price is low. That doesn't have to be the case. You can also differentiate yourself by being higher priced, because some people, I don't know if Wayne's still on here, some people just like the premium option of things, right, Wayne? Some people just like to know that they've got the best. And this isn't just for, the super premium end. There was a study with Oil of Olay, or Olay as it's now called, and they wanted to test different price points because they wanted to kind of shake their old lady image and reposition Olay. So they tested a few different price points, and they basically knew that there were two audiences. They had the mass consumer discount shopper, the person who's in the supermarket, right? And then they had the department store buyer. And they wanted to find the optimum price point to monetize, to make the most profit, and to move Olay away from this kind of old lady thing. So the first thing they did was they tested $12.99. Now, $12.99, that resonated with the discount shoppers, okay? But few department store buyers expressed any interest in the product at $12.99. They assumed that because it was cheaper, it wasn't any good, they were just not interested at all. It was like they were blind to it because it didn't meet their kind of their presupposed price point of what a good quality product was. So $12.99 was a bit of a no. $15.99 they tested. Well, this turned off the price shoppers, and it also still didn't resonate with the department store buyers. So again, this was a total failure. Purchase intent from both groups dropped significantly. Then they tested $18.99. So from a $12.99 starting point, now testing $18.99. It's almost 50% up on their original price. Now, purchase intent not only went up, but it went up massively. At this price point, consumers were coming over from prestige, specialty, and department store buyers to buy it from the supermarkets. Okay? So at $18.99, they felt purchase intent went up compared to $12.99. This is totally counterintuitive, but guess what? We are counterintuitive beings. And this helped them exceed their billion sales targets by 2.5x. So price doesn't just have to be low price as the benefit. You can also be high price so long as you can justify it with some kind of brand or some kind of positioning. The same with service. Often good service, great service is seen as the ultimate. This is what people want. But actually, you can also pitch a lack of service as a benefit. For example, banking. Now, we bank with HSBC. I don't know if anybody else banks with HSBC, but it's a freaking nightmare because they always drive you to phone their team, and their team sucks. Their call systems suck. Everything about it sucks. I was on the phone for an hour the other day, an hour of my life I will never get back. Now, my goal for a business bank isn't that I've got a team of call center people eager to get to know my business. My goal isn't that they're all based in the UK and they all speak English native. I don't care about any of that stuff. My goal, maybe it's because of my age or whatever, my goal is that I never, ever have to talk to my bank ever again. I can tap a few things in an app and it works. And for a lot of people in the younger generation, talking to someone on the phone is not a good thing. So selling us on the benefits of good service is like selling bread to a cat, right? You can sell bread to me, but the cat's not interested. So you don't just have to sell good service, you can also sell lack of service. A little bit like Amazon. Amazon doesn't have customer service in the sense that most other companies do. They consider customer service requests to be a failure of their user experience because you should be able to do everything else through the app. Exactly. Jess hates. Yes, exactly. Nobody likes phones. Get rid of all the phones. Cancel the whole thing. I want to buy an iPhone that you can't make calls from. That's my goal in life. Another thing, choice. So a lot of these things are, things that always sound good, but actually maybe they're not so good. So choice, you can have unlimited choice. But if you've ever tried to buy, I don't know, a pair of trainers from Amazon or like, pretty much anything, a phone case from Amazon, what happens is you find yourself in this rabbit hole of unlimited choice. You don't know what you can trust. There's loads of different options. Charging cables is another one. Which ones are going to catch fire? I've got no idea. So I'll go and spend 3 times the price on the Apple website because they give me a lack of choice. They've curated it down to safe options. That's going to be how someone beats Amazon, by the way. So choice or lack of, curation is the opposite. Or safety or the removal of risk. That can be a great reason to make a purchase or to get a purchase from someone. So anytime you see a business where there's like I don't know what the gender neutral term is, a middle person, a middle character. So like Checkatrade, for example, is a tradesman booking platform. And Checkatrade exists because no one trusts the end product, right? No one trusts the tradespeople. They have the lowest trust rating of so many industries. So Checkatrade exists to try and remove some of that risk to make it a safer purchase. So that indicates that there is an opportunity in that space for someone who's the tradesperson to be able to build that trust, to be able to build that credibility, which is why we see Pimlico Plumbers, because they're an organization that looks safe and clean and they've got nice posh vans. And guess what? They charge 5 times as much as anybody else because they can, because that's a compelling enough reason for people to choose them. So that's our first lesson. You need to find a reason why people should buy from you. So that's the towards motivation. The second lesson is the away from motivation. This is the objections. Ignoring the objections that people might have about buying from you is absolutely deadly. Now, I know Wayne will have spoken about this earlier from a conversion optimization perspective. So I'm not going to go into loads of detail here, but what I do want to talk about is about how you can use objection handling in the process piece of your conversion funnel. This is an example. You may have seen this before. This is, once you start thinking about what this page is doing, it's quite hilarious and actually a little bit sad. So this is this business, they sell various things like this, but this is their bed raisers. And when your parents get old and they can't get out, well, when we get old and we can't get out of bed, we might buy some of these to lift the bed up, okay, so that we can get in and out easier. So 2 types of customer for this. You've got the customer who's bought this before, like the NHS, the local authority or whatever, who buys loads. That's fine. They're just buying it as a commodity item. The big opportunity is to sell it to the everyday people, right? The folk like you and me. The trouble is we haven't bought one of these before. We are totally new to this space. We are unqualified buyers. So we have lots of questions. We have lots of objections. For example, how does it work? What size beds does it work with? How high does it go? How low does it go? If we look at this product page, and I'm showing you everything that was on the page. There are no more images than this. There's no more text than this. This is it. There are some fundamental questions that aren't being answered here. One of them is, I can see that there's wheeled and there's something else, but looks like one is wheeled and one isn't of that pair. The second is, how many do I actually need? It looks like I've got 2 there. It says at the bottom it's supplied as a pair, 1 for each end of the bed. So do I need 1 of these or do I need 2 of these? Because the bed has 2 sides, right? No idea. And then I've got general fear. Am I making the right choice? This is what we would consider to be a high risk purchase, because if I get it wrong, my mum's bed is collapsing in the middle of the night, and that's not a good result for me. Now, the fact that there's only 1 product image here, there's no explanation about how it's installed, and the fact that in the product image the thing actually looks broken is really problematic. In fact, I would go as far as to say it would be impossible for an uneducated buyer to buy this product. There is too much bad ROI, bad juju. There is too much uncertainty for me to be able to even make this purchase. It's impossible to buy from. Now, the business who wrote this thought they had a traffic problem. They thought that the goal to the way to get more sales was to sell, to get lots and lots of people to their website, to get it ranked at the top of Google. That is not the key to their business. The key to their business is to handle the objections properly. So this is a basic example. This is obvious to us because we are outsiders. To the insiders in this business, this product page looked completely legit. They know how this thing works. They understand this stuff. It's like second nature to them. And this is the lesson here. To us inside the business, the objections, the reasons that somebody would not want to buy from us are often hidden. They're often unknown. And unless we answer those objections, we will never get the sale. So we need a compelling reason, and then we also need to remove all of the objections. I'm going to skip through this stuff because we don't really have time. So the question to ask here is, why wouldn't people buy from you? And I'm going to give you a piece of homework here. It's a pen and paper type homework, listing the 10 reasons why somebody would not buy from your business. Now, a word on this. You might be tempted to think, okay, I'm going to go and look through the reasons that somebody has given me. No, our customers have actually fed back to me directly. This is actually a really difficult task, by the way, because the reasons that customers give you are not always the reasons. We are looking for we were looking for a nursery for our daughter Luna, and my wife was going out to visit all these local nurseries, and she would come back and report to me on them. You know, this one is, the floor stinks of wee, and the children are naked, and everyone's crying, including the staff, and the roof's falling down. All this stuff. And then they would phone her afterwards to say, oh, just wanted to get any feedback and see if you were interested in joining. And she would say, oh, it's just not convenient for us. We're driving past on a different road. So I think we've decided to go for another one. So what's going to happen inside that business is that because everyone is lovely and nobody wants to say, the outside area looked like a bomb site and the kids were all crying and why are they eating out of the electric sockets? Nobody wants to say that because it's confrontational. So they'd all say, oh, it's location or it's timing or it's not quite right for us at the moment. So that business would go back and do this exercise and they would say it's because our location. The objection is going to be our location. The objection is not the location. The objection is the real reason. We want the reasons that people wouldn't buy from you that they tell their partners, not that they tell you. So this requires a really bold and a really honest self-reflection period to find out why people would not buy from you. Okay, I remember I've been talking to a business on and off for years now, and they sell a product and they can't figure out why no one's going to buy the product. The reason why no one's ever going to buy their product in the volume that they want to sell it in is because it's more expensive than their competitors and it has worse functionality. And their competitors are massive and they are tiny, right? They will not market their way out of that hole, but they have not been honest with themselves about that. The owner of the business is optimistic to the point of delusion, and it happens to all of us at times, and they have convinced themselves that they have a worthy place in their market, but they're never going to overcome this main objection, which is going to prevent people from buying for them. So, 2 exercises for you. Firstly, the reasons people should buy from you rather than anybody else. If you can make this one sentence, which you can put on your ads and on your homepage, make it really compelling. That's a good thing to do. And the second exercise is the 10 reasons people wouldn't buy from you. Some of them will be a marketing fix. Some of them will just be handling objections in a piece of text. Some of them might be a product fix. If your functionality is worse than your competitors and you're more expensive, you need to fix that product. Some of them will be a business fix, right? A big thing, a business fix. But it's really important that we find this balancing act between optimism and total delusion when we're doing this exercise. Okay, I'm conscious that we've run out of time, so I'm not going to go through the third reason or the third lesson. But I hope
you're not doing too badly for time if you want to. I mean, unless somewhere you have to run off to. We've left a buffer of time, so it depends if questions, if there are many questions to answer. If
well,
not, then,
I also know that Luca's going to be coming through that door any minute now, wanting to play. So, yes, I have 2 next steps for you. Firstly, those 2 exercises. You need to answer these questions. You can ignore them. You can put them in a book for next week. That's totally cool. If it were me, I would go and sit and figure these things out now because they are so important. And then the next thing is all the call to actions that are about to follow. So, yeah, some huge thank yous. I think we've already done them, haven't we, Dale? But I want to say thank you to everyone for tuning in all day today. It's really been amazing. It's been amazing to see so many people and so many comments. So thank you for that. We have calls to actions. Firstly, you can request a free marketing review. So what you need to do with these, you've probably seen this, but you use your phone, you take a snapshot of the QR code, and go and request your free website marketing review. These reviews are absolutely sick. If you haven't had yours yet, go and request it. One of the team, possibly even one of the people that you've seen here talking today, will analyze your website. They'll have a look at things you're doing well, things that you could be doing better. They'll have a look at some of your competitors. They'll map you out a prioritized action plan that you can follow over the next 6 to 12 months, significantly increase more leads and sales from your website. They'll record all of this in a video, which I'll send to you usually within 2 to 3 working days. That's that one. The next one, get a copy of the free, get a copy of the How to Get to the Top of Google. You can go and get it on Amazon, audio, paperback, or whatever. Or you can get a free copy downloading. Just click that. Merch, yeah. Quick show of hands, who would buy Ninja merch with Shinobis and stuff? Is it just me? I reckon Jess would be in some Ninja merch. Let us know in the chat if you'd be into some Ninja merch and we'll make it happen. Yeah. Yeah, so get the copy of Google Book. We also have time for some questions. So I'm happy to answer any questions about digital or about the stuff that we've talked about specifically now. Yeah. Paul's into merch. George is in merch. Phil's merch. Grapes is maybe. Oh, dude, you're killing me. Maybe. What are these maybes? It'd be great quality, like high thread count, good quality hoodies, that type of thing. Can you send to Japan? Probably, yes. Yeah, probably we could send it to Japan. They love those. They love their ninjas in Japan. Really interesting, actually. How the I'm not going to go there, but the Toyota manufacturing system was influenced by samurai culture. Really, really interesting. That's another story. Okay, cool. If we have any questions, then feel free to chuck them in. Throw in a NutriBullet.
Branded NutriBullet, that's the future.
That's a great idea. That is a great idea.
Shinobi is awesome. And there, Shinobi is on the cover of that book, which you can get just by being active in the chat now. So in a few minutes' time, we'll pick out somebody to win our last collection of the paperbacks. This is the last opportunity today. So if you haven't been active in the chat yet, even if it's just to say, hey, goodbye, what are your plans over the weekend, do just drop it in. Question from Jamie: Would you ever offer individual services rather than full-on packages for those on a low budget?
It's a great question, Jamie. Yes, sometimes is the answer. It takes us back to the star system, right? And people often assume that it's the traffic piece which fixes their business, and often it's a much more. It's traffic, but it's also other stuff as well, which is why you'll very rarely see us sell like just one thing. So when we do the review, if we think it's a good fit, if we think that we can help you, we'll let you know exactly what we think it will take to get you the results. So whereas we could just sell like whatever would fit with your budget, if we don't think it's going to get you the results that you're after, we won't sell it. So that's why we tend to blend services together. Matthew says, what's the last step in the process? Are we talking about the star system? Do you want to break down a progression? Is that what you're saying, Matthew? Let me know. B says, yes to merch. Yeah, we'll make merch happen. Emily, glad you've enjoyed it. Thank you so much for coming along and showing your support. Ian, also, thank you. Full of action steps. That's what we love. Because it's so easy to disappear into a world of theory. I think my chat just now was probably the most theoretical, but sometimes you have to do a little bit of theory before you get into the action stuff. But yes, action steps are really important, I think. And of course, the other thing to say about all of this is we can get obsessed with like learning. It's really easy to get really into learning, isn't it? And like binge on all the stuff and all the content. None of this is going to do anything unless you go and actually do something with it. So, okay, Matthew wants a bit of a breakdown on the last, the progression. So I'll see if I can remember the acronym. So it's profit, right? PROFIT. This is going to test my memory late on a Friday. So what we're talking, so for people who don't know, there's a STAR system, and the last step is progression. There we go. Look at this organization. And this is about how you turn a new visitor and someone who's new into your world into a buyer, and then a repeat customer, and then a fan, and then an advocate. So we've got six steps here. The first is P for priming. So this is if someone comes in on your newsletter, how are you priming them to buy from you? So this is about, we run at Exposure Ninja, we run indoctrination sequences, and these are sequences of emails which are specifically designed to remove people's objections over time by showing them live examples. We do this for clients as well, showing them live examples by just taking on their objections head on and answering them, and showing them the after, basically showing them the before, which is where they're at, explaining their pains, and showing them the after. So you have to have some sort of email sequence or remarketing sequence, or a thread running through your content which you're sending people, which is this priming piece. The R is for reviews. So automating your review collection process is really important. Reviews are the currency of trust online, and it's important to know which review platforms are most important in your business. So for example, we will usually say, Google reviews, Trustpilot reviews, reviews.io, TripAdvisor if you're local. We will make sure that there is some sort of automated thing to go out and collect reviews from people at the right time. So after they've purchased, you want to leave X amount of days until they get the thing. Then you want to send out the review request. If you're a service company, what happens in your CRM when you've had that initial consultation? After 3 days, do they get a review request? Once they sign to become a client, does that trigger something in your CRM, which means that they get the review request? If you can automate this stuff, it happens. If you don't automate it doesn't. The O is for offers. So this is running and testing offers to your list. We'll often advocate testing offers to the list before you publish anything on your website. This allows you to do things like split test pricing in a very, very safe way with an existing customer base, which you can then roll out your lessons and pop them on the website. F is for, I'm going to find it. It's so late. I'm going to find it for you so I don't make sure I don't butcher this. Follow-ups. Okay, if you've got a consultative sales process, you can automate most of your follow-up. So this was a big shift for Exposure Ninja. We used to have an office back in 2014, and we had 3 or 4 salespeople, and they weren't very good, to be honest. In fact, they were terrible, and the business almost went to the wall. We lost money for a month, and that scared the life out of me. So I shut the office down, got rid of all the salespeople. And what I was able to do was I automated all of our sales follow-up with email marketing. And it meant I could do the job of all those 4 salespeople, but I could do it more effectively. Because when it's an automated system based on how people are moving through a sales pipeline, when they look at something, what happens? What's the automated follow-up that happens? Does it text them? Does it send an email? Does it set a task for someone to give them a call? When you automate that stuff, you can design the optimal flow through a sales process, and it means you never have to think about it, and it always happens. So that's the follow-ups. The I piece is for inquiry. So you can send out, you'll probably notice this from Exposure Ninja, we'll send you over emails every so often that feel too personal to ignore. So they'll come from me and they'll say something like, hey, just wondering how you're getting on. Or, hey, just wanted to see if you had any feedback about why you decided not to go ahead. Now these, I'm gonna, lift the skirt here, but these are automated. These aren't actually from me. But what I'm looking to do, or what we're looking to do, is collect that information in bulk. And we make them very personal sounding so that they are difficult to ignore. And this can flush out lots of objections. You can also do this, when you're during a launch process, you can send out a mass email to people saying, hey, I just wondered if you're going to buy. Really straightforward question like that. Very difficult for people to ignore. And it means that you can start those conversations with them. And then finally, the T is for testing. So if you're thinking about rolling out a new product, you can test this with your audience. You can run surveys. When we ran D19, which was our physical event a few years ago, we chose the location, we chose the date, we chose the time of year, and we chose the day of the week, all based on surveys, because we didn't want to pick a date or a location. We even chose the cost of the hotel based on our audience's preference. So we designed the whole event for them, because we didn't want to choose a venue that was too premium or not premium enough, meaning that some people couldn't go or some people weren't interested. We didn't want to choose a day of the week that people found it difficult to get out of work, and we wanted to find something that was right for the most number of people with location. So you can test everything with your list before you roll it out. Okay. So there we go. Great. Glad you've enjoyed it, Matthew. Appreciate that. Phil says, what's the best way to take on a much larger competitor, digitally speaking? Phil, you need to find a chink in the armor, right? This comes back to the reason. If I'm taking on Amazon, I'm starting with one product category and I'm curating my range and I'm chipping away at them slowly. Now, taking on Amazon is an extreme example, but we're all taking on a version of Amazon somewhere, right? If you want to drop in an example, we can brainstorm live, but I'm looking for one area where they're weak. Why does Amazon X? And then you're looking for those people that are complaining about it. So that's the positioning side of things. Then when it comes to advertising channels, it really depends on what you're selling. You know, if you're going SEO and content route, then obviously you'd be writing guides and you'd be ranking your e-com category pages or whatever. But that's the broad approach I take. If you want to drop in your business, then we can brainstorm live. Otherwise, right? Yeah, and like Wayne says, Wayne's answered as well. Okay, great,
awesome.
I think we're done.
Yeah,
Dale, you've been online for 8 hours 10 minutes today, live on video. You must be.
I'm not alone. I'm not alone. In the background, I'm going to bring her on. She doesn't know she's going to appear now, but here we go. Ta-da! Here's Jess. She's been here along the way as well.
Hi, sorry, it's so dark in here now. And I got changed, if you were here earlier.
Yeah, it's not just me. There's a whole team behind all of this that's made it possible. So thank you to everyone who's been involved once again. We do have just one final giveaway to do. So yeah, if you want to jump off now, you can. Otherwise, I'm going to hit the draw again button. So 89 people have been entered into the prize draw. Just as many people have hit like on the YouTube video. If you haven't done so already, please do so. It really will help this video to reach more people. And yes, this will be available afterwards. Congratulations, Paul. If you want to email me, Dale Explosion Ninja, I'll send you a copy of all of our books. Here's my email address just here. As I said, it's not just been myself, it's been everybody here. So yeah, thank you again. If you want to get access to any of the things I mentioned today, such as the Google book or access to our Slack community, want to see our listen to our podcast or watch our YouTube channel, go to explosionninja.com/dominate-watch and you'll be able to get access to everything we've covered today. So thank you, everyone. You've all been fantastic. I can't thank you enough, ninjas and everybody in the audience. It's been phenomenal. I can't thank you enough. You've been great. So have a fantastic weekend. More than anything else, make sure you scan this QR code that's coming up in a second. So take care of yourselves and scan this QR code.
It wouldn't be EN without a call to action.